Hello and welcome everyone to Week 10, day number 1 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Zach Rusty Pie. We're going to get into Week 10 here of action, Rusty, and things have started hitting up as we're pretty much at playoff crunch time.
That's right. It's all coming down to this week and the next one as to who's actually going to get into the playoffs and where they are going to be placed in said playoffs, because it's very important to be as high as possible coming into this.
Yeah, there's anywhere between 3 to 5 best of 2s to play here, so not a whole lot of room for points really, and the ladder has started to open up around through the last weeks. But with that, let's take a quick look at the day schedule and I'll see which matches we'll be bringing you. UP versus Vici to start us off, Rusty, and LGD take on King.
Yeah, big match. Following that is going to be Snake up against RNG, and to close out the day, World Elite taking on EDG.
Yeah, and like we've said, lots of playoff promises for all these teams that'll be coming in pretty much all weekend long, and of course next week as well, when we really get down to it and where we're going to be going. But first match, actually quite important for playoffs. UP taking on Vici, and Vici have sort of been sitting at the gatekeeper spot.
Yeah, Vici, they've hit that point where they can make the playoffs quite easily, but it does come down to how they perform in this last week and the next week coming, is that they've got 12 points up for grabs, I believe, which is a phenomenal amount.
Yep.
And they do need to step up and really perform to ensure they get there.
You can see here on the side of unlimited potential, though. Started off with Long there in the top lane. Amy being their jungler, who's really just flourished on those aggressive champions. And UP, they can make a run here, but it's going to be tricky.
It's going to be quite difficult as we move on to Punished, and he seems to have found his new favorite champion in the Victor, has been playing that a phenomenal amount.
Yeah, Sketch there as well, picking things up nicely towards the end of the season, mixing it up quite a bit there as far as the picks go, and Hart, really the soul of this team here, the man that gets things going, win, lose, or draw. Hart is the man that this team always looks for.
Yeah, you always look for Hart to make the plays as well. And as you said, you know, they've still got the possibility to make playoffs themselves. They've got 12 points up for grabs, but they have some very hard games in front of them, to say the least. Snake and EDG, to name 2 of them.
Yep, and this match in particular versus Vici, it feels like UP actually have a really good shot, just in this matchup at least.
I think, yeah, stylistically, it feels as though Unlimited Potential are not coming in with a direct advantage, but with the possibilities to 100% find themselves at least one of the 2 games in this best of 2 series. The fact that Unlimited Potential look for team fights, whereas Vici Gaming, they like to slow the game down and get to the team fighting stage themselves with an advantage, might play into the hands of this Unlimited Potential side.
We've seen this side win a lot of games that go quite late. EDG, of course, they took them down 2-0, basically playing that exact style that you described. So there's a lot here for this team as far as their performance goes, but consistency and execution's never been the strength of this team, I feel like. Not this season.
No, that's right. And considering the fact that they like to change up their styles, even though they do feel and they get the most success with team fighting exclusively, they need to go back to what works for them, draft around that strength, and play it out this game.
They do, but we're going to pop over to Vici now and take a closer look at a team that's been through a roller coaster, I have to say, as far as rosters go, but they seem to be sticking with their recent changes in those sub-players. But we'll start it up in the top lane. Dandy been a consistent top laner for a number of weeks now. Yeah,
the weird top laner change from the jungle has become a consistent top and has actually started to perform quite well given his change recently. And we move to World 6. This guy doesn't have a whole large champion pool, really.
Nope, but he plays them very well there. Echo, Gragas, Rek'Sai, all those looking good. Here's the sub for Vici, Pong, that's been really stepping up as far as his play goes. Still playing a lot of Hitong's old champions, but maybe with a bit more flair. And the new AD carry player as well, replacing Endless, who originally replaced Vasily. Schwan also been just fine here. It's, again, for Vici, it's been about consistency, not so much power, as Mata provides plenty of that on his own.
Yeah, the heart of the team and the core is really the Dandy Mata duo, basically. They get the whole team going. The play style is always going to be the same, irrespective of who their carries are. In saying that, Pong and Xuan have actually filled those shoes quite well, and they do play their part to a T. It does feel like they play similar champions. The way they play them, I think, is just slightly different. They like to scale a little bit better. They just feel a tiny bit more utility-based behind it and work well with Mata and Dandy.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is they do play that role nicely, but younger players, you know, maybe a bit more solo queue experience there, a bit more aggressive, I feel like, just more proactive, because Hatong made great plays a lot of the time, but it felt like he was waiting for his team for the setup for him to swoop in. I get a bit more activity, I guess, from their AD carries, mid-substitutes that they've made recently.
Yeah, Hatong more of the janitor, so to speak. So having Pong in there, it changes things up a little bit for him, and then he can actually be quite aggressive and maybe make the plays himself to enable the rest of them to get things going on his back. Yeah,
and it's been nice to see Vici stepping up a bit more, being a bit more consistent, and just playing that bit better. Again, a team with Dandy and Marta on it was always going to be competitive, but things are really heating up in the LPL as far as playoffs go, and once we get there, of course, we'll have them to consider, and then Worlds on top of that. So if Dandy and Marta want to make another run at the 2015 World Championships, it's going to start here, at least securing a good playoff spot and then having a good showing there as well.
That's right, and I feel like the team they've got can actually do quite well. Given their last track record, their last 4 games, they've gone 1-1 against M3 and Snake. Very, very big games. For them to come out even with, at the very least, shows a lot of improvement.
Yep. The thing is, though, when we get to this point in the season, the best of 2 formats start to feel, I don't know, a little tricky, because when you split a series at this point in the season, it almost feels like you shouldn't have played at all, because 1 point is barely anything at this point in the season.
You make no ground, especially compared to someone who might be on the same standing, just went 2-0. They're now 2 points ahead. That is an actual best of 2 that you need to win to even be ahead of them again. It's very important that you don't go 1-1. So a lot comes on the line that you at the very least get the 2-0, especially for these teams. Unlimited Potential and Vici looking to secure their spots or make the playoffs.
And again, the points matter for all these teams now. Want to get a higher playoff spot. If you're not EDG or Xiaogu, you're basically required to play for a higher seed because it's very contentious there in the middle of the pack. And you're right, for Unlimited Potential, just get the points and try and sneak into playoffs. It'll be tough from the 8th spot if you can get it, but at least you're giving it a shot.
That's right. You still need to give it a good crack, and it all starts here as well. This game, we mentioned stylistically both teams, it does start to favor Unlimited Potential, but you question their consistency, so you don't know who's going to come out ahead even on paper in this game. The track record may be favoring Vici, but I like Unlimited Potential's chances here, taking it to late game and playing their strengths. But in saying that, it does come down a lot to the drafting that they want to put in place here.
Of course, and we've seen China moving at an interesting rate as far as metagame goes. I feel like there's some things that are just quintessentially part of this region that they either started or that no one else dares to do. But other than that, you know, have traditionally been behind in patches. I believe we're relatively close to live. Not quite there, but relatively close as far as current metagames go here. But still, those changes are a little slow to happen here. Still seeing a lot of the same thing. And for Vici, that might be a good thing because they're a team that kind of executes the same game plan every single time. And if you're looking to get consistent 2-0 finishes for those max points, Vici's safe style might be a boon here late in the season.
Definitely. That play style that is quite linear of theirs can play to their strengths, especially if there's not a whole lot of changes in patches. Gives them time to really settle in and actually play it consistently and improve on that single play style that we know they do have. So entirely likely for them to get that going. It's going to be a big question. Again, I have to keep bringing it back to the drafting and how they want to play this game out. The team that actually wins drafting, I feel like will potentially just win this game straight out.
Yeah, like you said, lots of strategic advantages here for either team with the way they like to play. So completely agree. The champions you pick really dictate the strategy you're going for, and both teams want to execute very crisply and then close out the game where they feel comfortable. But the coaches are going to be lining up. You can see Vici's coach, Hom, on the right-hand side. You mentioned drafting. His team's drafting recently with him behind them has looked leaps and bounds ahead of their recent weeks.
It definitely has. Their drafting has improved exponentially. They just seem like, again, a new side, even though they've got the same crux of their team still well and truly in place.
Well, they do indeed, but they'll line up now for Champ Select. We'll see just how good the drafting skills are between UP and Vici. But Azir going to be the first ban away. Kalista will be the next choice, or first choice, sorry, for Vici. So keeping it nice and standard early on here.
Yeah, basic bans essentially. Pong not getting that Azir. And I say basic, Azir is actually a fairly standard ban at this stage in the LPL compared to anywhere else. That is for certain.
Yep, Janna there as well. A target ban against Marta. I like that choice quite a bit. And Rise the selection there as well. Going to take it away from particularly long, but in general, still a strong champion on this patch.
Yeah, Rise still very strong. Overbearing power and burst out of a top laner is something that you do not want to deal with, especially when you've already got a mid laner on the team, which his role generally is to put down that burst. So too many burst champions, not a fun time.
Yeah, and actually Yasuo banned away there from UP, so doing homework, I have to assume. I don't think I've seen either Dandy or Pong play it recently, but Brom's going to be the response, and I like what I'm seeing, Rusty. 2 support bans in 6 here as UP line up for their first pick.
And I do really like that Braum ban because Braum has just exploded into the LPL scene, has become the prominent support, super tank, denies a lot of the line skill shots as well when AP Ezreal was this massive overbearing force, which is still relevant, I believe, 5.13 after all. And it kind of takes that away, allows Punish to actually play that champion if he would choose.
Yeah, important to note as well that Marta and Hart used to be old school teammates here. Samsung rivals, I guess, and probably not buddies, didn't play on the same team, but certainly would have an eye for each other's playstyle. And Braum is a champion that suits these big, vision-centric, playmaking Korean supports to a T. Has unlimited potential, taking their time with his power pick here, considering Victor, but really talking through the potential picks. Shen's been popular. We've seen that hovered back and forth as UP do finally settle on the Ninja himself.
So I think they've gone for the Shen because they don't need to pick the Victor this early. I don't like that they hovered it for so long and made it seem like a big deal. Victor is just a super strong champion. It may give Pong the possibility to say, well, I'm just going to take that from you now and not let that happen. It performs well into the Ezreal as well, which is something to consider. And it also unlocks unlimited potentials drafting later on as well to actually just go for the Ezreal outright because Braum has been banned by Vici.
I love that you bring up Ezreal because, yeah, Braum being banned, even Yasuo being taken away with that win wall. Yeah, they banned them both away here. So UP might be trying to trick Vici with the Victor hover. You never know, but we'll see if they take that potential bait. 15 seconds left. Vici still very much considering all their options for their first 2 picks.
Yeah, they've actually
Victor's
decided.
Yeah, Victor's in, Gragas in as well. Vici going to keep it nice and solid for the first 2 picks.
Yeah, so unlimited potential, let's just call it a strategy. Hovered the Victor for an unordinarily long time. Vici decided we're going to pick that one away from you. That's not going to happen, so they have locked that champion in World 6 as well. Now on one of his best jungle champions, something he plays the most and has actually found a lot of success on is this Gragas.
You can see the comfort there as well, with Echo also being available. Echo Victor is just crazy amounts of combo potential between the 2 champions, but gonna maybe let Amy have it. He'll select Evelyn instead, actually, something he's been going to quite a bit in his recent games. And Hart, does he want to take another support away from Marta? There are 2 banned already.
Yeah, Amy of late has actually branched out to play all these different champions as the patch has changed also, so cottoned on to the new patch quite well him. And I like the pick with the Shen as well because they've got that secret utility where you can ultimate the Evelyn who isn't actually visible.
Yep, always nice to see a bit of submarine Shen going in there, but Alistar going to be the selection, presumably for Hart as their support pick, as Vici consider their next 2 picks here as well.
And Alistar not seen too often lately, but has got its place 100% still very relevant because of how overbearingly tanky he is, in saying that they've picked it with the Shen. So what they're going for right now is 100% going to be hyper carries mid and AD to ensure that what is a lot of tank in front of them right now actually tanks for something.
Yep, they've got the tank line there ready to protect their squishies. It's simply a matter of which squishies to unlimited potential want. You've mentioned Ezreal a few times here in this draft, Rusty, and it would be a fine pick here with the front lane they've assembled. But Vici going to consider some picks. They'll give Thresh over to Marta, which is pretty good, I'll have to say.
Yeah, it's not bad, that's for certain. Marta going to get that champion. They've got 2 seconds left. Do they want this?
They do apparently want the Vayne. No last minute swaps. No, Vici do select it. Marta going to see if he can protect his own hyper carry here.
Yeah, I wrote down notes about Xuan in case he was playing this game again, and all I literally have is the Vayne guy.
Yep.
Because that is all that he likes to play, and he has found a lot of success again with this Vayne, and has been doing a lot of work. Marta able to be a playmaker now with that Thresh in the bot lane 2v2. Might help them out a fair bit. It does quite well against the Alistar in terms of you can actually save your Vayne, who wants to be in their face and putting down damage. So not too bad of a pick. The 4-person team that they've established so far is very well rounded. And so all that is left for them to do is to give Dandy something that he wants to play essentially now, not what he needs to.
Yep. Dandy being flexible, probably a good thing here, given the strength of champions that UP have already assembled, but looking over some old favorites here, at least for Punish there, with a Twisted Fate hover coming down the back. But 5 seconds left for UP. Are they going to go full utility here on this team? They've got Twisted Fate, they've got Ash. UP have cooked up something special for this game.
It makes you wonder who the carry is and who the support lane is going to be. What I do like about that team comp is exactly that, though, because if they are fed, if Punished is massive or if Sketch is massive, they can still output the damage. Even Amy, to a degree, can go for that Rune Glaive and actually output a lot of damage. But if they aren't ahead, still very relevant, because they've got the Ash Arrow, they've got the Twisted Fate Destiny, and they can actually still work around the map quite well. And this is something that I actually like in their drafting, but at the same time, I don't like it.
I feel like you're playing a dangerous game when you try and pick this many globals and like map movement heavy champions against a team like Vici.
Yes.
Because that is how they like to play. So you're kind of like, you know what? Pretty sure I can out-rotate you there, Marta says Hart. I guess we'll have to find out if it works, but Dandy gonna keep it nice and standing with the last pick, Maokai.
So I guess they are trying to beat them at their own game here. Dandy actually locking in that super tank top lane, so the team comp's fairly similar in the respect that they've got the front line, the big front line. They've got a playmaker, which is in this case the Thresh from the side of Vici Gaming, opposed to the Ash from Unlimited Potential, and even the Twisted Fate. They've got the playmakers there, they've got the front line, and then they've got the hyper carries. So similar team compositions, what they're trying to achieve. But if we're looking at global presence, Unlimited Potential have that down.
Yeah, which is weird, because it almost feels like Vici are the ones with the team fight comp.
Yeah,
which
it's backwards.
Yeah, it is backwards. If you would swap those two teams, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally normal. Totally
standard.
normal.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
Who knows? Twisted Fate with teleport extra there as well. Starting to see some shenanigans, I feel, as we get late into the season.
Yeah, and Xuan does love his veins, so the Ash, not necessarily a possibility for him, but that global presence, something that is going to be very important in this game. We'll see if they can actually make it happen.
Well, I'm so ready for this Ash, but we'll start in the top lane. Shen versus Maokai for the tank battle as Amy, the ever-aggressive Chinese jungler, takes Evelyn into Gragas.
Yeah, an interesting jungle matchup as we move to mid, and Pong going to have a slight advantage here against Punished, who may not enjoy his time.
And this is interesting as well. Sketch on Ash, of all champions, versus the Vayne main Xuan. But Hart versus Marta, the real all-star matchup of this lane. Alistar versus Thresh. Marta almost never gets this championing with good reason.
Yeah, there's this quirky strength about the LPL supports that you look at bot lane matchups and you almost always gravitate to the supports before the AD carries, just because they are so strong at what they do. So you look at this bot lane, it does come down a lot to how Hart and Marta can actually play this one out.
It does, and again, both top tier players, but let's get into game number one. And welcome onto the Rift here for our first game of week number 10. The LPL, it's been a long road here, Rusty, but been fun here as UP and Vici take to the Rift to see who is going to have the better showing come playoffs, because we're very, very close.
We are very close. It is very important. Again, these teams need to find their 2-0s. A 1-1 just doesn't really cut it, especially for Unlimited Potential. So I like that they've changed things up a bit. We said they were swapping their team comps, essentially changing their styles up to replicate their opposition. And maybe this plays into the hands of both teams at the same time because they know how to deal with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Vici are giving themselves some wiggle room to be like, well, we have a pretty decent playoff spot. We got a couple more games to play. Let's maybe try and play a bit more standard, bit more team fight, and practice effectively for that playoff spot that we assume we're getting to. But UP, I think, have just gone, you know what? We have a strategy. We have 2 teleports, a Shen, a Twisted Fate, an Evelyn, and an Ash. We're going to do as much as we can because we feel we play this style better than you do, Vici.
So I think the biggest contrast here is that Unlimited Potential wanted a team comp, whereas Vici Gaming were looking to deny and counterpick, essentially, the team comp that Unlimited Potential were unveiling one at a time.
Yeah. Amy, though, has to be careful. Sees the Maokai sapling, I believe, is punished. Going to spot Vici moving there as Fire, but they're going to collapse now. Long, does he have the port there? Punish has stun. Going to get one on Tomato. They'll teleport in. A volley down there as well as Amy taking quite a bit of damage. Wild 6 trying to get away. Dandy eating some slaps as Punished. Has another stun, but he will not blow summoners. In fact, everybody walks out with barely a flash blown.
There's a very late time to fight as well. Unlimited Potential picking that fight, not wanting to lose their red buff. You can see why though.
Yeah, this is smart here, going back in on the blue to try and invade it. Vici wounded from the last conflict. Dandy already teleported. No defense coming here for Vici.
No, they're not going to have a way to stop this one. World 6 going to have to rotate back to his red buff. The risk of getting 3 buffed is well and truly in place right now. And that's not a position you want to be in if you were VT or World 6 in particular.
No, and Amy doesn't even smite, just takes away the buff with the help of Shannon. They'll go back to the Wolves, so
like
maybe
that.
no 3 buff, but yeah, really cute.
There, they get to smite away the wolf, and they get vision of that side of the jungle. In all places, they don't need to go overboard with wards.
Oh, Sketch gets grabbed though by Mata Hart. Good disengage. Schwan gonna dive his way back in, actually headbutted in as the exhaust is blown. Schwan getting low though, he's only level 1. And Sketch barely alive, but almost got a kill.
And Sketch wasn't level 2 right there. He was 1 minion away from that level. So close, and the health differential actually forcing the heal out of both of them simultaneously to try and get themselves out. Are they diving?
Yeah, they are diving. Amy wants it hard. Great flash there from Vayne. Sketch going to take tower aggro though. They're after the Vayne. Can they get the AD carry? Amy will get first blood, but Hart will die. Mata claims that one.
This is so aggressive from this Unlimited Potential side. They are not going to relent in their aggression. Diving at level 1 onto a Vayne. Level 2 essentially from both of them, but trying to pick on this Vayne. Make his life miserable as well. 6. While we're speaking about miserable lives, can't finish the Wolves.
No, little too low. Did get the blue buff, so that's good news, but Amy really punishing the bottom half of the map with a classic Ashe Alistar dive at level 2.
Yeah, it's not something you're often used to seeing, but they make it work. Hart, the only one that actually goes down in that trade, and Evelyn, Amy actually finding the kill is going to be big for them, because not only did they steal the blue buff, not only did World 6 have a very hard time actually trying to counter jungle himself, Amy's now got extra gold to boot, and it becomes exponentially harder for anyone to do anything in a jungle area.
Yep, quick jungle items up for both of them, but Amy going to have some initiative there. Sketch in the bottom side, though, continuing his aggression, has a Doran's Blade already, just to really stick the knife in.
A bit of extra sustain from that Doran's Blade. Having 2 of them gives him that extra life steal, a bit of base health, and the AD. It's all early game. They're probably going to try and gank again. At the very least, try and kill in a 2v2 again, based off this itemization alone.
We've got the nice engage once those level 6s do hit, but Amy going to clear out the red buff now instead. World 6 going over to the Raptor camp, going to try and finish that. I think we'll see a bit more passivity now that the fireworks have stopped.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not
You never
inclined
know.
to agree entirely. Based off, again, we just looked at the aggressive items, at the very least trying to push Vici out of lane right now. You can see that ward trying to spot someone being in the bush, but it's still an Evelyn, so they need to take extra respect in that regard and try not to be in a position where the Evelyn can flank.
I'm more than happy to be wrong on that, Rusty, but we'll see how it develops as Sketch and Hart freezing this lane fairly deep here, just trying to deny some CS away from Vayne.
They're looking for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll find it. They do know it's warded, but again, it's an Evelyn, so the wards don't actually do anything.
Good ward. Amy actually spotted World 6, but can't commit to that despite the bottom lane strength. Kind of interesting. I honestly half expected Amy to ward that Grump and then flash smite to steal it. That's how aggressive he often is.
The feeling was there, but again, Unlimited Potential were looking to kind of control the bottom lane. They didn't want to lose the control that they just had and relinquish it all back to Schwan and Mata, and they were also closer to actually getting to the fight. And whilst World 6 didn't necessarily have a lot of health, he had enough health that the Evelyn couldn't outright solo kill, and Vici would have got there sooner.
Yeah. Down in the bottom lane now as well. So World 6 going to try and line something up here in this part, but Scat's playing fairly safe. Doesn't have Fork Shot just yet, but World 6 has left the area. There's an early Sheen actually from Punished, going for maybe that quick Lich main build we've seen quite a bit of here in the LPL.
Yeah, it's a lane that you don't really want to be in, even though he has got cleanse on the Victor. You take a second to look at Punish's summoner spells, and you realize why he's going for a Lich Bane-based build.
Yep.
That is a teleport.
That is a teleport. Yeah, we've seen a bit more of this as well. Just a ton of global presence, I guess.
Yeah, and it says to me instantly going for this Sheen, if he goes for the Lich Bane first, that he's going to try and 1-3-1. That could be their strategy. They've got a Shen and a Twisted Fate. They've got teleports. They've got ultimates. They can run around the map and just try and make Vici respond. And this is the crazy thing, is that we said this is Vici's playstyle. Make everyone else run around the map and just slowly bleed out objectives. They're getting that done against them, so can they respond to that?
I guess we'll have to find out soon, but a killer piece here in 7.5 minutes. It's been fairly calm, apart from the early level 2 dives, as Amy looking again there to World 6, but started to fall a bit behind in experience. Although I think we're trying to line up a blue buff steal.
Definitely. I think this will be at least the look at the blue buff, but again, Vici, you can see it already. They know.
Yep, Marta's actually going to spot Amy. Good play back there instantly, as Amy will dodge the hook. Now going to come back in. Doesn't quite commit. Hard up there as well with Scat pushing a minion wave in. UP poised, but not springing in the trap just yet.
The pressure's there though. Vici, they are constantly vigilant around where this Evelyn could be. Every single big jungle monster has been looked at by Unlimited Potential and has been responded to by Vici, to the point where Evelyn can't actually commit and is now wasting time trying to go for this.
I think maybe afraid of the globals. TF and Shen both have their ultis. They'll go in. Ulti pop from TF. Well, Zig's trying to get out. Victor will get safely out as well, as Lantern gets the Gragas out of there. Just some vision there for Punished.
I don't think Vici realized that they could completely destroy Amy just then. Level 4, and went out of his way to actually try and hit the Victor. World 6 is level 6 right now from getting experience on that blue buff. So he is miles ahead and could actually start invading the jungle of Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, Amy going to have to play catch up here. So he goes onto the Raptors to try and clear a bit of that jungle out. Pong there as well. Starting to get a tad more aggressive with that first upgrade on the Hex Core. Going to go back and spend a bit more money. It's long and dandy in the top lane. Been a little while since we've checked in, but as expected, just sort of a fun fest.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to hurt each other, but no damage actually comes out of either of these champions, as they are both infinitely tanky. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot going to be happening there directly. You look to those two top laners to impact the rest of the map through what they can actually use from teleports and ultimates. You can see Shen using his just to get back to lane because he still has the ultimate.
Yep, still good to go there. Punished also gets blue buff. So we're going to battle a bit more here, as Pong's got his now. And Amy, level 6, now hit actually, so can get into a lane, try and gank that way, but is mostly just not horribly behind World 6 anymore.
Yeah, and that's the important part, is at the very least levels are now still there for the Evelyn.
Uh-oh,
So
Wolf Camp.
this Wolf Camp is dangerous.
Really dangerous. Amy, though, will finish it off. Doesn't have to ulti there.
World 6 almost dying to the same wolves as Amy. That Wolf Camp is almost MVP of this game.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Not enough.
Been supercharged here for Unlimited Potential. Wonder what they're feeding the wolves on the blue side of the map, as Punished runs into Pong. It's just some vision being set up for now here. As long up in the top side there as well. Again, going to keep the creeps back as far as he can, as Scatch gone for his first big item buy. Finally, a BF sword makes an appearance in the inventory.
Yeah, BF sword and the dagger, so didn't actually go for boots in this matchup. He has found himself a nice CS lead on the back of the early pressure that has been placed down onto Schwan, who hasn't really had a great time, is still waiting to buy that cutlass. Will probably try and get this to the tower and have enough money to do so. But prior to this happening, yeah, more than enough to do so, in fact. But prior to this actually happening, you can see the CS lead has started to grow. That BF sword and dagger probably still going to find the advantage to Scatch.
Yeah, they've got ultimates up as well, so Heart and Scatch can go real deep if they want to get some sort of hard engage going. Vici on that back might actually force UP into the dragon, but we've been quiet around the objectives. Heart just then looking for a kill, doesn't find it, but Amy going to walk himself toward the dragon.
Going to find Marta. He's just going to watch him walk past.
Really smart usage of that cone. Oh, good flash. Marta barely gets out of that alive. And Amy's going to spot the pink ward.
This is the strength, though, of the Evelyn.
It is. Good dodge again from the hook. Marta can't quite guess that direction. Puts the box down, though. Pong coming in. The lantern is down. Ultimate there onto Amy from the Shen. As Hart comes in for the pulverize. Finds two. Punish. Get a Destiny in for the first kill onto Marta as Schwan. He'll get chased back now. Good headbutt onto World 6. Punish. Over the top onto Schwan. Gonna almost take him out. Longlow has gotten the kill of Scatch. Flashes to take out Vayne. Pong now gonna get locked up. He'll die, and Dandy, he's now 1v4, does get a kill, but he will be the next one to die as Vici get aced.
Unlimited potential without the Ash Arrow even available. Play that exceptionally. The over shield that just came onto Amy, stopping him from even looking like dying for a very extended period of time, gives Punished enough time to just go absolutely monster and flash over the wall towards Vayne. Pong goes down fairly quickly. In fact, they actually pick up a very easy dragon for their troubles. That team fight was just so convincingly won. The Ash putting in work.
Yeah, Scatch has been doing work all game long here. As the team is up about 2,500 gold, but Scatch massive already at 2-0 and 4. And his team looking nice with that first dragon as well. So things you can kind of see, even in a straight up team fight, UP looking good.
Yeah, and the worrying part now is the team comp that Unlimited Potential have being ahead makes it so difficult for Vici to respond to. They've got the Thresh, so they can still make picks. As you can see, he tries to make one himself just there. The potential 100% still there to make said pick. But it's so difficult against the Shen ult, a TF ult, an Ash Arrow, and you never know where the Evelyn is. It's super scary to ever be behind against this team.
Yeah, kind of like we mentioned in the draft, it's just globals everywhere, except for Alistar. Even Evelyn, like you mentioned, just has presence. Even if she's not there, she could be. And then if she's there, Shen and Twisted Fate are probably there as well. So scary here for Vici as we talked about them getting run around the map, but right now might just be running scared.
Yeah, Dandy actually still did a lot of work in that fight, found himself 2 kills for his troubles, and that's great because it means the Shen is not in control of the top lane directly and has actually been kept under his turret for most of this game. So Dandy doing a lot of work. Pong still ramping up in strength.
Nice steal.
Amy gets it.
Yep, just walks in there invisible and smites it away. Pong gonna lose his blue buff. As Punish already got the home guard. CD boots, ulti onto Schwan, hits. The port's down there as well. Long barely misses it, but hard in the backline. Gonna get the first kill. The second one will fall just as quickly. And a 5-man UP dive for a double.
That is filthy.
That was filthy.
So many people just suddenly appear. The Ash Arrow connects onto Vayne of all people to ensure that he goes down. The flash is even available from Schwan. Doesn't get away from it. They've still got control of lanes here. Vici can see Punish struggling in the mid lane. But if that 5-man happens any more times, it starts to snowball out of control because that one lane that has 5 people there can just demolish turrets, basically. We're going to see this again. So the Ash Arrow connects. Marta tries to keep the Alistar away, but it actually ends up being a bad thing because the Lantern puts him underneath Hart. They can just follow that up very easily. They find simplest kills ever. Yeah,
and an Infinity Edge done for Scat, and a Lich Bane done for Punish, along with a Spirit Visage and a Balmy Cinder there for Long. UP have shot up in gold now, sitting at about 4,500 up, and Punish going to get himself another blue buff, and Amy's already stolen Victor's. Things starting to go bad here for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, not looking too great, especially if a Twisted Fate has 7 of 8 in kill participation and is able to roam across the map freely because he has the blue buff advantage and he can wave clear far superior to that of the Victor, who has to expend too much mana to maintain control.
Yep, you can see CS not quite there for the mid lane, but bottom lane certainly has Scatch. 50 CS ahead has been going off on this Ash, and even though Long
teleport bottom
behind as well. Punish going down, going to use his actual TP now as Schwan's been locked up. Punish runs in with the home guarded gold card, and that's an easy kill for Shen.
A ward they've placed earlier comes back to haunt this Bane. Schwan not having a great time
that was
in
so rude.
This League of Legends game.
No.
It is rude. That's exactly what it is. It's not fair.
I mean, I was like, oh, he'll be fine, and I forgot Twisted Fate had teleport, which actually makes the home guard boots even more adorable here for Punish. Level 11 Twisted Fate with a Lich Bane.
And here's the other one.
Oh, going back now, actually using his ulti. Going to stun up Dandy under the tower. He will fall. World 6 gets the tower and pops his ulti, but they'll keep chasing. Marta gets a great grab there as the next kill comes in. Sketch exhausted, has to be careful, but Hart's going to make it here in time. Pong's going to flash forward. He will die. Sketch barely lives in the exchanges. Amy chases in as well. And the red buff here is probably not going to need the ulti. Might now as Mata flashes. There's the slow coming in as Mata gets under his tower, but I don't think that can save him. Juan here as well going to pop final hour, but he'll just get chased up. Long's fairly tanky, will fall in the exchange, but another race there as Vici falls Sketch. Just going to clean up the turret.
Twisted Fate again, teleports bottom, clears a wave middle, and then ultimates back to the top lane. This guy is everywhere, and there's just nothing that Vici Gaming can do. Pong finally does get into a fight, though he rotates in time to put down relevant damage. Destroy is punished. He barely had an impact after that first kill. He still got the first kill. Sketch, funnily enough, the double Doran saved his life in this trade, but you can see punished. Ults in, he goes for the turret here, World 6, which was really smart. Mata and Pong have rotated so they can just get rid of Twisted Fate. He's deleted, but Sketch lives on enough health from basically that second Doran's Blade as mentioned, that it is just super simple for them. They can continue this too. They dive Mata under the turret, they make him actually juke in so many directions that he's just actually in range to hit. Vayne comes in here, trying to be the hero who is actually about 60 CS behind and 0 and 4. So he does well to find a single kill. Wow.
Going in again, Hart! Gonna join through, Punish walks the wrong way but gets the stun. And Sketch, Schwan, sorry, can't dodge everything.
It's like watching a highlight reel of unlimited potential because it just doesn't stop. Like, seriously, every single time you look at the game, you look at the minimap, they're pinging somewhere, they're rotating there. This was just before the Dragon as well, so it was time to perfection from them.
And I was ready for the Sketch, Heart, Alistar, Ashe combo. I don't think I was quite prepared for Twisted Fate, Shen, Amy global nonsense in this game.
Vici just look in shambles. They can't even ward over the walls properly right now. They're struggling well and truly.
I mean, I would struggle too if I couldn't leave my base safely. UP just owns so much real estate here on the Rift that Dragon's up and they don't really mind because they know that Vici are not interested in picking any sort of fight. They're still only 2-1 up in turrets and 1-0 up in Dragons. All of this lead almost comes from so many kills. UP very bloodthirsty today.
Yeah, they're looking for exclusively kills and then just to snowball champions to get free objectives all at once, basically, is what they're trying to do. But what it seems to me is it's entirely on control of World 6. They can move around the map quite easily because World 6 can't pressure lanes because he's so busy trying to get his own jungle camps. It's just not possible.
Yeah, just got his blue buff there, but that might trigger UP to just go into the Dragon Pit and brute force it away. Punished. Doesn't have his ulti, but he's nice and close and long. Back in base, but can join just about any time. Going in, looking for a hook, gets ulted instead. Hart gonna dive his way in, but he pops his ult, and the final hour's there. Great cast from World 6, gonna split them up. Sketch barely lives again as Schwan's getting locked up. Hart, his ult's worn off, he's looking to go down. Schwan gonna flash out to safety, but Punish doesn't join in, gets it cancelled by Mata. Does take him out as a result. But one kill only there as Amy takes out another, but they still have to kite away. Pong does good damage, takes out Sketch. Dandy now in as well, they're taking damage, but World 6 there with the body slam finds too long. Chasing down Pong as he'll go down as hard. He's managed to take out Victor. The tanks are living for so long here. 3 for 2, Vici still behind, and they just can't kill the Shen or the Alistar.
So difficult. They can barely find the kills that they're getting now. Mata denying Punish's ultimate was actually the saving grace of that right there. He does fall for his efforts, but you have to commend him for doing so because it denied the Twisted Fate, who had his teleport, by the way, if you really wanted to get in. Actually, it wasn't up. But they engage here, Vici Gaming. The Ash Arrow is actually what starts it all, but Shen's ultimate is onto an ulted Alistar, so Sketch doesn't have the health to maintain fighting, and neither does Amy. And this looks great for Vici Gaming. The ult gets cancelled, Mata does die for that, and this is just unlimited potential trying to kite away from Vici. Pong actually hits a very nice Q auto to ensure that someone goes down. They immediately turn to Punish, and smartly cleansing the taunt as well to ensure that he does still have a say in him going down. But at the same time, Amy has flanked the Vayne. Everything was happening in the sidelines.
Yeah, and it was a crazy fight to watch there, but UP, like we've seen a lot of times on top of those complex team fights, Dragon still up as well, by the way, so we're going to have a reset as the teams move in to have a look at these buffs. And Vici might be the first one here after that fight, but I don't think I'd fancy a fight here with unlimited potential. He flashed into it. The Lantern there, Heart's going to try and headbutt him away, but Punish right on top of them. Pops the Zonyas for the engage. Sketch takes out World 6, but Twisted Fate's already dead. A 1-for-1 there.
That was only 1-for-1. I can't believe the Ash Arrow connected onto the Victor. Hart didn't even use his headbutt right there. He tried to save it, but Punished ulted in a position that was just so foolish that he instantly died.
Oh, now Amy getting grabbed up. The ulti there from Shen now going to save him with the shield. Massive 3-man pulverize follows in. Vayne is dead as Amy gets a double. Might be a triple as Dandy flashes out to safety. And Unlimited Potential going to go as long. Ports into the top lane to push back the wave.
The re-engage again from this Unlimited Potential side on a bait to ensure that Amy went down super low. Had his ultimate still there. Shen, of course, having his also. So that overshield that just came onto Amy basically doubled his health bar in 1 second. It was disgusting, but awesome because they actually baited it.
Yeah, that's twice now that particular combination has been used effectively by Unlimited Potential. And I agree, awesome's the best word for us. Let's see this again.
I mean, just like that, you can see he almost had more shield than he had health and loses all of the shield, but still has the same amount of health bar, as immediately Unlimited Potential can capitalize on that. Punish needs to be a little bit more careful in future with where he places his ultimate to not instantly die to a Victor.
Yep, Long as well. I don't think he had ulti at that point. Probably would have ulted Punish if he did. But that's a tricky interaction there, trying to ride in on top of TF. But like we've seen all game long, UP just have so many globals in this team comp as Vici trying to find a foothold around Baron. Long will get caught up here, but a nice taunt's going to keep him relatively safe. Can't get over that wall though. Pong going to join in as well, and Vayne's passive takes out Shen.
And now, we mentioned this earlier, Unlimited Potential have only taken 2 turrets, and they are yet to actually push that any further. The mid one going to be the next plan of attack for them, but they just lost Long because Vici are making picks, and this is what their team comp is basically working around, as well as the big strength of their team in a situation like this is they're resorted to exclusively trying to make picks. If they can continue to do just that and not lose any more objectives, the gold lead, the standing gold that is available for Vici can close this lead very easily.
It can, but right now, it's almost 10,000 gold down for Vici with that 3rd turret falling there. So balanced pretty precariously here as UP going to get themselves a blue buff. Sketch actually receives that as Punish. Already has that one. Another look to take out the bottom tower.
Yeah, so now they're trying to make the objectives fall. As if on call they have realized that, hang on, we only had 2 turrets. We need to actually start getting those to hit the Nexus. So they've started to try and pressure this bottom lane right now. Shen has the ultimate available. He can be anywhere. And Twisted Fate, most importantly, is still with them. A Twisted Fate that has teleport and his ultimate available has opted into actually grouping with the team because they need that extra tower clear to get it down. Vici Gaming can very easily work around their pick strength if there's only 3 there. They don't have the wave clear without him.
And right now you can see Vici backing off from that tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Actually going aggressive. Dandy is going to look for something, finds it with a home guard. They find him though with TF. Scat's going to get ulted up by Shen. Dandy might have just suicided his way in. Gets lanterned out though. Ulti will hit. Finds 2 there as Marta gets stunned up, but a nice box. Going to keep them safe. UP might go back in. Punish gets grabbed somehow. Huge play there as the ulti comes out for Gragas, and Chuan aggressively flashes forward. Sketch going to be the next target as he will fall in. Long now has to get out of the way as Amy's left dead to rights. Vici Gaming in a team fight well behind. Turn it around.
Marta just hit a hook onto the Twisted Fate in between 4 different members basically of this Unlimited Potential side. And again, at this time in the game, though Unlimited Potential have finally gotten themselves some extra turrets, the minions are going to reveal this like the ward didn't already, by the way.
Yeah.
They're going to know that they're doing the Baron, but they don't really have an answer. And this is Unlimited Potential trying to split push instead of trying to split push, trying to team fight and getting out fought.
By Vici.
Yeah.
What is this?
Polar opposites of what we're used to seeing, to say the least.
Yeah,
We're going to see it again.
hook.
That hook was ridiculous. The Victor ultimate at the same time as the play, there was no way for them to avoid that actually happening. Schwan, even though he's behind, is aggressive enough to hit the condemn onto Sketch and deny the Ash from outputting the damage. Punish was non-existent yet again.
Yeah, and it's just... We talked about it a bit there with UP. We saw their front line in the draft and thought that, you know what? They're going to just pick hyper carriers in teamfight late game. Instead, picked more utility, picked more like map presence with the TF, with the Ash, and have played this really nice aggressive early game. Unfortunately for them, when either of their damage sources die, their team does not do a whole lot after that.
Yeah, you can see the accelerated itemization here from Ash is defensive. Get that QSS, deny the engage from either the Maokai, the Vayne Condemn, which is what it was last time, or the Thresh Hook. So they've smartly picked that one up, and they're still looking to team fight. But Twisted Fate is accelerated with the Void Staff as well, so that he's still doing damage. Their plan is that if one of them is still dead, they can still win a team fight, something that they have been trying to do multiple times. And the last time, to be fair, was the only one that really backfired. So it's not going too bad for them. They're still finding themselves well and truly in the lead in terms of gold. They're in the commanding position to try and push this game through to something that can actually snowball a victory.
Trying to race here a bit as well. Although Vici now got the flank around. Ulti there by TF is nice. Arrow is not. Amy reconsiders going in, but Dandy gonna pop Righteous Glory. World 6 going in. Hook will miss from Mata. UP gonna successfully disengage.
They do disengage. The Twisted Fate using the ultimate, as does the Ash, looking for their chance to engage. But Vici, they have the inside lane right now. They're able to tank this tower if they want to put some damage down onto it. They won't be able to get it. They get a bit of free damage for their troubles, and now they are the ones who can just walk back, make sure that all of their side lanes are reset, and play more of the Vici style that we're used to them doing.
Yeah, and just buy time there as well. Vici have been with that Baron. Got a couple extra minutes back on the clock here. And the gold lead's still pretty bad, but Vici have brought it back significantly given the deficit we saw earlier, and now going to get themselves a dragon as well. All of a sudden, this game, maybe 6,000 gold in the difference, and it's looking real close all of a sudden.
Yeah, it feels like that 6,000 gold is basically zero at this stage in the game. A massive team fight won by Vici in a defensive position. They still managed to pick up a Baron, a dragon, and a turret for their trouble. So a fantastic turnaround. And the map control, though, is still reasonably even. You can see the gold lead still in favor of Unlimited Potential. It does feel like we're back to square one.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Rusty, as soon as one big fight happens with all that standing gold, Vici effectively halved that lead that UP have in, and we are going to reset here. But Vici are the team that are now looking to have a bit more momentum. Baron has worn off, so going to be careful and spend some of that money.
They know Vayne's recalling. I feel like they just want to do something aggressive pretty much at every opportunity. And that was a decent chance for them. They didn't pull the trigger, though.
That has felt like Unlimited Potential, though, this game.
Yeah.
Hyper aggressive, maybe to a fault in this game. Because Vici, even in team fights now, the World 6, going to be caught out. Gold card lands. Amy there again, going to look for the ulti. Sketch gets the arrow, long goes in, stun card down as well. Lantern, not enough as the knock-up from Heart comes through.
He didn't move.
He didn't
for
move.
like 8 seconds. That guy had a very rough period of time right there. The Thresh Lantern came out, but they all blocked it. Still, take a second to realize how low Punished is from pretty much just the Victor ultimate.
Yep.
That's not a great spot to consider.
Pong does a lot of damage, that's for sure. Death Cap, Hex Core with 2 evolutions in, and a Void Staff plus those CDR boots means that Victor is nice and strong as Dandy. Gonna slap this tower to death here with a bit of help from Vayne. Long looks for the taunt, doesn't get it. Dandy gonna move in as Long gets condemned. Great hook there onto Long though from Mata, and now they'll chase Schwan diving out. Long trying to get in, but Punish, he's too far forward. He flushes out, but Scat gonna do the damage and take out Mata. Heart, massive 3-man pole fight Schwan and throws him into the team. Double kill there for Ash. Flashes being burnt left, right, and center as Dandy probably not gonna live through this. Gonna try and take Sketch with him, but he will get stunned. He'll fall. 3-for-1 win for Unlimited Potential.
And Sketch finally outputting the relevant damage that he 100% has always had. But Xuan spent this period of time playing hyper-aggressive. He actually dodged 2 Shen taunts for it, but ran out of ultimate and was just a sitting duck to death, basically. And you can see Long, he gets caught here, dodges the taunt again, Xuan, but he is now caught out in a horrendous position, punished, baits them all to come back into a choke point, which is fantastic for his side. The damage that he's put onto Pong as well forces him out of the fight and allows Sketch to sit in the back and just put down consistent high DPS. Punish comes in to save him again, but what looked like it was a really bad decision by this Twisted Fate worked out for them because Hart capitalized on that mistake.
Yeah, excellent play from Hart and great target selection from UP. Kind of the hallmarks of their late game team fighting, which is funny because we haven't seen that much of it given how aggressive they're being, but they still, despite the Twisted Fate Ash weirdness that's going on in this game, don't get me wrong, I love it, but UP making this work as well.
They're also sitting on a ward trying to catch people.
Yep.
So I feel like they're wasting time right now, and this gives Unlimited Potential the opportunity to just throw the arrow and press their go button.
Optimistic, to say the least there for Vici. As a Hawk Shot does reveal them. Punish now down in the bottom side. Doesn't have his teleport, does have his ultimate, level 16 there as well for a bit of extra range.
You've got to love Eve as well.
Oh yeah.
They were sitting there on a pink ward, baiting with a ward on the other side, but it doesn't actually spot the Avalanche. She's invisible. Places one and reveals them all, and this is what we were expecting to see earlier, is Punished splitting in the bot lane. They'll have the Shen in the top lane if they can afford to. In saying that, I don't think they have a direct answer to the Vayne, who will probably split push against the Shen and can 1v1.
That's true, but I do like, in a 1-3-1, what UP have put together as far as their, like, I'm going to call it pushing triads concerned.
Yeah, so what I do really like about it, to take that a little bit further, is that though it's not necessarily great for the Shen, it's not necessarily great for the Twisted Fate to 1v1 the Maokai, their 3v3 is still fantastic.
Yeah,
They've got the Ash Arrow, the Alistar.
Oh, Hart trying to go in as Amy finds a flank. They want Pong, but Dandy's dived in the back line. Long will join in late there as Xuan pops his ulti. Amy around the side trying to tie them up. Punish, forced to ulti as well. 6 takes out Amy with a cast. Punish, late dodges, but he will make it. Massive knock up there for Hart. Sketch trying to do the damage, but there's just too much CC. Xuan able to do enough damage. Pong is still alive as he gets a double. Mata will die. Long claims one in return. But it's 4 for 1 so far. Long going to be the last one standing, and this will complete the ace.
They find the ace at 34 minutes in this game. They can go back to the Baron. It's almost timed with winning team fights as the Baron is available. Translate this Baron to the Dragon again if they would like, and take down some more standing gold that is well and truly available for them to do. They've actually found themselves in such a convincing position from that fight that the gold lead basically going to be back to 0 on the back of one team fight one more time.
Yeah, 3,500 gold up. Baron will fall and make it just about 1,600, and that is nothing at this point.
Yeah, we're going to see this again, and Pong starting off in an aggressive position, but watch Xuan as well. He doesn't actually do an exceptional amount of damage, but he's threatening Sketch, pushing Sketch away from being able to do damage and actually preventing him. And then the rest of Vici, Pong in particular, able to just output this phenomenal amount and clean up the rest of the fight. Long lives for an exceptionally long time there, but he goes down, they get the ace.
Nice and tanky is the Shen.
Yes.
But UP do need to make these fights a little clearer. Punish ults back to his team.
Nice having a teleport sometimes.
As the Dragons get started up by Vici. Scotch? Nope, no steal. World 6. Level 17 Smite going to make that relatively trivial as Vici back on the offensive with their Baron buff.
Yes, and now they've got the period of control yet again where it's on the back of them to try and make things happen, get down some turrets, something that Unlimited Potential have struggled to do this game with a lot of their focus being on picks, but picks in very bad map positions to actually translate that into anything further. So Vici, they've had one opportunity so far this game to make something happen. They found themselves with a triad of gold, basically. 3 big objectives going down, and they've got the Baron again. They're making it happen all over again.
Yeah, and this gold lead's shrinking really fast. It's going to be even soon, and then probably ahead for Vici as they continue to gain territory here in this game. And to think that Vici are the team that picked the teamfight comp and can win teamfights when 10,000 gold behind is a very new Vici indeed.
Yeah, not something you're used to seeing. Unlimited Potential, again, known for their team fighting, something that they have always excelled at, playing this different style. So they've changed it up in this game, but if there's one thing to consider is that though the gold is even, once this Baron ends, we're back to even yet again, and either team can still win this from a single team fight.
And it might just be execution from that point.
Definitely.
And 37 minutes ago, I would have said UP are the ones I trust on execution. But after watching this game, I have to say, been very impressed with Vici so far.
They have team fought quite well, and you may have to coin that on the fact they've got the new mid lane and AD carry playing in this game. Something different about them is their willingness to engage, make things happen. Pong just throwing down the ultimate at ideal times, not playing the janitorial duty like that of Hetong. It's seeming to do wonders for their team fighting, and the rest of their decision making was just forced upon them in this game. So from what we have seen of them in control has been great.
It has, and you can see UP again going to line up some sort of pick, but Dandy, he is insanely tanky at this point in the game, and he's not interested in pushing too far forward. Knows that his team is close enough that if he does get jumped on, he can probably buy enough time. And Limited Potential kind of picking this split push based team and just not committing to any course of action.
So this is the easiest thing for them to default back to, essentially, is that at this point in the game, they can still 1-3-1. They are well and truly comfortable in doing so. Twisted Fate actually picking up a Negatron cloak gives him very good 1v1 against Dandy, who would have a very rough time actually in that lane. It's not necessarily easy for Vici to respond to the 1-3-1 either, but they've yet to actually commit to putting that into effect. And I think this relates back again to the 3v3 of the Scat, Hard, and Amy trio not really having enough wave clear to just instantly push things down. Their engage is good, but the follow-up to that engage is okay. It's not direct kill pressure, so Punish does have to be where Scat is. They're looking for a kill.
Yeah, and you can see Punished just been ducking in and out of the mid and bottom lanes, trying to gain some ground. Long sort of doing the same thing, sticking in the top lane, but UP are just scared at this point, I have to say. Vici have shown that if we get into a direct confrontation, we are going to win, and I don't know if UP's plan really thought past the 30-minute mark. They played so aggressively in the first 15-20 minutes, and all of a sudden, some lost team fights, and that's just come crashing down.
Yeah, I don't think they really had a plan at this stage, and I think most importantly, you look at this map, Unlimited Potential probably think that they're behind. Yeah. That is something that you can say from this. 2 Barons, 2 big team fights. You look at the kills and say, well, we've got that. But it feels like they've actually got that.
I mean, Twisted Fate Gold may be coming in there as well. So the Gold lead's probably not, like, that's probably what's keeping it up here for Unlimited Potential, which is always fun to think about. You can see Punch actually has quite a lot of gold, but Pong has even more on the Victor there.
I mean, the CS difference on the AD carries is still massive.
True.
It's really gross. Like, it's an infinity edge difference between them. But he's got enough gold that he's still Vayne. Like, that's the thing. So.
Yeah, Civil Bolt is a really good spell. Every time I see Vayne's behind him, it's like, well, as long as you make sure you get your auto attacks off, things look okay. Punished. Ulting for Vision there, finds Dandy, and then goes back towards his team. Unlimited Potential, I don't even know, getting smothered by Vici, it almost feels like. They just can't do anything, or they don't want to do anything.
I don't think they're getting smothered. I think it's more getting denied from doing anything, is that they haven't actually been out alone anywhere besides Dandy. They've always been grouped or sitting back and not actually in vision of this Unlimited Potential side. If Xuan finds himself out of position for a second, we know that he's trigger happy with this Twisted Fate ultimate. We'll be directly on top of him. Yeah,
and Punish has a decent amount of CDR, so can use the ultimate freely like he has been doing for some vision, but the Vici carries are only getting stronger. Their front line fairly big as well. And we're getting closer to that coin flip team fight where it's just like one big fight can determine the game. Buffs are spawning as well, with Baron and Dragon are back up within 40 seconds here. Dragon even sooner at about 25. But Vici are happy to be patient. We've seen that time and time again. They are almost never in a rush to finish a game.
I don't think I've ever seen them in a rush to finish a game unless they're so far ahead that it is just a systematic closeout. And that one of the better ways to describe it is just entirely systematic. They play the game as methodically as possible. And now that they've found themselves back in this game, the gold lead negligible when it's at 70k, basically doesn't make a difference unless the difference is like 10,000 between them. That is when you start to respect it. It's up to them now to try and close this game out, to try and get a team fight as methodically as possible, to choose it themselves and not let Unlimited Potential force it on them.
Yeah, and Long trying to actually do the Dragon, but Vici going straight for Baron. Ulti pop by TF. Mata going to zone them away. Amy's going to dive into the backline, might look for a steal here, but can't quite get in range. Gragas will get the Baron there for Vici. UP taking too much damage. Mata, flash double play there, finds Amy as well. 6 descends upon him, but UP are fighting well hard. Goes deep in the back. They get Pong. He pops his Zonyas. They need to get this kill. The wildcards are enough, but Schwan doing damage in the backline as Scat tanking up too much, barely lives, and Schwan flashes over to take him out. And a double kill there for Vayne. Vici barely hold on to that fight.
They barely hold on, but again, I'm not sure how much they can directly take from this because Punished is still there. They've got Shen, who is this massive tank who just needs to get some health back from his base. He's home guarded in.
Might not be enough here. Vici will get one turret Long. Gonna look for Schwan. He's gonna walk up to him. Amy's around the side as well, but the inhibitor's down. Mata no hook. And Vici smartly running away before anything else bad happens.
And Vici's side wave control, which is something against the 1-3-1 comp you're not often used to saying, has been great. You can see the bottom lane is actually pushing down hard for them. Perfectly timed with them starting the Baron, which was something that they had considered. In saying that, the top lane is doing the exact opposite. If Unlimited Potential can keep them here, which I don't think they will do.
No.
It's a whole lot of blue dots.
Yeah, it is. Dragon down for Vici though. Twisted Fate popped the ultimate, but couldn't get the rest of his team in range to fight.
This is going to be really satisfying.
Yep.
He's not oh, that's just weak.
That is weak.
You laser the whole way. I don't know how to feel about this.
I don't know. Giving it to Schwan by the looks of things. Maybe his AD carry was furiously telling him not to take his farm, but I was...
It was a silver platter.
You had me all ready for that.
I was ready for it as well, I'm not going to lie. It happens. In saying that, they did get a Baron. They got an inhibitor. Like, things are great.
Oh, everything else is just
fine. It's just that one thing. It's just set me off a little bit here.
It's going to haunt me for the rest of the night. As Schwan does need the farm, to be fair. Still 100 down on Scat. As these AD carries are fairly silly amounts of items here in the game. But again, Unlimited Potential. Finding it hard to be proactive, I feel like. The first 20 minutes were great at a very high speed.
Yeah.
And the speed has slowed significantly now, the 45-minute mark in the game.
It's still funny to consider that they're winning all of these team fights with a Vayne that is this far behind in items.
Yeah.
Still. Like, after winning that team fight, Unlimited Potential maintained the same gold lead, essentially, even though they've lost the third Baron, an inhibitor, and members of their team.
Yeah, Victor's pretty powerful. Dandy around the back, gonna find Scatch, good QSS out, Punish, dives in there with the Zonies, has to buy time, Pong, gonna pop his now as Amy's off around the flank. Can they get Victor? They need him, they'll take him out, and Schwan's chasing Amy. Amy will not fall, no. Red buff is enough to take him out. Punish now in trouble though, gets taken out. They need to kill another carry, but it's 4v2 right now, and Schwan just gonna kite them for days. Hart will be the next to fall. Vayne gets a triple Long, gonna make it a quadra, and Vici Gaming get another ace.
And Vici's team fighting again is just phenomenal.
And that's it. UP tap the mat here in game number 1 as Vici's team fighting, of all things, pulls them out of a horrible deficit in game number 1.
What a game to kick it off with as well. The aggression from Unlimited Potential was unrivaled, basically, using the Twisted Fate ultimate, the Twisted Fate teleport immediately after, and kills for falling left, right, and center. They didn't translate that into any standing gold. They didn't get turrets down. They barely got enough to find themselves still 9,000 ahead from just kills. But all it took, one good team fight from Vici Gaming. That gold lead is halved. Another good team fight for them. And it is nothing.
Yeah, pretty much even there at that point. You can see Punished. Twisted Fate maybe a bit too aggressive. It's a signature pick for him, but couldn't make it work here in this game. And again, the heart's all there for Unlimited Potential, and they are good at certain things like that team fighting, but execution, despite the clever draft, maybe left wanting as Vici's fundamentals pulled him out of a really tricky looking spot. And the Vici team fighting.
Yeah.
Finally a thing we can start talking about. That is a scary proposition.
And you even look at that last fight, Xuan just doing all of the work for his team right there, outputting tons of damage just to get his team through when they didn't even have the victor. So between this team now, with the changes in their roster so far, has been doing wonders for their team fighting, but they still possess that same nuance of slow closeout that they've always had.
Yeah. Speaking of work, we just saw Mata there on screen. That is all that man did all game long on the Thresh.
If he's not MVP, I will be surprised. That one team fight that turned it all around was a Thresh hook.
Yep.
Every successive fight after that, he was flaying all of the important members. And what can you even say about that game? It started off as a massive bang and then crashed.
Yeah, it was great fun there, but Vici just in control there somehow, despite the deficit. UP just couldn't close it out. But we do have a replay here as well of the last fight here in this game. Rusty, take us through the carnage.
So this was a really aggressive fight, basically, that went straight onto the victor from Unlimited Potential. But Vici were the ones who put this in place. So roll this one through, and Dandy actually forcing the early QSS out. You can see immediate zone use from Twisted Fate, followed by Victor at the same time. He goes down immediately from an Ash Arrow, though. And this is just the Xuan show from here on out. The red buff gets the first kill. He's still the only major damage source still alive. They don't find him because Twisted Fate's already low from his aggressive engage. And all that is remaining is 2 big tanks. It's a free quadra kill for the taking, essentially, for this Vayne. And a free team fight. But it was theirs to engage, and they made it work.
Yeah, Vici's frontline as well, doing work all game long. Just impressive, honestly, from top to support. Yeah. Just a really good showing for Vici, who are finally showing that, hey, we have a little bit more, flexibility now in our team comp. It's been a while since we've been able to say that.
Yeah, so they've still got the similar play style, but they've diversified how they put that into effect. It's great to see.
Yeah, impressive stuff. But can Vici take the next one and get the full 3 points? Don't go too far away. When we return, it'll be UP versus Vici, game number 2. welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get ourselves into game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Unlimited Potential. But Rusty, game 1 was quite the affair.
It was mayhem,
to
say the least. It broke out very early. Unlimited Potential took it to them, but this guy was a beast.
He was. Still good at Thresh, as it turns out.
Yeah.
It's only been almost a year since the last World Championships, but Mata, sharp as ever, the MVP here for this game. And like you said at the end of game 1, it just didn't really deserve to be anybody else. This hook.
Yeah, that hook was actually the hook that turned the whole game around. They caught him out of position. The rest of the team just capitalized on that engage, essentially. And it just happened time and again. Whether it was a miracle hook or whether it was just the part that he played in these games, because he was flaying people, he was using the box to catch them all in these awkward spots that allows the rest of his team, which is a Victor and a Vayne, to kite around and still be entirely relevant and not just get pushed out.
And again, sort of the theme of this whole game was Vici's really good team fighting. It was a good comp that they drafted. I liked the Victor Vayne synergy a lot, and kind of Mata with the help from everybody else, with Dandy especially on a big front line like Maokai, with World 6 on the high impact Gragas, just put together brilliant team fight after brilliant team fight. It only took about 3, but that was all Vici needed.
Yeah, they lost all of the fights prior to this actually happening, and all it took was, again, that first replay we just saw of the hook from Mata turning the entire game around. They get a Baron, they get a Dragon, they get a turret. They rinse and repeat 7 minutes later, and they do the exact same thing. And they were methodically choosing their team fights, which is still a Vici style.
Yep.
But the fact that they were winning team fights against what is the team fight team was phenomenal.
Yeah, the late game team fighting team, just to be specific.
Yeah.
I agree. UP picked a great comp. It was awesome to see Ash hanging out. Sketch doing a lot of work there on that champion, but it wasn't enough here. So very soon we're going to move into game number 2. Rusty, what has to change here for Unlimited Potential?
They probably actually just want to ban the Thresh. The team comp that Unlimited Potential put in place was a predetermined thing. That was very evident by their drafting, is that Vici picked a comp to just counter what was there from the UP side, but it didn't work because the early game was just phenomenal. The pressure they put in the 2v2, they kept World 6 down. So in saying what they need to actually change is not necessarily what they're drafting, but what they can take away from Vici to stop them from being as strong.
Yeah, is the Victor a consideration there as well? Because Pong went absolutely off on that champion. It was a priority pick for the team as well.
Yes, the Victor going to be a consideration, given they even hovered it as their first pick option, but they chose the Shen instead. So maybe this game, Unlimited Potential, will revert back to what works for them, ensure at the very least that they don't get 0-2'd and try and just out-team fight what is a very good team fighting team of Vici now.
Yeah, certainly in that game.
Yeah.
Not sure I'm willing to give them a split's worth of credit just yet.
No, not
but
just yet.
certainly looking improved. And this has been a week-on-week thing for Vici, changing their roster, sort of solidifying what seems to be a very strong starting lineup now in the last, say, 3 to 4 weeks. And you could tell that the new recruits had it in them to really add another dimension to the team. But I think that game might be the first culmination of all that coming together. And if Vici can start doing this consistently, that's a sign of a very strong team. Even if they finish low in the top 8 towards playoffs, I don't know if any team can look over at Vici as their opponent and feel particularly safe.
And that's one of the really cool things about Vici, if they can do exactly as you said, make this a thing, make it work for them consistently from here on out, is that they now have multiple styles of play. And that is something that not everyone in the LPL has. You look at even EDG, their style is linear in design, but the way they implement it is different. This is what I mean with Vici Gaming, is that they change up the way that they play, but they still play with that same strength, the slow closeout and the methodical style.
Yeah, and you can tell again the influences there on the team as far as shot calling goes. Mata and Dandy still very much alive in this team despite the role swap there for Dandy in top lane, and everyone looked good in that game for Vici. UP, though, did not look bad, so they can certainly win this second game and give themselves at least a point for their efforts against a tough-looking side now. But Vici, if they can win here, 3 points, like we've said, with barely 5 sets for some teams to go. Some have even less than that to play before playoffs. Every point matters. It mattered before, but it really matters now.
Yeah, Vici still have 3 sets after this game, so they're going to look for the 2-0, get potentially 12 points total, which will just cement their position in this playoffs, but unlimited potential at 16 points. They've got a way to go. They're the back runners at the moment, and they don't want to lose this game. And I guess what do you look at again to change in this game if you're Vici in particular? We looked at unlimited potential. What do they actually want to do differently? And it wasn't about them, it was about Vici, but look at them and you think, Vayne had a pretty bad laning phase. Maybe they want to fix that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I didn't quite expect what happened in that bottom lane to happen, but certainly a good plan there for UP, seemingly picking on that bottom half of the map pretty heavily, honestly, in the early stages. But let's let the teams do the talking now, at least as we go through the next draft here. Vici swapping over to the blue side now. They'll ban out Braum as their first, and UP going to respond with Kalista.
Yeah, not giving that Braum up at all. Something that Hart has started to play since the latest week. So smartly moving that one away from the map, removing it, and leaving them the options of the first pick for something that they might find a little bit more important. Perhaps the Victor.
Yep, maybe. I mean, Twisted Fate going to be banned away there by Vici. So UP won't get that option available to them now. We banned a number of supports in Game 1 here as well. Do Unlimited Potential want to commit Janna and Thresh to the border? Is that too much here as Rise must see a ban here for UP?
Yeah, the question mark will be, do they want to get rid of the Janna again? Or do they want to get rid of the Thresh? But this also makes the Janna lane with a Vayne exceptionally strong, almost unbeatable in terms of strength. We've seen so much success from the Janna Vayne 2v2, so maybe they want to still get rid of that Janna, risk Marta getting that Thresh again, and what was making their life hell.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't great options, unfortunately, when it comes to Marta, because he does play pretty much everything. Fizz, though, going to see a ban there for Vici. That's twice now. We've had 2 curious solo lane bans for Vici as their last one. Yasuo in Game 1, and now Fizz in Game 2.
Yeah, I think that is a punished ban in particular, though. Getting rid of that Fizz now that the Twisted Fate isn't there, so they've decided to commit to punishing Punish and actually shorten his champion pool. Maybe their first pick is going to focus on the mid lane. There's still a lot of strong things up on the board, though.
I mean, Azir, the last ban, does leave the likes of Victor, the likes of Shen, even Echo, all these champions sort of available to Vici, but they have to consider we are only going to get one of these.
Even the Janna.
Oh, that's true, actually. Janna's open. I feel like Vici are the only team in the world where first pick Janna is the thing, but it's certainly a thing.
It's definitely a thing for them. That is still worth considering. They've got the options, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is what they're going to commit to based off the performance of last game. He was one of the lanes that did well. It was just that the Twisted Fate was everywhere but his lane.
Yeah, if Marta was sort of the startup for that comeback there for Vici, Pong was the force that changed everything once those fights were set up. Victor does absolutely disgusting amounts of damage in late game, and he played a very good Victor, so I like the first pick a lot. Vici going to pick up a pretty common first pick for themselves here. As UP consider, what can we possibly counter this with? Because they must have known this was coming.
They're a side that have a lot of options available to them. They excel at team fighting, but they have tested the waters of other play styles, the split pushing styles, and just trying to make other things work. They found the most success from team fighting, so it should be what they default to. But we'll see what they actually want to go for, because they do have the first pick options. They can go for that Shen again and either pick up a support, or they could just do that. Yeah,
Annie Hecarim actually the first 2 picks there for UP. So taking Hecarim kind of away from Dandy, and I have to guess that's Annie there for Hart.
Yeah, so they've gone for the hard engage option as the either mid laner or support. We'll say support for sure. And then they've got the follow-up of the Hecarim, that overbearing, scaling tank. This is more unlimited potential style.
It is, and I think these picks as well might go nicely in with the Echo or Evelyn that Amy's shown a lot of play on here as well. So room to move for UP there in the draft as Vici consider the next 2 picks. They've got Victor. They'll take Leona, actually.
Yeah.
And then Gragas there as well, once again.
So Leona, the very common now response to the Annie pick. The hard engage that out-engages an Annie. basically just aggressive lanes. You might see a Corki or a Graves picked again in this bot lane. Something to suit the Marta playstyle on this Leona, which is just go and go. But they do have the Annie in response, so if the engage misses, the counter engage well and surely there from this unlimited potential side. And I would actually like if they did this to take it away from Vici.
Yep, I think so too. But Echo again has to be a consideration, as Amy also needs a jungler. Siva not bad as well. Lots of things for UP to take away here. 15 seconds left. Let's see what they want.
There's a lot of options. The Echo most likely going to be the pick. If he changes at the last second, it'll probably translate more to a Lee Sin option, but Gragas does quite well into that, so they have locked.
Takes Echo, takes Siva, doesn't really take the aggressive AD away.
No.
And Vici just goes straight to, hey, I want to play this boss? Mida's like, yeah, I think I probably do.
Is what, like I thought they were going to go for the Corki. Corki has a little bit more range, is a bit safer in laning phase and can farm quite well, irrespective of how the lane is going. Though Siva can do that, she does push quite hard. Now, you've picked a low-ranged AD carry into what is a Leona already. If you can get rid of the spell shield, Graves is actually quite good for this because Siva has to spell shield the Leona stun. And then you've got the entire combo that you can put down, which is ridiculous damage, on top of Siva's head.
Yep. That's exactly what they're going to do here, as Graves is the pickup for Schwan, so nice and aggressive now in the bottom lane for Vici. But Marta, selecting the last pick. It will be now they're coming in for Dandy. And he's probably played this matchup countless times, even though he's only been a top laner in the LPL for a fairly short amount of time.
Yeah, so one thing I do like here from UP is that if they lock in this Cassidy, does well into the Victor, and this is another reason as to why they've gone for the Siva, opposed to something with longer range, is that they were missing wave clear otherwise that they can then rely on. So if they actually commit to it, they've got a very strong team comp all around. They're picking not just to counter their lanes, which is something they often try to do so well, is that they've now picked a team comp behind that.
Much more rounded, yes, here for UP. And a lot more team fight now as well. That was, I think, the problem they ran into was that face-checking Victor, Maokai, Gragas was just too much.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Marta's run around making plays like a boss. So UP going to try and match some of that late game style here and go back to basics, honestly, here. Unlimited potential have always looked good when they get late in team fight. And the Echo Annie Siva Hecarim wombo with a bit of Janitor from Punished can be quite effective if they can get their farm.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team fighting comp, to say the least. They've gone back to their roots, what works for them. But you look at Vici Gaming, it feels like their bot lane wants to match it, their mid lane can very easily match it, and the rest of the side is there just to accommodate this. So lots of big team fights are incoming.
And that's great. If we're going to watch a Vici game where team fighting's a thing, sign me up.
Yeah.
I'll watch these all day long. Dandy on now versus Long there on the Hecarim as well. 6 there with Gragas goes up against Amy's Echo.
Yeah, they've got the early pressure junglers there as we move towards the mid lane. And a favourable matchup, arguably, for the Cassidy.
Yep, this has been one of the few matchups that people have liked into Victor. We'll see how Punish goes today. Schwan though on the Graves. Nice and aggressive there into Siva. No Vayne this time. And there's Marta on Leona into Heart. So matching aggressive supports here once again for the Korean support buddies.
Yeah, so you look to the bot lane in this game for where the action is going to happen. Not to say it didn't last game, because that's exactly where it happened over and over. But the same thing goes in this game in much more of a 2v2 style.
Yep, have to make sure everything is A-OK. Well, let's get ourselves into the game as UP and Vici take to the Rift one more time. And welcome back. Here is Unlimited Potential. Move out of their base. See what they can set up here at level 1 to try and take a game off of Vici, who are poised to take 3 points and shoot themselves up the ladder. Remember, playoff spots not locked yet. Teams can sneak in, but Vici, who are already sitting in that top 8, might be looking, thinking, you know what? Can we get to top 4? There is not much time left, Rusty, but this will be a nice start to that push here in week number 10.
Yeah, it'd be a great time for them to put in their final push, their last legs in this split. So if they can find at the very least this game, the 3 extra points will at least rocket them even further up in the standings to be in contention for those top 4 places. 1 and 2 maybe not, 3 and 4 definitely.
Yep, a chance here at least for Vici, who have moved up fairly defensively here for game number 2. Heart and Skatch will team up in the bottom side here to try and do some damage. Heart with that stun already. And if there wasn't aggression enough here in game number 1, bottom lane in particular, like you've highlighted, could be real scary as Mata just making sure he stays safe.
Yeah, just kind of poking around at the moment. Nothing crazy actually happening. They are going to spot Mata, so they do know where the bot lane is, but Mata also knew that that was a ward there and has revealed himself to then recall back to his AD carry, his partner in crime, sitting in the top lane.
That is adorable from Vici. But UP do sniff out the lane swap. It seems like Vici wanted to get away from that 2v2, but not going to get the chance this time. As Skatch and Heart going to take the guess here and run up towards the top lane.
He's actually just spotted Skatch as he was trying to put a sort of freeze into effect. Has actually opted to put down some damage because Heart's here.
Yeah, Mata not here just yet. Heart lines up the stun, does get it. Auto attack in there as well, and Schwan eating so much here at level 1. Mata just missing that stun.
Oh, man.
And we'll chug some pots and reset.
We said there was going to be aggression. I didn't expect it this hard and fast at level 1, but that's exactly what they have done. They've exceeded expectations. The Sivir doesn't have direct control of the lane, but is starting to push those minions back, and this is where the fight for level 2 becomes very important.
Yeah, critical here. As Skatch and Heart can have a race.
Who can last hit the minions and then still push it to not get denied too.
Yep. Need all your CS there as well. Close there. Heart gets it. Ready for the stun. Mata must be close. Schwan needs one more creep. But they're going to move them off the lane for a little while longer. No kills forthcoming just yet, though.
But just like that, the lane pressure is completely out the window. There's no potion available for Schwan, and he's behind in that level. So now he's finally level 2. They're going to have to get a gank to have any chance in this lane.
Yeah, here comes World 6 heal down as well, though, as Heart gets jumped on by Mata. Going to keep running in. World 6, great flash after the body slam. Skatch going to get chased down, and first blood goes to Gragas.
Heart with a nice flash, but Skatch not able to do so himself, as just as we mentioned, World 6 needing to... Wow.
Mata, real aggressive there, but does not hit the flash Zenith Blade.
Thankfully, it doesn't matter too much because they still have control of this lane. You can see World 6 is actually here because they're trying to push it to reset and potentially get a recall in if need be. Heart actually trying to stop it from happening.
But he knows that that's a losing proposition.
Yeah.
So we're going to pull the wave back, last hit what he can. And Skatch going to return to the top lane, but with a death in that middle column, punished. Now here in the mid lane up against Pong. Looking alright right now, like we've said, Cassidy. Pretty easy time here in the matchup.
Yeah, the biggest thing between them both is that Victor has to expend so much mana to actually try and poke the Kassadin out. And not only does the Kassadin have the magic shield to boot, has 6 pots, usually starting with that flask and 3 reds. A very comfortable position, assuming he times his spell shield with when Victor puts down damage. But you can see it now. No mana available.
Yep. Going to be tricky there for Victor as Mata had a wander down to the mid lane, but doesn't find himself a target. Top lane.
World 6 is the support for this game.
He is sitting in the top side, hanging out in the brush. Mata, he wants it, but he is warded.
Yeah, so he's going to be spotted, but we'll see what he wants to actually do.
They know he's there.
They don't know World 6 is here, that's the thing. So they're thinking he's poised aggressively. They may even place a ward to be sure.
Back in again. Skat's going to lose that shield. Zenith Blade lands. Might be too far forward.
Whoa.
Mata eats a tower hit for his trouble.
They still won the trade, honestly, because Skatch is the one without help.
Yeah, and Amy's chasing up here as well, but his Raptor Sense will pop. World 6 will back away. And Amy's going to be too late to influence that top lane.
Yeah, Amy, too little too late, essentially. Is just trying to alleviate some pressure that is being placed down, and again, give Unlimited Potential another chance to push out this wave. And we've been focusing a lot on the bot lane, which is in the top lane, so the Australian lanes.
Yep.
But something that is very important is that the second we look away, there's probably going to be a death.
Yeah, both these teams playing nice and aggressively here in that 2v2 as Amy going to take away the Scuttle Crab now for himself, get himself up to level 4. And Punish going back for his early itemization, going for that quick blasting one.
Yeah, he's picked up a blasting one. The aggressive decision, basically. He knows that the more ability power you have, the bigger your shield is going to be on that Q. So it's actually still a defensive item in terms of laning phase directly, which is great.
It's one of those nice quirks about the matchup as well,
Yeah.
where Punished, for maybe the only Cassidy matchup that I can think of, is actually maxing that Null Sphere as well.
Yeah, so it's definitely a great position to find yourself in, especially from laning. Wow.
Dive, Dandy, ulti, long, can't get out, ulti's away, might be safe, but it's too much CC. Dandy gonna take one more hit, but it's actually not enough as Pong comes in to clean up. That will be, and Victor claims the kill.
And that's a silver platter if ever I have seen one. Punished has made his way down. He's spotted. I'm not sure what he's actually going to try and... No, he's fine.
Well, looking for Dandy.
For a second there, I thought he was on the other team because there were so many members under that turret, I thought it was theirs. But I was wrong.
Did Punish walk over a pink ward?
Yeah, he did, and he left it.
That's unfortunate. There it is. Just above Sketch's head there to the left. Ooh, Hart gonna find Pong. Ulti down for Victor. Cleanse out as well as the port's gonna land in. Punish gonna try and play clean up, but Victor's killed Annie. World 6 now gonna get knocked back as Long's ported his way into this one. Punish will get the kill. He's gonna look for that reset. Has to flush out. Low on mana, can't do too much else as Dandy chasing them down. Amy needs a stun, doesn't get it, finds Pong there instead. Punish coming back, gets the kill onto Victor as Sketch has joined in now as well. Dandy almost Mega Gnar, but he doesn't have his ultimate, and Amy trying to get away will get walloped just at the edge. Kill goes through there for Gnar, and a real messy fight as Vici go up 5-2.
Yeah, Vici again, they start to out-skirmish this side of Unlimited Potential, who are the ones putting it in place. Long teleporting in with that Hecarim, did not have his ultimate available again. Neither did Dandy, to be fair, but he didn't get there until much later in that trade. Punish did well to find himself kills though. He has 2. That is massive right now for this side. As Pong actually catches Hart completely out of position. They do put down some great damage onto the Victor to ensure he's not as prominent in this further engage. World 6 goes down immediately to Punish, who has to flash because he wasted all of his mana as well to ensure he was the one that got the kill. The rest of Unlimited Potential make their way in, and they put down pressure on Pong. He goes down from the Null Sphere, but Xuan's here as well. The saving grace, the Mega Gnar, and the fact that Graves is here on the sidelines. The rest of Unlimited Potential, they try their best to poke at the edges and peace out. They still lose that member in the river.
Yeah. Graves not level 6 either. Is now level 6 with an early brutalizer. Luckily for UP, didn't have that then.
But in saying that, nor was the Siva, who definitely would have been there a lot sooner with the ultimate.
True. So good timing there for the fight, but Vici go up there. Although Cassidy with those kills could make a nice impact. He's almost got that Rod of Ages completed. We seem to have swapped back though with the AD carries as Xuan is at least in the bottom lane. Siva and Annie going to do the same now. And we'll just see what happens here as Vici go up about 2,000 gold or so, but still anyone's game here early on.
Personal favorite Graves build of mine as well is that he's gone all into the mid-game aggression and he's matching what Unlimited Potential are trying to do themselves. Going for that brutalizer, working towards the Ghost Blade. It's great for your burst. Not necessarily easy to do against the Siva, but that's where the perks of a Leona come down.
Yep, now you can see World 6 wrapping around mid lane to try and gank. Finds Punish there. Ulti's good as well. Amy trying to set something up, but Punish already has to run away. Now World 6 might have got caught out as Hart finds a stun there onto Gragas. Gravity Field is down. Punish does not finish that kill. Marta will jump in onto the Cassidy and take him out as Amy's going to try and run himself to safety. Gets the proc there for a bit of speed, but Vici get the kill.
Yeah, Vici again. They're rotating everywhere. Even the Graves and Leona are here at all times. They're just working the map super well, playing to strengths that they otherwise don't usually have that much of. So it's doing wonders for them.
It is, and it's nice to see Xuan playing aggressively, like you mentioned. Marta, especially on a pick like Leona, we expect this sort of play as Dandy stunned up there by Hart. Sketch, do you have enough damage? I'm not sure. Dandy hops away just in case. But he's pretty tanky.
That's a big old Gnar right now. 2-0-1 with his armor boots completed and a Giant's belt to boot. So there's no way for the Annie to directly kill Dandy, but Hart's making some bank off the top of hitting him.
Yep, gonna get some money out of the Spell Thief's Edge. Who steals Dandy's gold. But not too phased there as Dandy and CS leads here for Vici have come out in every single lane. That bottom lane in particular, despite the movement, 30 CS ahead here for the Graves.
Yeah, so most of that gold lead has actually been accrued from the movements around the map where Vici have found advantages and can then translate those advantages into further farm. Something that has been working very well for them thus far. And looking to continue that, this UP side are trying to get some towers back, find some objectives, something that they sorely missed in that last game. They're already one down though.
Yeah,
so
gonna get denied maybe by Dandy. Minions there, Sketch will stay just to finish it off. Now gonna pop the ulti. Dandy though, almost Mega Nova as Amy's wrapped himself around here as well. Punished also joining in as Amy tries to find the flank. Dandy though has gone Mega, will do soon. Marta goes in though, finds the seed in play. Dandy, massive flash, no ultimate, finds Punish as well. 6 gets the Gragasol, but Amy resets there as Graves comes in and Pong just destroys unlimited potential. Gets almost an instant double. Gonna find Amy for the trips. And a 4-for-1 team fight win for Vici.
At 12 minutes in the game, Vici completely turn it on yet again. They are controlling everything on this map. Unlimited potential. They're the ones looking to push down a turret. Granted, they got the turret. They're the ones who pay for their lives with it. The instant translation is another turret back against them and potentially a third one in the top lane. Vici just seems so in control. They know exactly what is going to happen before it does. They execute nearly to perfection. And this Victor is now 6-1.
Yeah, disgustingly far ahead as Schwan will get that turret there as well.
And in 12 minutes, look at this gold lead as well. Like, it's ridiculous.
So it is. So is this.
Dandy hits the Mega enough, flashes and uses his ultimate. He's knowing that he's going to go down, but he does so much work prior to that doesn't really matter. And then Victor, Pong just comes in and decimates everybody in the back line. Waits for his spell cooldown, ensures he gets the triple kill as Marta did try to steal that one, but did not find it.
Marta, unsurprisingly, trying to get cheeky there. So Pong is going from strength to strength.
Pastry.
Basically, straight up Abyssal after that fight.
Yep.
So looking pretty good here on the Victor with his 2 upgrades there as well. And Hecarim very rightly run away, seeing Marta and Victor wander through the jungle.
Yeah, so he's gone for a straight Abyssal Scepter. Doesn't actually have the Morellos, any type of mana regeneration available to him. But they've got such control of the map that he can definitely work around getting all of the blue buffs. In saying that, he's gone for the immediate combat stat because he needed the magic penetration that he's now from Sword Shoes, and he's already got the cooldown reduction that he would get from a Morellos from the Lucidity Boot. So it's still a well-rounded build, just missing the mana.
Yeah, like it a lot here from the Victor as he's approaching level 11. Hart gonna go back along with Amy though, as Victor's now just split pushing, and Long, who's just got that Cinder Hulk and a Null Magic Mantle, can't really contest Victor 1v1. World 6 as well. Gonna get his team the Dragon, and very casually Vici find themselves already 5,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's seemingly almost too easy for them at this stage. And something we mentioned earlier is that it feels like they're in control. They're definitely one step ahead of everything UP are trying to put into effect. This gold lead is just indicative of that. We're seeing it again.
Danny's 2 levels ahead here of Sketch. Got a pickaxe there as well. Just going to run in and try and take him out. Sketch gets slowed again. Ulti! Does get spell shielded there as Amy's going to dive in, but that might be too much here. Dandy needs a bit of rage. Has to hop away there. Will get to safety, but Long has the ulti. Will he chase him down? He pops the Onslaught of Shadows. Convergence down there as well, but Marta looking for a stun. They dodge the W. Dare down there as well. Punish will get kill number 1. Sketch is low though, and UP have to back away.
They're picking people off because there was no Victor. Pong was actually not close enough to have an impact in that fight. But Dandy was the one being aggressive, or mentioning one step ahead. That's exactly what he was, because he spotted Sketch rotating from top to bottom, or top to mid. Finds a lot of damage. They don't get the kill because of a ridiculously good spell shield though to block Schwan's ultimate on that Graves. Saves his own life, comes back in. They ensure they get the kill, but then immediately back up because they haven't seen Victor in a long time. They didn't know where he was. He could have been there, and if he was there, they were all done.
They were, like we saw in the last fight. Vici very strong, especially with that mid laner. But taking their time, World 6 takes the blue buff. That's more than a little awkward, but should be just fine here as Vici continuing to grow from strength to strength. Dandy actually even going for that aggressive build. I believe that's going to be a frozen mallet.
Yeah, look, you said more than a little awkward. It's even more than that. It's a lot of awkward.
A lot of awkward.
We just mentioned how the Victor needs blue buffs because of his itemization.
Dandy, nope, denied. Hop there. Will get interrupted there by Long. They'll dive in. Echo going to create that stun shield. Dandy going to go down. Meganar not there in time, and Amy claims the kill.
Close for Long there. One more tower hit and an auto from Dandy. He would have gone down, but the cavalry arrived just not in time to ensure it. As another nice rotation from UP find themselves yet again another pick onto Dandy.
And that's important. They get a couple more of those, and that gold lead starts to shrink ever so softly. I like that they all ran away from Victor, though, and to their credit, I think I would too. He is
I don't think I know
crazy strong.
Who wouldn't run away from Victor right now. He is beyond big and is only going to get bigger. That's the scary part about this Victor right now. He's actually going to get one.
Yep, gets the blue buff here. World 6 holds off there, able to give his mid laner the enemy blue buff.
Oh, the Gromp Smite battle.
Won by World 6. Amy not able to get it there. And Gragas continuing to find strength here, honestly, for World 6. Had some great ultis in the team fights there for Vici. They're just walking around doing some counter jungling as Pong is going to go Sheen. Lich Bane second there. Love this Victor build.
That is an aggressive Victor build. He's got now a flat mana pool, which is going to be fantastic at the very least for being able to output more spells again. He's got the cooldown reduction ready to go. His damage with his Q now is just going to be phenomenal. So it's a very nice itemization choice here. You still have to keep note. They have 5 kills, here, UP. 4 of them are still on the Kassadin, who is ramping up to be a freak.
Yeah, 4-2-0 there for Punish. Rod of Ages halfway done there with 5 stacks, and I believe that Zon is coming up.
Should be.
Punish getting nice and strong here. There's Marsha and Schwan. Going to try and do some damage to this turret, but Punish will join in just to deny that from going down.
Yeah, so the saving grace again, this Kassadin, once he gets level 11, which he already is, and then level 16 when he just becomes this mobile, unstoppable force of nature, essentially. He can just chase down anybody. Vici, they've got their team fighting to fall back upon, which is going to be doing very well for them. And they're still trying to pressure this bot lane turret. They really want it.
Moby Boots Marta, real threatening there on the Leona, but doesn't commit there to the dive. Pong as well, just trying to keep Punish occupied. Doing a decent damage to the tower with that Sheen as Long is in hell. Dandy has a frozen mallet.
Yeah, legitimate hell in terms of being on Summoner's Rift right now. This all he's missing is a Black Cleaver.
He might do it. Oh, Marta gets longer, but the Zenith Blade almost nails him with the ulti. But an onslaught of shadows to safety as Punish going in deep. Looking for Marta, gets some damage down, forced a roof walk off to safety as Vici going to claim themselves tower number 4.
You can see the control they've got on the map. Even look at the bottom side whilst they're top. They've already got the wards where required in the top lane, but if they ever want to translate back to where the dragon is about to spawn in 37 seconds, they've got 2 pinks, 4 green wards, and they are very content with just walking to the pit. They're not scared.
And is this the Vici we sort of expect to see? Rusty when they get ahead?
It's a bit more of the Vici that we expect to see. The team fighting should just come naturally to them from the lead that they've accrued earlier. But they don't really, Look, this is just a standard Vici right now. They've just got this exceptional skirmishing strength, which is very nice to see.
It is. Marta again looking aggressively in. Doesn't find someone, but Infinity Edge completed there for Schwan. Armor now coming out for Dandy and World 6. And a Lich Bane almost done there for the Victor means that next team fight going to be awfully tricky for UP as Vici have already started themselves up the dragon.
Yeah, this won't be contested. As mentioned, the warding that has been put in place, they would have known if UP were coming towards this pit whatsoever. And they've been pushed out of their own jungle. We've seen World 6 countering the Gromp 3 minutes prior to this. That's how long they've had control of that area. So smartly, not going near the dragon, accepting that it's gone. It was only the second one as well. The real threat starts to arise now that we're at the 20-minute mark, that they could consider a Baron.
They could. Vici is certainly a team that if they feel like they can do something, they will be decisive in their calls. They are, when ahead especially, a brutally efficient team. as far as their wins go, as red buff gets donated over there to Graves. You can just see again, that vision you talked about, Rusty. UP just have so much coverage.
Yeah, I mean, VG have just got it literally everywhere. Unlimited potential, trying to sneak wards deeper. But try as they might, it's specific areas that are now warded. And they're even double warding to ensure that it's in place, because they don't have many places that they can actually walk out to and stretch their vision further. This is very standard for a Vici style of play, where they're going to bleed out their opponents, and very hard to stop the bleeding at this stage.
Yep. And once you start bleeding more and more, Vici tend to close nice and quickly. Dandy still on the top side there, pushing out. Long going to do the same for his team in the bottom half of the map. But Vici going to go back, spend some of that gold, and regroup for a possible team fight, or maybe just a Baron attempt here. As right now, Vici are in the ones in complete control. Still about 4,500, 5,000 gold up, and only getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, they've got absolute control of the map, as they're just going to start, I would assume, closing out vision. That's just wrong.
We have seen so many pink wards today.
3 of them.
Glossed over.
3 people.
Glossed over.
Just walk through that pink ward. Oh.
Remember the A move at home, kids. Ooh, teleport. Vici looking long, barely dodging that one. But World 6 going to dive in. Ulti from World 6 goes wide. Blue buff will get taken there by Victor. And UP, lucky to be alive.
Yeah, they've done well to actually get out with their lives. The Gragas ultimate not connecting because the FLICKR, who, by the way, has the Merc Treads that have now saved his life essentially twice in a row from consecutive skirmishes by being able to use his shadows to actually get over walls or get to safety. So very nice itemization choices here from UP, or from Long in particular. They're still trying to ramp up themselves, because something we've mentioned is that though stylistically this is the death by 1,000 cuts that we know Vici love to do so avidly, unlimited potential, they love to hit 35 minutes in the game and have a late game team fight.
Yeah.
At this stage, they're going to be on track.
They are. And how much scaling is even here for the comp for UP here as well, Rusty? Because you look across and it feels like they have quite a lot of late game to sort of lean on.
Yeah, so they've got the FLICKR and the Kassadin first and foremost. Echo's always going to be able to do damage at all stages of the game. He's got his passive, so that is just going to do wonders for their late game team fighting. The Sivir, though not known for her hyper scaling, if you compare it to what is now a Graves, who is a burst AD carry essentially, he's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage late game as relative to the Sivir, so they're about even.
Yep, Skatch still going to pop that Sivir ulti and look for a stun. Bear lands there onto World 6. He'll flash though to avoid the rest of the chaos. Get back towards his tower safely, but UP gonna have some traction around the Baron pit.
That was a phenomenal ult by the Gragas just there as well. They secure themselves a safe escape. He does need to blow the flash, but avoiding taking so much damage that they could have flashed after him themselves. They've got the advantage, the inside track again. They can very easily take down this turret, and they do.
Yep, tower number 5 now for Vici, as they've knocked down 2 of the 3 inner turrets here. Looking to maybe spike at that inhibitor, but instead back themselves away. And again, very methodical, very safe here for Vici. They know they're ahead, so no need to make any sort of reckless moves right now.
It's like leaving a crumb trail to get back to where you started. Every single time Vici go anywhere, they just leave this litter of wards and vision behind them to ensure that they're safe if they need to go to that area again, or catch people on rotation to and from said area.
Yeah, there's almost an unreasonable amount of wards. As Long is forced to teleport out though. Amy going to get caught there potentially. Does go down as Schwan just happened to ultimate him. Punished. Good. Zonya's dodging the slow there from World 6 now. Long going to dive his way in. Did get out safely. Marta though going to get healed down, and the ulti from Victor going to mount everybody else. Sivir will get the kill onto Leona, but it's 3 dead already there for UP. Skatch looking to be the 4th body on the Rift. Will go down as Victor snags a triple.
It's just the Victor show right now. They get a fantastic engage. They all play their part. But the second that Pong is in the fight putting down damage, every single person in a 500 AoE of him melts. Completely removed from the map. The Annie didn't even live for longer than a second once he got in there and pressed his R key. It's just disgusting, but they're able to do a lot of work around his strength. They're playing to it, they're engaging, knowing that when the Victor's there, they'll still win the fight.
there. And smart overstay as well for Vici. Claim themselves the turret in the bottom lane. And UP again just wondering, what do we do against this team? They need to kill the Victor, but at 9-1-3, now with a perfect Hex Core and a needlessly large rod to add into his inventory as well. Pong is once again on the Victor looking unstoppable.
It's a hard question to ask, where do you go from this point where it just feels like the Victor, the entirety of their team's damage, is legitimately unstoppable, and it's an unreasonable amount of damage to ever consider fighting him. But they're still waiting. They are still playing the waiting game. They need to just deny vision in set areas where they can then control the map, maybe make another pick like they have been onto Dandy multiple times. Default back to that environment, that setting, where they start to scale. The Cassidy hitting 16 is a big point for them that they need to do. Similar to Cogmore in terms of how the AP Cog hits strength at 16. That's Cassidy in a nutshell. Vici don't seem to want to let that happen.
No. I mean, they know Long's bottom side with no port. Hart barely misses the Martyr ultimate, but too much damage from Graves and Victor. Gonna make this a 5v4.
Completely put in the dumpster right there.
Yeah.
Hart had no chance. Graves even using the ultimate before the buckshot to ensure he went down. Point blank in the face. And now they can go back to the Baron and reset, knowing they're missing a member.
UP are taking Dragon. Punish gonna get an objective. Unlimited potential can only trade in this situation, and Vici claimed the Baron as Dragon 1. There goes to UP. But again, just so far ahead, almost 9,000 gold up for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, so unlimited potential. They get half of the gold that was accrued from the Baron. They get a Dragon. It's not all that bad. The question is going to be raised now as to what Vici can actually get done with that Baron buff. They've got the driver's position there, the one's in a strength point. I'm actually watching to see if they walk through that pink again.
Dandy gets ulted, but I think he's just trapped Hecarim. Gonna slow him down there with the Rylai's. Needs to build some rage as Punish might save him. Boomerang lands. He's procced it again. Hyper's down. The Rylai's is too much. And Victor claims his 11th kill of the game.
And World Six is honestly throwing out his explosive cast to try and kill Steel. He's going full Martyr right now. Doesn't find it again. But this side, they're just so strong. Like, they are beyond powerful and unlimited potential. They are trying to make things happen. You can see the attempted pick right there. They basically caught what looked like Gnar out of position. Turned out to be the Hecarim. But in saying that they are still trying, it's a desperate attempt though. You feel the desperation behind it.
You do. And Vici now with the Baron buff, with the Lich Bane, and almost the Rabadon's completed. Gonna delete Punished almost.
Okay.
UP can't defend this tower after that. How great is the ult synergy between Graves and Victor?
Oh, it's wonderful. Like the line skill shots as well as the burst that can immediately come out. They've got the Leona to boot.
Oh, long tags. Only slowed. World 6. Cast. Gets Hecarim. Ult pop there from Scatch. UP just trying to save something in this game. His mid inhibitor already been broken down.
Yeah, it's already broken, but Vici is still sitting around the middle inhibitor. So they were trying to make a pick and then translate that pick elsewhere. They also didn't have the minion control in another lane to actually get more than just the inhibitor. And now they basically need to reset again. They didn't have the side wave control that you otherwise would expect because they just pressed that go button. They just went mid. They found their opportunity and they took it.
Yep, and pretty good one they found there as the 10,000 gold ahead here in this game. Vici looking on quick track to close out the series 2-0 and claim the maximum points here as Schwan. Gonna start things off early, go down to the top side and push that wave back.
Full armor penetration Graves right now. Has the Infinity Edge to boot for a bit of crit in between all of his spells that he's using.
Just in case.
Definitely a spell-focused Graves at the moment.
Yep.
Able to put in work for his team. And combo, as you said, with the Victor ultimate. I don't see any member of UP actually living through that combo, let alone having a Graves there to boot.
Yeah, I mean, Ghostblade, kind of nice. See what happens. Schwan again, sort of off to the side doing, let's say, collateral damage. Just sort of hanging out. That was actually unintentional, I realized. Realized a second too late, Rusty. But he's just kind of hanging out. He's firing shots in, seeing who we can clean up. It's Victor that is all the upfront damage.
Oh yeah, Victor is like 90%. I would love to see the damage dealt.
Oh my god.
This game. It'd be so in favor of Pong. just been making life miserable for every one of UP. They've translated this pressure. Dandy actually sitting in the base looking to get them away from the turret so that they can secure this one themselves.
Oh, getting flanked now. Punish is slowed. Amy going to try and run them off, but Dandy's almost mega. They'll dive in there. They'll pop the ulti onto Schwan. Long round the back, going to try and find it, but Heart's already dead to Victor. Dandy scoops him out with a massive ulti, and Schwan is still alive there. Long could not finish him off. Victor's got himself a quadra kill in and amongst all this. And Vici Gaming get the ace, and they'll take the game.
We've been saying it time and again, but Pong is just beyond huge. 2 surrenders in 2 games here. This Vici Gaming side look completely reinvigorated. And what a better time for that to occur than just before the second last week and their first series. They've got 3 best of 2s remaining, a total of 9 points still left available for them. This is the best way to kick that run off.
It is. Playoff runs are big for all the teams here in the LPL. Sketch leans back in his chair and wonders what happened. Seems so good after game number 1, but Vici made the comeback, and game 2 was about 10 minutes shorter and just as one-sided by the end of it there. Vici took over in the second game of the series.
I can tell you what happened, Pastry.
Yeah?
Victor happened.
Victor did happen. You want to see the graphs for game number 2? I want to see the graphs for that series.
Yeah.
There's a chance he doubled total damage on the enemy team for that series on Victor. He did so much work.
It was gross. And I mean, Schwan was doing his job. The first game was rough. He got completely destroyed, but that was a 5-man bottom over and over again. But you say that, you look at the next game, the Graves was an entirely new person. At the aggressive bottom lane, they matched what UP were trying to do. It was an adaptation, but it was also playing to their own style.
Yeah, and a well-deserved win there for Vici. Gives them game number 2 and 3 well-earned points in this particular series. Like you said, not that many games left to play here. I believe the most any team has is 5. Most teams have between 3 and 5. Here's the teams hug it out there. You can see Dandy saying hello to some old friends there from Korea. Sketch and Hard looking pretty good, especially there in the first game. But hugs all around as Vici just say, hey, well played, but thanks for the points. We will take them.
You have to take them right now, and you question unlimited potential how they're going to be feeling right now. Not a whole lot of games remaining for them left to play. They've got 3 series of their own remaining, but after that and their positioning on the ladder, very risky position.
It is, and the opposite for Vici, who thought maybe, you know what, we're finishing 7th, 8th, we'll comfortably get into playoffs, but maybe have a rough time once that gauntlet starts. All of a sudden, they're looking and just thinking, you know what, we have a lot of points to grab.
They do. They have a ridiculous amount of points that are still there for them to get. And I believe we have a replay of that last fight also. So we're going to bring this one up. And Vici at this stage, they are stupidly ahead. So we'll just roll this one through, keeping in mind Pong actually finds himself a quadra kill. And Schwan somehow kites his way around and can actually survive the onslaught of this Hecarim. Meanwhile, you're just seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 pop up on your screen. The Victor just destroying everyone.
Yeah, that was the Dandy Pong show there on the Victor comboing through there with all that CC and just deleting the poor members of UP. Well fought there in the series, but Vici looking really threatening. You know, we kind of saw them and said, you know what? This team looks good. Starting to look great now, Avicii.
That's right. And again, they've diversified the way that they're playing. And off the back of an impressive 2-0, I look forward to their next.
I do as well. But we are done for that series here. But don't go too far away. We're only just 1 series down. And next series 2 is going to be great as LGD will be taking on King. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. It's about to get ourselves into our second series. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pie. And that last series, my oh my, Vici Gaming, looking real potent all of a sudden.
Yeah, it started off really good for UP. Unlimited Potential took it to them. They played a really unique style of team comp, global pressure everywhere. But Vici found their footing. They found the answer, and then coming into that second game, it just felt like they were near unstoppable from the very beginning to the very end.
It did, and if Marta was the story of game one there for Vici, that was all their new mid laner Pong there on Victor for the second game in a row, but just completely going off. His game one was great, but that game two was something else. If you're a mid lane player, that's the sort of game you dream of.
Yeah, so the game one was good, but it wasn't revolving around him at all. They were focusing elsewhere. So game two was a standard matchup. It was a Kassadin matchup, which arguably favors the Kassadin, and he still found himself 6-1 and instantly killing everyone.
Yeah, which is a pretty good place to be if you're Victor there just bursting people down. But moving into our next matchup now, LGD versus King. This will be our theme pretty much of the weekend and probably the next week there as well, Rusty. But playoffs. We saw Vici getting some more points. They'll vault themselves up the ladder, maybe a couple more places now, moving in towards those fourth. But here is the highlights from our last game here. You can just see all of the power of this Victor as we move into the later clips. But the whole early game was played great.
Yeah, so it was played super well by Vici Gaming, and Unlimited Potential were trying to put things into effect with this wombo combo between them. This is what starts it all. You can see Victor creeping up the sidelines there, instantly destroying everyone, and this is the moment. From that point, it just started to completely take off, and it feels as though Vici had an answer to everything Unlimited Potential were putting in place before it actually happened. And like time and again, you just watch Pong on this Victor just arrive to the fight, though late because the Kassadin rotates slightly faster, just on time to ensure people died.
Yep, and that's really all you need to do if you're a Victor. Arrive on time and take people out. You can see the LGD fans lining things up in the audience, ready to cheer for what's been a very popular team here in China. And they've only gotten better and better, but by the looks of things, might be starting with King to kick things off. Who knows, though?
Yeah, you will find out.
Oh, it is
there
MVP.
It is. Last game. So you look at the jungle control rate is really indicative of what actually happened in that game. Not a single chance for UP to be in their own jungle.
Nope. And a well-deserved MVP there for the Victor player, Pong. Young mid lane player looking better and better as the games go on, and a well-deserved MVP there in the series. I have to say, though, Vici is the team just performing well. If we get MVP their team, that might be where we go. But you can see Dandy's massive ultis here setting up, and Victor just always on time here for a triple.
Yeah, 15-1-3 Pong was at the end of this game, which is just absurd. He was such a big impact in his team's success, was full build by the end of the game, and also did double the damage of any single member from this Unlimited Potential side. So this Victor was a force to be reckoned with, and he made it known through all of these great plays. And something we mentioned, that he didn't really get there directly on time. He wasn't always at the fight until later on. But once he was there at the fight, the nearest person to him usually died.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
And again, it was a team-wide effort there for Vici. I loved the front line there from World 6 and Dandy, who also feel like they're finally getting some synergy together.
Yeah, definitely. The way that they played the front line was great. The synergy was definitely there. They lived long enough to allow the Victor to actually make it to the fight. Dandy going super aggro, actually having the frozen mallet as well. They picked on him a couple of times for having that itemization, more of the split push option. But all in all, they just turned it on. Vici came together as a team, and they basically out-team fought their opponents.
Yeah, and that's, again, a rare thing for Vici to be out-team fighting people, but a good weapon for them to have moving in late into the season, and of course into playoffs, which leads us to our next series. LGD taking on King, two teams that have struggled, I have to say, sort of consistently throughout the season, but LGD recently Didn't take much, but finally with playoffs approaching and the format changing and almost a completely different team.
Yeah, so we're looking at 5th place taking on last place right now in this next best of 2. LGD, the team, well, I guess it's 6th place now that Vici have actually just 2-0 moved themselves up a little bit. But in saying that, they're a side that have just completely turned on the afterburners. They're not looking like slowing down anytime soon. And they've just found victory after victory. Their last 2 sets, 2-0s themselves.
Yep, and that's exactly where LGD want to be. Just tear through their opponents, take the maximum points, and finish as high as possible. LGD are the sort of team that can certainly get top 4, but I almost feel like they're gunning for top 2.
Definitely. They want to be up as high as possible. With the playoff announcements and the way that it actually works is the higher you are, the better. LGD, they don't want to settle for something that is just in the playoffs. They want to get as high as possible. Now is the best time to ensure that they are as high up in the rankings as they can possibly get. They need to find a 2-0 now, though, to ensure that begins.
Yes, and King are going to try and stop them. Like you said, last place team, they do desperately need points here, but not easy to come by in the LPL, especially against opposition like LGD. But if any team's going to sneak out at least one game, it is King. King are almost the best worst team, I feel like, in the LPL. They're so good when they play well, but consistency has been impossible almost for this side.
Yeah, they haven't found any form of consistency at all, really. They pick up random wins here and there. They've done okay for themselves, but they still struggle outside of just direct laning phase. They cheese their way sometimes to mid-game strengths, and then they just suddenly lose their ability to late-game teamfight. You never know what iteration of King is actually going to turn up to a game. Hopefully the team that turns up is the early game strength in this one, something that LGD do well.
I'd like to point out that we literally didn't know for a while there.
Yeah.
Because their roster changed all the time. Like, it's not just in-game inconsistency that's plagued King. It's been out of game here as well. Struggled to put a roster together consistently, finally getting the band back together and looking good. But we'll start with LGD here. Been only going from strength to strength with a growing roster of their own. But we're going to start with Flame in the top lane. Seen a little bit more of this from LGD.
Yeah, Flame diversifying a little bit in his play style, his champions, but the way that he plays still very linear, works with the rest of the team super well.
Yep, TBQ there, going to be the jungler here to start this one. Seen a bit more of their substitute jungler recently, but TBQ going to be back at least for this one. Godvi on the Diana train recently, though. He's been an absolute star mid laner.
Godvi definitely stepping up as his team requires it, being that big impactful force and getting it done as we move on to Imp. It's nice to see him playing the Civ as he does have a lot of other champions that he can default to, but more team-based in his style now.
Imp's general play was never bad, but it's only gotten better as we've gotten late into the season. PYL as well, sort of the same story there, being that big leader for the team. The reason a lot of these Korean players are playing with this on this team, is because it belongs to PYL. But going to go down the LGD lineup now. Everyone game faces on because they know, especially if you're starting Flame in a lineup, you want to win.
Yeah, you definitely want to win. They've got Flame there. He is going to be a big impactful force in the top lane. Try and win his lane, translate that everywhere. And then they've got the big shot callers of PYL in that bot lane with Imp. And that bot lane is just disgustingly strong. But you look at the bot lane, you compare it though. Maybe this is the big talking point between the two teams, is that if anyone can give it to them in direct laning phase, you're looking at Zero and you're looking at Name.
You are. Very strong players in their own right, but LGD have been a cut above the competition pretty much all year long, I feel like. Imp, of course, the defending world champion. Looking great so far. LGD went through some ups and downs at the start of this season, but have looked good ever since PYL came back in. King, on the other hand, as we're going to go through their roster now, been finally sticking to a consistent roster, but inconsistency has been the problem. So start with Insec, who's all over the place.
He's the Vladimir player. But he has a Rengar, the pocket pick. He did well with it, but they didn't actually get late game strength.
No, Huey as well. Been struggling to find an identity off of either Gragas or Rek'Sai. A couple of E-picks in there as well, so it's branching out a bit. And Korn also almost plays everything, but I feel like Korn is the classic jack of all trades, master of none.
Definitely does a lot of work with all of the champions, but has never been that hard carry as we move to what is arguably the hard carry. Loves the Jinx play, but has played a fair bit of Sivir recently, so something there could be a point of contention between.
Yeah, could be there. Name kind of always does what his team needs, but I feel like he always feels pressured to carry. Zero, though, as well. Also been a great player. When he's on his game, Zero looks like some of the best in the world. But it's tricky, as that's a very nice sign there.
That is a nice sign. That's great. It's really actually well done.
It is. I love the fan signs in LPL. You can tell the fans really care about these teams. A Zero looking is not silly. He always looks like he's ready to troll the utter crap out of someone.
He looks like he's got a smirk, like a very smug little cheeky grin to him that you never really know what to expect. And based on some of the Thresh games we have seen, wouldn't surprise me if he does troll a little
Zero
bit here and
is a character, to say the least. Yeah, I don't know what the technical term for always looks like he's ready to troll you is, but that's Zero's face. 100%.
Yeah, that's what we describe him as. We're going through the King roster, and this is a team that 100% need to find some victories wherever they can. But if they lose this game, and if they lose this one without going 2-0, so even if they go 1-1 and tie this series up, there is no chance for them to then qualify for playoffs. So this game for King is actually their most important of the split.
And is it just a point now where King have to win out from this point onward?
They have to win 2-0 from this point onward. So this is the starting point for them. They need it, like, now.
Well,
yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
A hard ask against a team like LGD.
Well, they are going up against World Elite and OMG as their next two, so it'd be okay if they could get through this.
Yeah.
And saying that, LGD are a team on the rampage.
Yes.
And finding a 2-0 victory against this side is a pretty difficult one.
I'm going to say almost impossible. Oh my god, that's great.
There was a jinx next to it as well. That was the best.
I like the insect face on the Yasuo there. Although I saw the word cacao. So I obviously don't read Chinese, but not sure what the rest of that was going there. Imp though, looking about the same as always. Ready to kill people. Huey there as well. Imp is adorable, but you know he's deadly. I don't know how to feel about that.
It's like Zero has that smug, like trolley style. Imp is like, I'm going to kill you, but he smiles about it.
Yeah.
So it's very much,
That's actually quite disconcerting. But translates well to the way he plays League of Legends as well. And like you've said, Imp has just gone from strength to strength. He never really slumped, I feel like, from being a world champion. But whenever LGD have to play, I'm going to say this in air quotes, seriously, they really step things up. And Imp is a player that somehow, despite being amazing, just goes leaps and bounds when he's trying really hard to win. And LGD, like you've said, the word was rampage. That is the best possible way to describe what they've been doing recently.
They've just been surging their way through the brackets. They've been beating everybody 2-0 on their rise. And I don't know if there is really a way to stop this LGD train as it just rampages through everything. It's like they're a side that, as you said, they turn it on. They become this superior team when it is important for them to do so. Well, it's important now because they want to be as highly rated as possible by the end of this split. The higher they can be on the standings, the easier the playoffs then become for them to get through. And so it's just as important for them as it is for King to try and get 2-0s. They're 6 points right now behind second place. This will halve it.
Yes, if they can take the 2-0, it will. And these leaps that we can see potentially come through as these teams rock the standings moving towards playoffs. Could see a lot of movement late into the season, but that's what these teams want here. And like we've said, the reason we're talking about playoffs so much is the gauntlet format is brutal.
Definitely is. And it's, again, super important that for this gauntlet format, you're as highly rated as possible. But in King's case, they need to make it.
Yeah.
First and foremost, they need to not get auto-relegated. So this will help them if they can find a win.
That's true. A 1 win's at least good. 2 will be better. We'll see what happens here as LGD and King enter their first draft here. Vladimir, Yasuo, the first 2 bans there. So Insect being completely targeted out.
Yep.
As Callista, the staple ban there, followed by a rise there for King.
Oh, LGD have a plan.
Yep. Echo ban there as well.
Putting it straight in place. They have focused Insect out with those 2 bans. Thankfully, Insect has the Rengar and every other standard top laner available to him to play, or he could just do that.
Who knows?
Don't really know what they're going to do. It is King.
I never know what Insect wants to do. He's always a curious gentleman. With 5 seconds left now for King. See what they want to take out of this draft. It is going to be Shen, actually. So another top laner bites the dust. That's 4.
Yeah.
4 out of 6.
So the Braum is still available, and this kind of denies the possibility of maybe the Ezreal. But the Yasuo has been banned, so LGD could be looking towards that as a possibility. I don't think they go for that in their first rotation. So they do still have the Victor as a possibility, something that is quite popular at the moment. And then all of the support options ever. Even, you could just go standard with a jungle pick.
You could.
Not reveal anything.
Yeah, plenty open here. Is LGD trying to figure out what the best first pick in this particular draft is. We've seen drafting be very important, very up and down in the LPL, but LGD actually lock in Sivir as pick number 1. Which, like you mentioned, Rusty, is actually very important for both these AD carry players.
Yeah, one of the most played ADs between the two of recent times, and not just for the AD carry, for the rest of the team. As Insec is just going about his champions that he loves to play. Hovered Lee Sin a little bit earlier.
Yep. I saw Tryndamere.
Yeah.
You can see him talking now to his coaches, been like, guys, can I play Rengar?
Is this okay?
Yeah. I mean, like, we've got to win, right? Guys, I have to carry.
He did well last time, to be fair. He was about 6-1 before they actually lost the game. So not too bad as the Rengar pick. I would be surprised if it was locked in this early, though, given that there is everything ever still available for them.
I like that he has Ignite as well. He's like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Give me the Rengar. His King might be changing things up here. It is going to be Victor and Alistar.
Yeah, so Victor, as mentioned, very strong at the moment. Worth picking, putting that one onto Korn. He's played Victor recently as well, so it'd be nice to see him on that champion hyper-scaling style of damage output. They've got the big, overbearing frontline support tank now of the Alistar as well.
Yep, nice and flexible there for King as they take their 2 picks. But LGD can play just about anything around a Sivir here. It's simply a matter of how highly do they praise picks like Janna. And I think, honestly, what does TBQ want to play here? We've seen both these junglers really struggle as far as champion pool goes. So I think taking one now, probably a nice spot in the draft to do so.
This will be the lock-in. I would be surprised if they changed it. That'll be interesting.
There's Janna.
They're missing their engage option. So if they go for the Azir, it's still okay. They've got the last 2 picks as the option for it. But the fact that they've gone for the Janna, they don't want to go for the Evelynn jungle because they need some kind of reliable hard engage option to go with the Sivir.
Yep, and they pick Gragas there. Makes sense for TBQ as they'll pair Janna in as well. But Korn now going to highlight Evelynn. That's been the other pick we've really seen Huey play. And just in general, Rek'Sai, not bad, but just sort of dropped off the jungle pool a bit.
Yeah, it seems to be favored by other things. Eve is this very unique jungle-based champion that is so different for Vision. It kind of puts people on the back foot and it allows a lot of unique plays to occur. We saw it in the first best of 2 with Ash Arrows being able to find people because an Evelynn had spotted them and stalked them.
Yep, and the vision is important here for King. I think Huey does well with these sorts of picks. Certainly a jungler that can struggle to make an impact sometimes, but on the right champion can certainly do it. Name, though, going to take the Corki there into the Sivir, and there is Evelynn for Huey.
Yeah, they've picked up that Evelynn. They've got the Corki, so that bot lane, a lot of early pressure and damage that can come out of them around level 2, and especially the level 3 mark for the Corki. It's a nice bot lane. I question how it'll actually go against the Janna Sivir. Level 1 in particular could get pushed under the turret and have a rough time. LGD have locked.
Yep, there's Maokai for Flame and Azir for Godvi. Left open for once, and Godvi gets that champion nice and late.
Yeah, they pick up the Azir. They've got the front line again of the Maokai, and it's now a very well-rounded, in-your-face style of team comp. Reasonably low ranges, but a lot of damage between the Azir and the Sivir. The fact they've got the Maokai now to frontline to block damage. They've got a lot of zone control as well from the Janna and the Gragas. It's that really, really creative style of team comp where you can disengage and then re-engage, or engage then disengage at your will.
Yep, that's just the power of Gragas and Janna. So many options, even the Sivir there as well. Means that LGD can do just about anything they want, and with players like Imp and Godvi and a shot call like PYL, that's a scary thing to have to play against. But King Insec has almost always got something juicy cooking. And it might be a Rengar, but it is instead going to be Fizz.
Yeah, they've locked in that Fizz. Does quite well against the Maokai and is going to be good for Insec. It looks to me by having that Ignite that he's going to go for the earlier Trinity Force, try and keep down some lane pressure to ensure that Flame can't get around the map, or to give himself a lead, because Insec loves to win lane.
Yeah, he's really a carry-style top laner, I feel like, for the most part. And certainly in recent weeks, he's just gone full-on solo queue.
Well, you look at the bans and you can really take that away from this game already, is that Insec is the threat of King at the moment because he plays hyper carry style as a top laner. And it's weird to say that he's gone from this jungle transition to the top lane, but he's also changed his play style being in the top lane to be a complete carry.
Yeah, and it suited him quite a lot, but teams do like to pick on him, like you mentioned. We'll see how he does on the Fizz up against Flame on Maokai. How the tables have turned. Flame is on the full tank champion, and Insect's the one going to try and carry out in the 1v1.
That's right. We're going to see that matchup first as well. It's going to be very interesting to see if Insect can actually put those carry pants on and bring it through for his team.
Well, junglers, of course, going to be nice and important here as well. TBQ on Gragas versus the Evelyn for Huey, and Godby on Azir versus that Victor, two real powerful mid lane champions.
Yeah, both scale very well, so it's going to be interesting again how they perform in the early to mid game as we move to AD carries, and that's a Sivir against the Core.
It is an interesting matchup. Corki will have fun once level 6 hits. We see Janna and Alistar rounding things out, so fairly even in the bottom lane, you have to think, but going to be tricky because I feel like if people start falling behind in that bottom lane, it's just so awkward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sivir does well into the Corki from the Phosphorus Bomb as well. I guess it's going to be very high impact.
It is indeed. We'll get to find out more, though, as we're going to get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 1. And here we are, King versus LGD in game number 1, as playoffs are basically on the line here for King from the get-go. They need to win out from this point onwards in the LPL, and their first test is a big one, as LGD have been just romping through people lately.
Yeah, LGD are looking unstoppable, but if any team can do it, it's the gatekeepers that we love and know as King. So coming into this first game, King do have a lot on the line. They've got a lot that they still need to prove against this LGD side. But don't be surprised if LGD just play it standard, they take it to this King team and just make their life as miserable as possible.
Yeah, I think standard is certainly the aim here for LGD, and as a result, expecting King, in particular Insec, to maybe try and get creative. King have shown a lot of strength when playing aggressive, so I have a feeling that we're going to probably see a decent amount of that, as Zero and PYL going to find each other. Zero wards down, but PYL steals all his pocket money.
Yeah, it's close to a pot, I would say, just from auto-attacking the Alistar alone. So very comfortable right now as the Janna, but the ward was placed by King. So he's going to have vision of the red buff start, if it were to be a red buff start. It is not, though, as LGD have actually started at their grind.
Yep, so some implied knowledge there at least, as Insec and Huey will begin things up here in the top side, but by the looks of current positioning, is just going to be standard lanes, as little minions going to be taken away there by King over on the blue buff, and looks like no Krogs taken there for LGD.
Yeah, so the little minion, the little blue buff minions start here, give them a bit of extra experience. Zero actually starting with the heal as well. Very weird. Ooh,
PYL, level 1. Shield's going to go down. Imp actually doing a nice amount of damage. Phosphorus Bomb a little wide there, and Imp's just going to keep firing away.
Yeah, not bad. Again, the Phosphorus Bomb travels so slowly, especially being a low impact level 1 spell that if Imp just plays aggressively, it is pretty simple to dodge. But speaking of aggressive play, PYL is just giving it to them.
He is just stealing all their money right now. Zero and Name don't really like this, but don't have control of the wave, so that level 2 all-in that I'm sure they wanted, they are not going to get.
No, they're not going to get the level 2 all-in. They've lost control of the lane already, and this is something that we have talked about is that Sivir has the spell shield available and is able to completely deny any of the damage that a Corki can output, mostly around the level 2 mark, but can now control the waves because he has a Janna to boot at that level 1 for the shield. Wow, you are in struggle street now.
Yeah, and we've seen a bit of this matchup and just how good it can be for the Sivir, but when, if at all, does this maybe turn around for King?
So level 6 is a lot easier. It's still easy for him to have the spell shield there, but the wave clear is well and truly matched as Godby.
Going for a roam. He's level 3. They do have a ward there. So a nice bit of vision is actually going to spot the dive, but that was real ambitious by LGD.
Yeah, that was an aggressive decision. A very nice ward from King, though, to have the forethought to actually put vision down and spot Godby on his travel towards the bottom lane. But yeah, that was aggressive. Didn't pay off. In saying that, Huey actually watching Azir walk out of the area, so maybe wanted to put something back onto him. Didn't have enough health to do so.
No, a little low there in the jungle right now. Zero is going to keep healing up Name, try and keep him safe. Evelyn, as you can see, does take the blue buff, but not quite level 4 just yet as TBQ sneaks in. Good combo there onto Imp. Nice damage being put down by King.
Yeah, they do put down a nice trade here, though, King. They've got the Alistar sustain as well. He's probably going to start putting 2 levels into that heal at level 4, and they're going to be able to push through this onslaught that has been put in place by Imp and PYL. And the pressure that has been placed, it'll start to get alleviated more and more. So actually not too bad in this bot lane. They did struggle level 1, but they've started to pull it back.
Yep, looking okay so far as Insec. Now on the top lane, we're checking with him and Flame. Even on CS so far, Fizz not quite able to get an advantage just yet. You can see Flame also gone back early, has himself double Doran's ring.
Yeah, it's a first buy strength, and from there onwards, the Fizz does get advantages over the Mount. At this stage of the game, though, it's usually fairly even. The Fizz just wanting to get through, get that challenging smite perhaps usually, but having the Ignite is more of the Trinity Force option, so try and get that Phage as soon as possible.
Good to get a nice all-in from Insect there, as well as Huey going to make his way down to the bottom side. Has smited the Raptor camp, so has a bit of extra vision if he wants to clear a ward. Going to see PYL now. Spot him also there as he eats a hate spike, but China going to be just fine there with the lane nice and pushed up.
Huey just trying to have some presence, prevent any deeper wards from being put in place here to ensure they don't have entirety of the dragon control. It's actually only in that bush now, and they're well and truly aware of where that ward is. It's also not an effective ward for spotting Evelyn.
No. We've seen this a bit from Evelyn's earlier play today. She's pretty tricky to spot out in the jungle with your regular wards, Rusty.
Does happen when you're invisible, so pretty hard to spot them. They need to be deeper wards, but in saying that, Huey actually getting a nice job down of preventing those wards to be any deeper than they already are.
Looking good so far. Is back on the top side. Insect, level 6, but Flame bullying him a little bit here with that early item advantage. Name forced a Valkyrie away, as well as Imp has returned to the bottom lane, but with a pickaxe this time.
Yeah, so the pickaxe by the early aggression decision here may even just go straight for that Avarice Blade in response and look to farm through. As you can see, Corki's going for the Sheen option. Difficult to get the Sheen procs off. Wow.
Nice fish there onto Flame. Insect going to tie him up. The ulti there for TBQ. Huge damage as he gets knocked back into the tower. TBQ will fall, but that damage was crazy.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Insect getting demolished right there. Godby's just roaming.
Yeah, and Zero, who actually has come from the bottom lane, now going to get himself caught out of position. Godby, level 6 there, but doesn't use the ulti. Zero there as well. Knocks him away as Korn rotates himself back in. Chaos Storm barely lets Flame live. And the teleports here as well for Insect as he goes back through. Gravity Field slows. There's the stun now as Insect chases on. Godby with a nice ulti keeps himself safe. But a big roam from King.
Yeah, King actually putting in work right there and coming out ever so slightly ahead. It's the end result is that Insect is now able to sit there and farm top. Victor got a great stun as PYL is just going to walk his way through the turret back to safety, shield himself and reset.
You can tell that the LGD bottom lane, not really worried when Zero leaves the lane.
Not slight concern whatsoever, but a nice fight in the top lane doesn't necessarily give King any type of advantage or lead. It's just presenting their strength at this stage in the game right now. LGD maybe wanting to take a step back and respect that, is that though Godv has been putting a lot of time into roaming, he hasn't connected to a kill. Does still have a summoner advantage mid lane, which all in all is actually not too bad. But then you look at bottom again, and the pressure that Sivir is able to put down onto this Corki if Alistar ever leaves, I think it'll start to revert back to standard fun.
Yeah, as you can see, that's what's happening right now as TBQ resets the blue buff. Not ideal. But Godby going to get on top of that blue. Get it gifted to him there by his jungler. So continue farming there in mid lane.
Yeah, so everything is slowing down. Eve trying to get that big advantage. Hasn't bought anything besides the Rangers Trailblazer just yet, so the kill pressure is still fairly low for this jungler of King. Is going to be relying a lot on the actual teammates to put down the damage. Is just going to kind of be there to pickpocket, essentially, all of the kill damage that he... Wow, nice.
Nice NATO there. Name playing with fire here as the ricochets coming in. Wants it. Gets ulted up there by Zero. He pops in with that headbutt pulverize combo. But Name knows he has to run away. And Imp just doesn't care at all right now.
Really doesn't. Flame teleport.
Yeah, going in for the dive down the bottom side. Can't interrupt it with Evelyn. They'll go for the dive. Great ult there. Separates them. Name trying to find something. Oh no! Zero's headbutted PYL away. Alistar will fall as well. And LGD probably going to get the turret as well.
Corki deciding on a whim to just pull and engage and try and get a pick onto PYL. But headbutted over the wall to safety right there from Zero on that Alistar as nothing actually came from that, and so poorly timed as well from King to have Evelyn in the top lane as Flame teleported. They're going to get some nice damage down, some pressure onto that top turret, but meanwhile, they're going to lose kills, a turret already, and the dragon.
Yeah, you can see LGD already up by a bit more than 2,000 gold. Will take dragon number 1 for themselves as well, and Flame will be up in time to stop Insec from pushing that tower. All of a sudden, things not looking good here for King in the first 10 minutes.
No, you can see the gold discrepancy already starting to mount and just grow for LGD. Surprising to consider that the gold lead is already that big at 10 minutes in the game, and it's only 3-1 kills. But the tower control and just the map control that LGD have always put into place, starting to reign supreme for them. They've found a small advantage from it. The question is, can they continue to do so, or can King actually turn it back around?
And Huey continues to camp the top lane, but Imp is going to come in with PYL, and all of a sudden, that 2v1 looking pretty awkward in a 3v2 here. Colin's kind of coming up as well, but TBQ is going to join in, and LGD just going to use their strength to take those turrets.
Yeah, so Victor's making his way around to kind of scare them a bit. They do have a lot of pressure actually being placed into the bottom lane here. Name looking for that turret himself to ensure that a positive trade comes out for King. 1-for-1 turrets.
Oh my.
Okay.
Godby all in there with a bit of help from TBQ. And that's a dead Victor.
Definitely a very dead Victor right there. Godby has just been unlocked in this game. The fact that he could be everywhere except mid, then just come back to mid and get a kill. Doing wonders for his team's control.
His team just so in control of the map at this stage. Name does get the tower in the bottom side, but LGD take 3 turrets to 1 now. Probably going to try and line up this mid lane. Would have been a nice window with Victor dead, but LGD going to go back, spend some of that money. And Godby, he has a
Nash's 2?
He has a Nash's 2.
Yeah. He's going all in for the stats that it provides. The Sand Soldiers don't actually have the Nash's Tooth bonus magic damage on a hit, but it's still a very good item.
Imp caught out. Gravity Field won't quite connect, but Huey going to race in. Does not pull the trigger on the ulti. And Imp very lucky to be alive.
King kind of feeling slightly disjointed in the way that they're playing. Of course, the Victor not actually having the ultimate right there. Imp able to be as aggressive as he would like, knowing that though there's a lot of damage, there's no instant kill threat. Whereas Godby now coming back to the mid lane with an entire Nash's Tooth opposed to just the Stinger, which is standard, definitely has kill pressure. His attack speed, his cooldown reduction, and his bonus ability power are through the roof. So though he's not getting the bonus magic damage from the Nash's Tooth passive, the stats are still providing him enough combat effectiveness that he's actually probably still ahead of this Victor.
Yeah, even on CS, but with that kill, that Nathos 2 is going to start doing work here as LGD roam into the mid lane trying to take out a tower, but Con has a lazy to say about that before they can get any sort of work done.
Yeah, he's a Victor. It's very difficult to try and siege against the Victor. The line wave clear that he has, if you can catch a minion wave moving towards the turret, is just unrivaled to say the least, especially at this period of time in the game. The first buy just gives you that instant wave clear.
Yep, full TVQ.
Spotted him.
Yeah, lucky not to get Insec. Goes back, gets a Sheen, has his Spade now as well, so King are working on those Trinity Forces, but do need to wait it out. Sort of get to that first power point of their team comp in this game and have fallen behind in the early stages. So they're trying to defend their jungle, but TBQ doing a nice job trying to take it.
I like what LGD are doing here. TBQ in particular, I suppose, is that they're not sitting all mid for that mid turret. It's so difficult to siege against the Victor. So instead they're poking it, they're pressuring the mid, forcing them all to be there, and then they're taking jungle. They're pressuring places where Victor's wave clear is not necessarily a factor at all. It comes down to the execution of a team fight, and if King want to fight something, or if King want to take a jungle creep, they do have to fight for it. And this is LGD, they're not fighting under the turret, it's them fighting on their terms.
Yep, and that's exactly what they want here as LGD. Playing well to the top side of the map, might be lining up a dive there. TBQ, I think, thought about it. But Flame going to wander down to the bottom side, push that out for himself as well. And LGD will reset and steal the blue buff.
Again, stealing another jungle camp. Look at the vision they have around the map. The deep pink wards that they're placing to spot the Evelyn as well. An adaptation on generic ward placement is that the pinks are now deep, the green wards are now reserved or on camps in particular, just to try and spot King in rotation. They're controlling the red, they then control the blue buff, and now they're just denying and bleeding out this Evelyn to be non-factoral basically in the next fights. And you can see they're just walking around the map, fighting pink wards now. They're on pink ward scouting duty.
Yep. Need to take them out. Huey especially does not like it when those are on the map. And Insec going to pop down to the bottom side and challenge Flame for this farm. But Marco's only getting stronger. Flame goes back. Righteous Glory is now being completed. Infinity Edge up for Imp as well. All of a sudden, 25 seconds, till this next dragon, and LGD looking nice and strong.
They are looking very strong. I would actually be quite surprised if King tried to contest this, though they are strong themselves. The Trinity Force is done for Cork, and the Morellos are done for Victor. The Fizz doesn't have anything really, and is not going to be able to do a whole lot for this fight. It comes down to the terms of which they want to engage their fights on. If LGD have the vision available, they've denied the vision of King, then they can very easily fight or just start the dragon. But if King can get in there, if the Eve can get a flank or get down a great ultimate, then King can still win.
They can. Getting harder as the game goes on. LGD continue to grow that lead. Dragon up now though. No team going straight to it. LGD maybe a bit more interested in taking out this mid turret. But Victor, like you mentioned, Rusty, making that pretty tricky as Zero catches someone. Imp gonna pop his ulti. Huey looking for that flank. That's who they wanted. They will get him. Insect now diving in, but he misses the fish. Now he's gonna get chased down as PYL, lucky to be alive. Insect will chase, he'll get the kill. But the trade will come in as Sivir gets the double. Now Zero forced to pop that ulti. Name way too low in the backlines. Will almost die to the sapling of Flame. Flame will run in. He wants to secure the kill. Gravity field down, but Twisted Advance takes him out. And that's 4 kills for LGD.
And this is what we were talking about, the possibility of the flank from Evelyn. But the response from LGD was to just kill the Evelyn outright and not let a flank actually erupt. And they play that very smart. They adapt to the position of the fight. They kill very easily the Evelyn. They then translate that to the rest of the LGD side. Insec, not long for the world. They play it so smart. They're now going for the dragon. And it just feels like, again, they're being bled out here, King. And every single fighter engaged that has happened since the start of this game has just ended up getting worse and worse for them.
Yeah, bleeding out pretty quickly here as well. About 7,500 gold up already for LGD, as we'll see this again.
Yeah, so Evelyn gets the engage from the flank, but all of LGD actually just completely turn it around. Even the explosive cast was used. The fish doesn't connect onto Godby, and the Victor ultimate is not enough to secure just him. So they very easily translate that. Zero, try as he might to hit the spells. The Valkyrie even being cancelled by Flame's Arcane Smash. He can very easily now just walk under the turret, secure it with a Twisted Advance. Korn doesn't have the mana to actually do anything from that stage. Rest of LGD playing cleanup duty on the other side.
Yep, great fight there from LGD to get themselves into a real nice spot in the game. And Baron up in a minute 30, not an unrealistic option for a team that's now real far ahead in this game. And that Nash's tooth for Godby is quickly turning into a Zonya's second.
Yeah, so he's so far ahead at this stage in the game that even the non-effectiveness of the passive of that Nash's tooth is completely irrelevant because the items that he has is just exceptionally far ahead.
Sex found Flame, Fish will land, Huey trying to chase down.
Huey.
Yeah, passing wrong way a couple times there as Flame. Just happy to chase them down. Actually fancying the fight as Godby's coming up as well. There's Insect. We'll spot off that Azir. And the Sand Soldier damage is going in. Godby secures the kill.
Yeah, very easily done for them right there. As Insect said to engage, but Huey did not know which way to walk to actually get that engagement off. It was a very easy kill there, essentially, for LGD. And the gold lead's starting to grow.
Yeah, Flame just too tanky there. Even if Huey had been there in time, I don't know if they have enough.
Died. No way.
As Flame gets home guard boots now as well, so they're going to have super powered teleports when he does choose the next one. And Imp with an Infinity Edge and a Zeal plus a Null Magic Mantle for that QSS. Things are looking out of reach now for King, despite the double Trinity Forces.
Yeah, so they've hit their power spike almost. They don't have the Sork shoes on either Corki nor the Fizz if they were going for that option. I'd say it's Merc Treads for the Fizz, to be fair. But they haven't completely hit that power spike. They're well and truly on the way to it. They're about 2 to 5 minutes away from that. And if ever there was a time for King to come out ahead in a fight, it would be before the game is completely carried away by item advantages. You have to keep in mind an entire zone use is now done for Godby.
Yep.
And they're about an entire item ahead in respective gold leads. But the power that comes from these Trinity Force spikes is still enough to find a way back in, maybe, not definitely.
Well, Flame going to find Huey there as he walks through the King jungle. No one there in time to take him out, but Huey not really interested in fighting that Maokai.
No. Don't really think there's an opportunity where anyone can fight the Maokai at this stage in the game. Has his 2 core mid-game based resistance items, is essentially unkillable, and then has the Righteous Glory to boot, let alone being a Maokai that has all of his spells to prevent that from happening. TBQ playing flank at the moment.
Yeah, nice little positioning there, but doesn't quite find it. LGD, though, will take tower number 5 for themselves. 9-2 up in kills and 2-0 up in Dragons, as Godby might quickly make it 6. As all the tier 2 turrets are now dead. Huey out of position, gets knocked up. TBQ going to look for it, and Imp's able to clean him out. Zero going to dive into the backline, gets a good knock-up, but it's not quite enough here as Name trying to kite back. Zero, that ulti wears off, and he will fall down to Gragas as TBQ, the surprise double kill.
Yeah, picks up the first kill with the barrel and explosive cast combo. Seems like he really wanted to kill himself there for some reason, but this gold lead just stretching. 11,000, the Baron now at 21 minutes in this game is the consideration.
Yeah, LGD, after those 2 kills, run quickly to the Baron area. And Godby going to poke in there. Plenty safe as PWL gets fished by Insect. Will drop there as Korn actually gets that kill. Now Name going to dive in, but it might be too much. He's going crazy, trying to pick it up at Flame. Puts a rest to that nonsense. Insect, playful trickster's over, but TBQ tags him with a body slam. And Insect's trying to escape, but Godby seals his fate.
Not a chance. In saying that, they got them away from the Baron, which was important for them to do. Manly play from Name, to say the least. He just went straight in and did not hesitate to try and put down damage. Missing a couple of the rockets was unfortunate, but again, the most important part of that entire trade just there, they didn't get the Baron.
True. Just a couple kills now as LGDs find themselves 12,000 plus gold ahead. Dragon up in 55 seconds here as well, as major items are being finished and the next one started about as quickly here for LGD. Flame has a Frozen Heart to join in with that Glacial Shroud. A Locket completed there for TBQ. The next Needlessly Large Rod there for Godby, and a Phantom Dancer plus the makings of some sort of lifesteal item there for Imp.
Yeah, that is a lot of items for LGD at 23 minutes in this game. King again, they're struggling to find any way back in. Insec has shown he's got the damage. He destroyed PYL, but it is only the Janna who has an Ardent Sensor.
Yep.
So that's interesting.
I saw the Aether Wisp earlier.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of what item that could be. I'm like, he's not building Lich Bane. That'd be crazy talk. But I couldn't think of which support item built out. Today I learnt it is Ardent Sensor. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's actually got the Azir to put it on as well, so I actually like it.
Let's get in there, hit Monsoon. Attack speed everywhere.
Everyone's got attack speed.
I like it. Creative at least from PYL.
Maybe he's far enough ahead that he doesn't really care what the jungle or the support item is, but in saying that, there are valid uses for it. Insec is so far out of position.
Yeah.
That he's just trying to
he's
run.
running to the tier 2 turret, hoping that he makes it in time enough.
So King are trying to get mid at
executed.
the same time as Insec, just trying to live for as long as possible.
He's buying time. Insec does have his ultimate. Nice Q there to a minion. Going to dive straight towards the base turrets now.
He's going on a journey.
He's going on a journey. Maybe runs towards the Nexus turrets. Might actually live. He does want him. Insect's actually kind of tanky. Still not tagged. PYL's going to cut him off. Great tornado. And that might seal it. Imp eats a fish. Gets blown back by the Monsoon, but Insect's still alive for now. Not now, as the explosive cast hits him, and Imp's able to take him out.
They chased him on a wild ride across the entire map, from the bottom to the Baron. And what conveniently timed placement here from Insect.
King couldn't even get the mid tower as Korn eats obscene amounts of damage from Azir. LGD going to disengage to get some kills. Korn will die as Imp takes him out. They'll keep running in. Zero, good knock up there. Imp a little too aggressive. Name will take him out with a crit. Gets the 500 gold bounty. Zero is dead though. And the rest of King are being chased out of their jungle.
Yeah, again, LGD are just so far ahead that they're just running away with this game. They're just kind of having fun at this. A whole lot of red wards are going to spot them doing that Baron. The teleport.
Yeah, Insect's back alive now. Gonna try and make a difference. Name's here as well. LGD maybe a little too much here as Insect's looking for Godby. He needs it, doesn't get it. Name now on the other side as Godby has a nice flash, but Name will Valkyrie himself away. And the Baron once more will be stopped.
That Baron just does not want to go down at all here. LGD try as they might. King are just throwing themselves at LGD's base to prevent any Barons from being taken in this game. Seemingly the hottest commodity possible, because it's a way for LGD to try and end. So very important that they don't get the Baron, but they're also getting lots of kills for it.
Yeah, King unfortunately aren't really trading those kills. Name actually got a nice bounty, so he'll collect some gold here. But at least they're buying some time, because if there's one thing King desperately need in this game, it is more time.
They could not get more of it at this stage in the game. They're desperate for that time. 26 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. The gold lead 15,000 already.
Yep.
Getting pretty big.
Looking tricky here as Flame's gone crazy in the backside. Zero initiating though. Finds Godby and PYL. Huey's there as well running defense. Zero getting slowed. Does die there as Godby. That build is absolutely disgusting.
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
40% slow from Sand Soldiers. What more could you want?
See why Azir
in an item
receiving some of those bans. Like, Azir was good before, but arguably even better now.
Definitely. The item changes favor Azir quite heavily. King are going to throw themselves again, I would imagine, at LGD.
Seen this movie before. Does not end well for King. Insect gets shut out there as Godby gets thrown back in by Insect. Huey trying to find something as Insect trying to stay alive. Does not though as Imp crits him to death. Gonna chase down Name. Boomerang Blade will land on both sides. Godby gonna take out Eve there as well. And the Baron buff, I think, attempted two-man here. Should be able to take that. So LGD get their cake and eat it too. PWL's trying to clear some wards.
Are they gonna die?
No! The Baron gone! Oh, he can't steal it. Godby got it. And now Corn's in trouble. Flame locks him up. Godby pops his Zhonya's, and Imp gets the kill. And one mess of a Baron fight.
Just like that, the Baron eventually does fall. The Shuriman Emperor dividing them away from the pit thought it was going to be enough, but they actually just commit to the fight again, LGD. They don't want to risk the Baron being stolen, so they do pick up that Baron in the end. But Imp is just going so manly that it doesn't even matter.
No, and that's PYL clearly supporting that cause here on Jana. Got an Ardent Sensor and now a Zeke's Herald.
He definitely does have a Zeke's Herald. That's full Imp. Look at that attack speed.
Boom. Shield on.
Sensor Zeke's Herald build.
Pretty good.
It is the sit next to Sivir and make the generally not a high damage AD carry a high damage AD carry.
Yep, and at this point, Imp's going to have enough damage regardless. He has 3 offensive items, including a Blade of the Ruined King. A QSS already done there as well for his defensive choice, and just about all the help he could ever need from a support.
You could always have more damage though, Pastry.
You could.
And PYL is making sure that that is what is happening, giving him as much as possible, and even the Eye of the Storm to boot. So I don't think we'll see Sivir die anytime soon. I don't think we'll see Sivir 1v1.
Just going in. They've dived the tower. They've already killed Korn. Zero going to be the next target here as Insects dives in. Exhaust onto him. Might be enough to kill him. They do actually take him out. Name and Insect trying to keep this game in their grasp. But I'm not sure they've got it. Insect getting locked up, but the damage is there. LGD.
They're in the base still
Maybe a
stuck.
bit too aggressive.
It's not your base, LGD. Where are you going to go?
Well, TVQ tanks it up. They'll walk out and re-engage.
Okay.
Name gets absorbed by Godby's ultimate. Huey's going to die as well for the double.
That was instant.
That was instant. We don't talk about the Azir burst damage too much, but that's what Godby's gotten. And this game is looking like done here for King. And business as usual for LGD.
10-0-10. This is here right now.
It's not bad.
I'm not surprised that he instantly blew someone up, but that is ridiculous.
I am surprised that he got Azir.
Yeah, for sure. I am even more surprised now that he's played the Azir game out that he got Azir. It's saying that, I guess, LGD, they find their first inhibitor. They've still got the Baron buff. He's going to pick up his blue, and now it's on them to look to just close out this game as systematically as possible, as Vici-esque as you would like.
It's one of those things as well with Azir where he's been so strong and so prominent in the LPL that I'd just forgotten that the Rylos thing had happened.
Yeah, 513 Rylos changes the Azir soldiers, increasing the slow amount and the build path in particular. Imp just decided his ult's off cooldown.
He wants to do something. He's found maybe Huey. Oh, PYL wants Name. Huge tornado after the monsoon. And Name left for dead as Imp takes him out. Godby going absolutely ballistic. Takes out one as he's going to make it another. Imp, though, with that kill. Godby trying to keep that perfect record alive. He's gotten low, but Imp's got a triple kill. King get aced and LGD going to finish in style.
Another surrender vote. It seems to be the trend of the day, but Godby 12-0-11 to finish this game off. Has a phenomenal Azir game. And I can think of 12 reasons now why you should probably ban that Azir away from Godby, because that was phenomenal.
The KDAs across the board for LGD, pretty absurd to finish that one out. Flame at, I think, 3-0-20 to eke out that game.
Yeah.
A lot of kills and very few deaths as King try to fight that one out, but playoff dreams officially dead, I believe.
Yeah, they are officially dead here for King. Now that they're not able to make the playoffs, they were looking for that 2-0. They need to look towards not getting auto-relegated. And at the very least, that 1-1 in the second game of this. But based off that first game, they look almost like an impenetrable fortress here, LGD. Their mechanics are just on point. Their decision-making, their vision control, the wave manipulation, they just storm their way through.
And that was a curious way to end that game, just in general. LGD wanting the Baron, but King just never let them get it after those picks.
Yeah. I think Baron was just the ultimate goal here. It wasn't winning the game, it was getting the Baron by the end of that one, and it was indirectly getting the game through the Baron.
Ardent senses aside, LGD might have been having some fun.
And Zeke's Heralds, perhaps, aside.
LGD, yeah, might be having some fun here, Rusty. But winning is still fun, and LGD have done a lot of it lately. 5-0 in games, I believe, in their last few. Gonna try and make it 6-0, and of course collect 3 points here against King. That was so rough.
Yeah, it's rough enough that Ajana can go Ardent Sense as Zeke's Herald and still be very convincingly winning the game with her Flash Monsoon plays.
Yeah, we're going to have a little replay there as well. Hopefully that little ditty's in there.
It is.
Oh, it is.
So we'll just roll this one through and just watch the beauty unfold. PYL getting the Tornado knock-up and then the Monsoon to ensure Name is going to go down. The whole time this is happening, Godby just being an absolute monster. Huey tries to flash over, the fish not even connecting. He keeps his perfect record here, Godby. Triple kill for the Sibba. And this was the surrender vote moment.
Yeah, pretty much an absurd last little sequence there for LGD, who did so well to get themselves into such a winning position. We've talked about it before. They're an elite team here in China. That has not changed.
No. And
don't let this split fool you. LGD are still a top 2 team.
And that's a performance to put you top 2 almost 100%. EDG still very difficult to get near, but Xiaogu have shown kinks in their armor. At this stage, this iteration of LGD, well and truly capable.
Yeah, certainly not here. So we are going to take a quick break, but when we return, can LGD continue a recent run of perfection, or are King going to keep the auto-relegation dream dead and take a game? Don't go too far away. We're going to find out soon. And welcome back, guys, to the LPLs. We can see highlights from game number 1 here between LGD and King. And Rusty, if you're a King fan, this was not a good day for you. A very one-sided affair.
Yeah, it was not a great game to be a part of watching if you were a fan of King. Insect not having the greatest time himself. And the game started to get very out of hand extremely quickly for King as LGD, they just rampaged their way through. Even by this stage, it started to feel like it was just so very over.
Yeah, and that Godby Azira's imp just goes ballistic. Sort of back to World Championship form, going ham. Little too much here. Does go down to Name. But again, maybe too late here as Godby is more than happy to play Janitor.
Part of me feels like he actually just wanted to do that all game. The second the Sivir ultimate was available, he would just press it and try and find the nearest enemy.
Oh, God.
That was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in that game.
That was so much damage. And as a fun little fact, that was actually the first time Godby has ever played Azir. Let's see the crowd there waving out. Sweet Gigabyte logo there as well. Everyone clearly excited for the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, a 23 KDA for the Azir as well.
Yeah.
Like, that was insane. If he's not MVP, by the way, I will be shocked.
Well, look at that jungle control rate to start things off. 88% and a ridiculous gold lead here as well.
Yeah,
31 to 5. I believe the total kill score is TBQ.
Wow. What?
The man picks up the MVP.
To be able to out MVP that Azir, like, I'm expecting slow-mo replays of every sick play ever. And we are looking at them in slow-mo, so that's a nice start to it.
Started off that dive there.
That was one of the first things that actually happened. Is how is that not a God V highlight right there? Please enlighten me on that page.
I don't know. TBQ, man. He did actually play quite well on Gragas, and with the jungle sub, we've sort of seen a bit from LGD. It is nice to see that TBQ, at least when he's comfortable, is a relatively strong jungler.
Oh, for sure. He played phenomenally. So the fact that he did feel comfortable enough, that, again, the vision control, the side wave control, everything that they could possibly want in a map was in their hands. So this unlocks TBQ to play to his strengths, to play comfortably, and make the plays.
But God visits it.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah.
He will not be getting that again, I don't think, here in this game. And like I said, a first-time outing there on the champion. I just forgotten he hadn't played it. Like, Godby can play just about anything, so I'm not surprised that he can play the champion, but with that 5.13 Rylai's as well.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw Zero get slowed in that little fight, I was like, oh, we're here. I see.
Yeah.
I see what's going on.
We have arrived at patch 5.13. A 40% slow from the Rylai's on Sand Soldier auto attacks, not to mention the Nash's Tooth to boot, so his attack speed was through the roof. It was really gross, and it's super hard to kill him as well, because not only does it build out of the needlessly large rod, you've got the Giant's Belt, so you've got a bit of tankiness in there, the effective resistances of the health. What do you do?
Well, not much, apparently, there if you're King, as Godby was able to do a very nice job in game number 1 and really take it to them. But King do have a chance to bounce back here in this game and take at least 1 point away. A win against LGD is a good day for pretty much any team.
If you can slow this momentum that LGD have really put into place right now, if you can hold that, slow it down at all, find a single victory, then you may do wonders to stop what is this consistent snowball towards the finals that LGD have put in place. But how do you actually go about doing that when you now have to ban potentially the Azir away from someone that has a million champions to fall back upon? There are a lot of things to consider here, and King, they're the kind of side that might just do something a little bit outrageous to try and get a victory in this second game.
I think they should. Actually, they should do it more often. I feel like King in that game just played relatively standard, tried to give Insect a carry and pick strong champions for the rest of them and just try and take it to LGD, sort of mano a mano. I don't know if that's the best way to play against LGD. They're a really smart side.
Yeah.
That's a testament to PYL and how he plays, but there are a few bad players on LGD as well, and their star players are absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, so you don't really want to butt heads with them 1-on-1 and 5-on-5. That's
Yeah.
not really the way that you go about winning. But if they can at the very least, if they're playing a team fighting composition, they need to control the early game a lot better to ensure they get to that team fighting stage and not be 22,000 gold behind at about 25 minutes of the game.
I think Huey there on your screen as well might need to have a bit of a recalibration there of his jungler. Probably try and get him onto Gragas this game. Take it away at least from TBQ.
Or Rek'Sai. I'm not sure why he's not playing it.
I agree. I like Evelyn. I think it was even Warrior Evelyn as well. Did not have a Runeglaive, can tell you that much. But whatever Huey was doing that game, not too much unfortunately for the jungler there. But we'll have a reset now. King will set back up here for their next draft. And we'll see who's able to take game at number 2. And of course, Ross, it always starts with that first champ select.
It definitely does, and there's a lot of things that will need to change in this coming champion select. Will they ban away the Azir? Was the Gragas, the MVP of TBQ, a bigger threat than that of the 12-0-11 Azir? Still salty.
Well, on the blue side, I have to think King will first pick Gragas, but Salty Rusty and I will enter this draft as a Rumble ban against Flame, who is in for game number 2. Important to note, Akon has not been playing as much recently. Flame is actually slowly becoming the starting top laner.
He definitely has, and you can see 2 bans immediately came out here. No hesitation.
No, not at all. Hecarim there as well. So 2 bans up against the LGD top laner. Vladimir, though, going to make a 3rd top lane ban in as many picks here for both sides. And Insec probably thinking that, you know what, I'm not going to have a fun time again, am I?
Probably not going to get Nazir either at this stage, I would imagine. If this ban continues in the current trend, we're going to see 6 for top.
Yep, 4 top lane bans so far, as Ryze is the second choice there for LGD. Maybe considering first picking Azir, Shen going to be the 5th top lane ban so far, and King's final one. And there's the Asamoah ban up against Insec. 6 full top lane bans there up against King. And Kallista's left open for Name.
There are so many things left. I feel like they got carried away in their drafting phase. Their bans here, making sure the Ryze was gone, that the Vladimir was gone. I don't think they're as impactful as what you would otherwise expect compared to that of a Kallista, which has now been freely given over to Name.
I mean, there's so much power left on the board that I'm curious to see what happens here. I have to think LGD will at least consider Azir at some point in this draft, although King, if LGD don't take it now, I'm guessing King will take it for themselves. You can see Flame maybe thinking the same thing, is going to highlight it, but you have to keep Kalista away from Imp, and Name is no slouch.
I think it's as simple as even just going for the Sivir, or they could go for like the frontline, don't reveal your hand style of draft right now. They don't need to go for an Azir, anything outrageous. They can go for it because Korn plays it. They could take that away from him. Based off the last game performance, wouldn't be a big surprise, but I still think that this is a lot better.
Yeah, I like these picks. Maokai Gragas once again for LGD. Going to keep that front line intact here as Huey instantly hovers over that Echo. But what do King want to do here? They probably have to build around this Kalista at least a little bit here. Because if she gets going, Name on this sort of champion can carry his team.
Yeah, definitely. Insec seemingly comfortable with this potential matchup also, knowing the Maokai is the top lane opponent, so we'll see what he really does want to pick into that one. He does have the free option of the counter pick. I like the adaption in the jungle at the very least.
Yeah, Huey going to go to Echo now as his next pick. Could of course be a solo laner, but unlikely given the current state of the champion.
I'll just go to Rengar.
Just go to Rengar. That'd be fun. Maybe save it. Don't need to pick a solo laner right now. Can solidify that bottom lane first here. Who knows?
So this is fine. They could even just go for the Thresh as an option for Zero, but instead they do want that big front line to really be in the face of LGD. They've got the Alistar now. The Echo's a front line sort of base champion, but a little bit more utility heavy in the way that he wants to be in and out and weaving.
And LGD are done with their next 2 picks.
Yep.
Janna, Kog'Maw there for LGD. Probably Kog'Maw for Imp, which seems just fine there against the old Kalista.
Yeah, definitely. It's a strong bot lane. The laning phase itself is not all that great, but Kog'Maw not having a mana cost on the W, giving him that extra range and damage is going to be fantastic, and then having a Janna to boot.
Yep. I was kind of surprised they let Janna go here, especially with wanting Alistar, but can't take everything away here. Zero deciding he wants the more aggressive support, a bit more engaged there as well. As King, just considering their last few picks, they'll lock in Fizz, but that is a flex pick for the team. So they can still go with Gnar if they want to as well.
Yeah, they've got some time to decide if they want the mid Fizz or if they want the top Fizz.
Mid Fizz.
There it is.
There's Gnar locked in for Insec, and Korn going to go blind pick Fizz, their real comfort pick there.
Definitely comfort if you're picking a blind, not knowing who you're against, whether it maybe is the Kog'Maw from God V or whether they want to go for something a little bit more fighter-based. And I would imagine that God V would want to 1v1 his lane a little bit more than what he currently would be doing on a Kog'Maw.
I almost thought it was a blocker pick for that champion right there, Azir, but Fizz isn't the hardest counter to Azir. It's not even necessarily a counter matchup. It's probably a fine matchup, but can be tricky to navigate, certainly, especially against a player like Godv. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. LGD, 15 seconds left to decide on that mid laner.
There's always the subtle intricacies of a Fizz in a matchup at all because of his spells and the way that he moves around the lane. Very hard to actually keep up with or predict where he's going to go. One of the strengths of Fizz in that respect. But having the Azir Sand Soldiers, you don't need to be in range to take any damage. So most of the trickiness comes from trying to deal damage to Korn when he tries to last hit minions, not dying necessarily.
Yep, and now Godv going to take the Azir once again into a very different matchup this time, as Korn has gotten his Fizz once again here in the LPL. A well-known Fizz player for a while, Korn certainly someone that just has his own champion pool.
Definitely does.
Insec as well, actually.
Yeah, Insec's quite unique. He's one of the few carry top laners. Korn likes to do his own thing, so King is a very interesting side in that respect. They do have a very good team comp, though, if you keep that in mind. LGD, similar to what they had in the last game. The only actual change is that Kog'Maw. It's not a Sivir. Probably a good thing for LGD if they start winning again, because he won't just use the on the hunt and run at them.
Yep.
Bit more range to save his own life.
And probably, I don't know, matchup's interesting there against Kalista, but we'll see how that pans out here. I like Zero with the Alistar as well. Forgotten that Kalista can enable that. And again, similar sort of makeup here for King. They've got the tools to win, but can they overpower LGD? It starts in the top, Gnar versus Maokai, but moves swiftly to that jungle. Huey on the Echo versus TBQ with a repeat performance on Gragas.
Yeah, nice change to that Echo in particular, getting rid of the Evelyn. As we move to mid, we've got the Fizz into the Azir.
Yeah, and Name on the Kalista, but had to take it away from Imp, who's gone Kog'Maw as his choice of counter matchup. And rounding things out there, Zero back on Alistar with PYL. Another double there. Going to go with Janna once again.
An aggressive bot lane here from King against what is more of a passive style of farm and put some poke down here.
That's a great sign there. You can see someone coming all the way from the States to watch some LPL. Guess they're an EDG logo there. Not playing just yet, but still a fun match here, especially with the way LGD have been playing. But let's let them do more of the talking and get onto the riff for game number 2. And we're back as LGD are once again. We're going to take their 6th undefeated game, I believe. They're on quite the hot streak right now. Our LGD and King, their playoff dreams are dead, I believe, if our maths is correct. Certainly don't ask me on that one.
It is correct.
Well, mathematically eliminated from playoffs, but not done yet, King. Points still matter, because finishing 12th isn't just bad for the last place factor, but auto relegation doesn't feel too great either.
No, they want to fight for their place at the very least to ensure that they maintain their spot in the LPL as Flame.
Oh, nice. Flame going to get knocked up there by Zero. Exhaust is down. Flame will die, and it's Insec that gets first blood.
A fantastic start right there from King. Getting the kill that they're looking for, onto Insec in particular as well. If there's one person you want the kill on besides maybe Name on the Kalista, always nice to snowball that. It's going to be Insec, and he plays like a carry when he's ahead, so that's going to be big for them.
Yeah, and Gnar can be a bully champion. We saw a bit of that today with Dandy into Tech Room.
That was a mistake right there. They placed the ward in vision of the second turret, so you might be raising some questions here as King.
Oh, it's a delicious
They're
bait.
not going to be able to spot the red buff, or anyone walking to the red buff, I should say.
It's not a bait. It's just a slight mistake there.
It's a whole lot of
But King have quite a lot of sentinels moving in, as Godv will check the red buff area.
They're looking for a lane swap as the Kalista-Alistar matchup, so they're not confident taking on their opponents here of the Kog'Maw Janna. The direct auto attack trades quite weak for the Kalista in the early game. You can never really stack up enough to put down the Ren stacks and out-trade the Kog'Maw, especially with an Eye of the Storm here from Janna, PYL in particular. They've decided they don't want anything to do with it. Maybe they don't want to deal with a 1-0 Insect.
Maybe not as well. Insect, though, eats a bit of harass. Trying to find some CS with boomerangs. Doesn't get some just yet as Flame hit level 2 already. And Huey's going to go for a very early gank. Godby now hitting level 2. The flash will follow, but TVQ's here as well. Huey forced to back up.
Wow, that was a lot of early aggression right there. The early gank from Huey stealing the red buff. LGD have the response, thankfully, but the fact that Echo followed with the flash as well almost put him in a fantastic position if the rest of the cavalry didn't arrive on time.
Yeah, interesting flash timing there, but Godby doesn't quite follow properly. As now red buff will be taken out away from King by LGD, but blue buff still there, of course, for King, and Huey's already taken away TVQ's red. So just going to be a trade by the looks of things.
Brute forcing their way in there. So Echo's actually bottom right now, by the way, looking to try and help Insect out as they may be looking for the 4-man dive. Seeing 2 people here should deter them because there's a third on the way, and that would be a risk from LGD.
Zero here as well. King seems to know what's happening here, but Insect only level 1. Boomerang lands for a slow. Flame quite low here as well, so we'll have to be a bit careful. And as 7 different people are down in the bottom side of the map, it's Name that's actually reaping all of the early benefits.
Definitely is. Being by himself in that top lane at the moment is going to do wonders for the level scaling of this Kalista, and just the fact that he gets to freely farm. Now, Flame has finally made his way up there after a lot of rotations around with his jungler. Still behind in levels to that of Name, but he's going to be okay as this Maokai.
Using that teleport there as Flame. Get himself up to that turret, but both top laners going to struggle early on for that CS. Insect in particular getting nicely zoned by PYL and Imp. As you can see, just can't really stand toe-to-toe with the 2 level 3 champions in his lane.
And it's the strength of a Janna as well in a lane swap scenario, is that if you get to freeze your lane and you can deny anyone away, there is no way that a top laner can directly 1v1 the AD carry from just the Eye of the Storm.
And great smite usage there by LGD as well. Do spot Huey and Zero looking for somebody in that right-hand side of the jungle. Korn mid lane now as well. Actually up ever so slightly on CS here to Godby, but looking fine for now as Godby goes in. Gets the knock-up. TVQ there as well. First blood barely missed the flash out as well. And Korn lucky to be alive.
Very well played from Godby. He's just developed his mastery of Azir seemingly out of nowhere. Korn forced a recall, and TVQ, they do get the flash out, but he has to recall miss all of these minions. Not a great position to be in.
Yeah, it goes back, gets a Doran's ring, actually gets 2 because he started with a Crystalline Flask. And Huey going to be somewhat thankful for the extra CS, but Korn might run into some problems here as Azir goes back, and it's a quick amplifying tone there for Godby.
Yeah, so looking to accelerate the laning phase, find some strength, probably going towards a Fiendish Codex as the first item. Name's struggling to last in under the turret. Half health against Flame.
Yeah, it's always tricky with Kalista sometimes because you click wrong once and you're clicking wrong for the rest of the auto.
You are committed to that auto attack.
Oh, Insect as well. You can see level 4 for both the AD carry and support. This freeze has been brutal.
The worst part is Insect hits Meganar and then has to fight.
Oh, nice stun coming in. Godby will get locked up. Zero here as well. Headbutts him away, and first blood barely missed as Huey able to get it.
He doesn't get away, but a valiant attempt right there from Godby to just get out, if at all possible. A nice roam though, 3-man gank. Very pre-planned as Huey putting down that parallel convergence to ensure it connects. Knowing that Godby did not have his flash available. They capitalize on that quite nicely, but while we're talking about capitalizing, they're capitalizing on Insect being non-existent as a factor in this game right now.
Yep, I mean, I was going to say, I like what King are doing, but Insect's the one that has to bear the brunt of all this roaming action, so we'll see how Little Na does here. About 10 CS behind Flame, which would be his normal direct lane opponent, and Zero finally coming in for a bit of help, but kind of an awkward duo lane here, and Imp He's also getting free farm as Huey bops down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Echo acknowledging the fact that something has to happen. They've gone in.
Yeah, nice from Echo, from Zero there, sorry, as Echo dives in. Imp gonna get locked up there. Good flash to get himself out of safety of the convergence. POAL gonna live here as well, but nice pressure from this Echo.
Echo level 5 right now has been soaking up experience everywhere that he possibly can. And he's actually the same level as almost every single member of LGD. So considering how the game has started, they found themselves 2 kills. He's been doing quite well. Insect now actually getting some pressure alleviated from him, allowing him to at the very least try and last hit minions, push it out. Their goal is to stop it from being frozen near the turret.
Huey gonna look for the steal, does get it there onto the blue buff. Really impressive players. Imp super low in the bottom side now as well. Insect with that Mega Knife on, putting on some pain. And LGD might just get dove here.
I don't know if they would consider a dive. They just spotted TBQ as well nearby. So a commitment to that dive would scream your own death. But LGD, they do need to recall themselves here. A very risky position to remain. But he has remained.
He has. Korn level 6 now as well. Can threaten Azir if he tries to leave the lane. But things going just fine on the CS front for mid. No one too far ahead or behind as Flame also doing nicely on CS. But again, has given Name plenty of room. Name actually going back, I think. Where did he go? There he is. Bilgewater Cutlass completed. Gonna walk back towards the top lane because he just wants more farm.
Definitely wants more farm. Actually, it looks like he's changing his mind. Insect gave him the big no button. Said, I am going to my lane. I have had enough of this torture in the bot lane. You can 2v2. So that is exactly where they've now changed their mind and have gone.
Phage up for Cogmore. Imp's actually walking up there already. So pretty interesting game being played here as Kalista, I think, accepted the potential 2v2, but Imp's like, nah, I'm going to follow Insect. He's my friend.
Friend or frenemy, I suppose. He's trying his best to deny Insect from getting anything at all. And maybe by pure chance, maybe prediction, they have come back into this top lane. The problem is Dragon.
And Zero, who's now caught out by POAL. Flames ported as well. Fate's Core going to tie him out, though. Saving that level 4 Alistar.
Being a level 7 Kalista does wonders for having that ultimate available. Zero struggling with levels himself, but they've spotted LGD doing the Dragon. They don't want to give it up for free.
Caught from Insect. Really nice stuff as Flame already down here, but they know Imp can't make it. Fish will land there as Insect flashes forward. He's almost Mega Knight. He's going to try and line up an ulti. Hyper will proc. Korn's going to dive in there as well. Insect just hits the ulti on the edge, but misses that wallop. And Huey tried to make a play in the backlines. Going to get stabbed by Godby. King, though, do not lose anyone and might just have enough room to take the Dragon.
Walking past the King board as well, annoying me endlessly right now.
Did a lot of that today.
There has been, but they're going for the Dragon themselves, and of course the teleport from Insect, the key factor as to why that went so well for them. I really like this team comp that King have put in place, but it's very heavily reliant on auto attacks. You'll notice the Gnar, the Echo, the Fizz, and the Kalista all need to get relevant auto attacks off. But it is super hard to get those auto attacks off when you look at LGD's side.
Are you telling me it's time for an Ardent Sensor, Rusty?
Almost. I'd say almost time.
Almost.
Not quite.
Not
I don't know what times there are to actually say it's time, but it's almost.
Well, we had one last game. We'll see what happens here as King going to take away this blue buff for themselves. Zero continuing to roam aggressively. As Godby maybe going for the same build, does have at least the Stinger portion.
He does have the Stinger. We'll see where he wants to translate that to, whether it is the Nashes. But we've touched on the fact that King really want to get those auto attacks off, but just take a second to actually soak in what LGD have to offer to prevent auto attacks from coming out. So first and foremost, Gragas Janna denies everything, displaces. Flame's probably dead.
Speaking of, there's some displacement. Knock up there as well for Zero after the Fate's Call. Doesn't get the headbutt though, but Flame has been riddled with arrows. Good flash headbutt there for Zero. Wants to ensure the kill happens, and Name just wrecks Flame's health bar.
That's a lot of arrows stuck in somebody that have just been ripped out of him and destroys him. But a lot of effort was required to make sure that he did go down. So in the end, they get the kill they're looking for. Flame doesn't have teleport, doesn't have his flash, and is 0-2. So he's not having a great time. What is better is that now the Kalista has a kill to boot.
Yeah, there's been a lot of resources invested in this Kalista by King. Clearly trusting Name. He's looking to try and take a tower, but hasn't done so just yet here. And despite the kill lead and the dragon lead for King, the gold's still nice and even, so things will start heating up here in this game, but right now it's just been a couple kills here and there for King, and that one dragon is the big advantage. Good tornado. Oh, catches him though, Korn. Gonna jump in here as well. Fish will miss. PYL just able to dodge that one.
That was close, but they get away with their lives. Insec actually taking a lot of damage for his troubles. So LGD can actually stay around and push him out of his lane right now, which is unfortunate given that the gank was just theirs.
Is indeed a 0.
Finally.
Slaps away the pink ward. Sentinel moving up the river there as well as Blade of the Ruin King is almost online there for Name. Going to be his first big power spike here in this game. But Imp working on a Trinity Force, so AD carries pretty similar actually with Imp just having a slight CS lead despite all the space that this Kalista has been given.
Yeah, a lot of time has been sunk into actually rotating around the different lanes, going to the dragon here and there. It took a very long time to actually kill Flame at all, so TBQ.
Good ward actually by Insect, but it might not be enough. Insect's Hex Drinker will pop. Yui gonna zone them off there with a parallel convergence. Imp though doing nice damage. They have to clear the wave. Insect's a little too far forward. Gets knocked up by the tornado, and TBQ gonna take him out.
They do everything they can. Even Imp, whilst tanking the turret, manages to turn around, get one attack onto Huey before leaving the turret's range. The aggression and making sure they get every little detail out of a dive that they can is phenomenal. TBQ again, the MVP of the last game on Gragas, has shown up in this one, that is for certain.
Yeah, his Gragas looking good here in the game, but tower does fall there on the bottom side. King able to get that one for themselves. Korn as well, kind of working on his next item, but having a fine time in the mid lane, just re-farming here to match Godvy's current CS and actually exceed it by a tad. And Cinderhawk here for Huey's been finished up, which means things are coming together. But Imp's going to get real strong real soon. In fact, he's going back now, have an inkling that he's finished that Trinity Force.
So both teams here look to accelerate themselves towards a later stage in this game. Godvy, if he goes for that Nash's Tooth again, most likely going to be the Pathers. Yeah, look, he has the Trinity Force completed now. At 14 minutes in this game, pretty good timing here. Name doesn't quite have his Blade of the Ruin King available to him yet. He's going to be very close himself, though.
Shouldn't be too far.
Has
in
enough
fact, yeah,
himself.
1,000 gold up means that he does have a slight lead against Imp as far as gold goes, and of course, enough there to finish it off on the next back. 0 level 6. Done a nice job roaming around as well. In fact, Abyssal there for Korn. Maybe the most curious choice here in this game. What do you think of that choice, Dusty?
Yeah, it's not too bad. You can see actually all of King are trying to stack magic resistance. Even the top lane, they've got the Spectre's Cowl and the Hex Drinker for Nah. And he was up against the Kog'Maw in laning phase. So definitely looking for that Maokai lane. Kog'Maw does a fair bit of magic damage, but really starts to ramp up with the physical once he gets later into the game. It just negates that extra bonus magic damage that can be provided as a TBQ.
Nope. Denied. As Insect pops himself away, but that's probably going to be enough to zone off King from this top lane turret. Insect going to try and clear it out quickly. Wave will fall, but the next one's just about to push as well. Zero calls himself up here as well, just to make sure they can keep this tower.
Yeah, they've all rotated towards it. It's going to be the big point of contention.
Ooh, tower though. Not going to be saved. Not there in time, unfortunately, for King, sorry. The tower does fall. That's one apiece now between the teams as LGD find themselves barely in the lead here, about 400 gold ahead.
Yeah, barely in the lead, but they're still in the lead, and this is not a position you ever want to find yourself in as King, given that it is 3-1 in kills at the moment. It's still 1-0 in Dragon, so there's a lot of points where there are positives here for King. They're actually starting the second Dragon up potentially for themselves. LGD not really in place to stop it.
Imp not there, and Nami going to beat him to it. See, this Dragon should be fairly easy for the King lineup. Kalista does make that task quite simple as a nice smite from Huey going to take it away. Insect there as well just to zone them away. And things kind of going as planned here. King seem to be just looking for that 5th Dragon snowball.
Definitely looking for the 5th Dragon. They need to find something other than just the 5th Dragon, though, to be fair. because you cannot rely on an unreliable win condition to get yourself to a victory. LGD at this stage, though, struggling to actually contest that Drift Dragon, as Godby hasn't been unlocked in this game, hasn't really found a chance to roam around the map and really impact it. But the closer we get to these big power spikes, you can see the Narcissus Tooth is the choice here for Godby. They've got that Trinity Force on him, he's working towards his boots, and they've also got the Righteous Glory on Flame. So in regards to big power spike for LGD, if there was a point for them to look for maybe a team fight, it'll be very soon around the tower or in the next Dragon.
Well, right now, just seeing the teams jockey for position here as everyone's building up that early goal. A fairly quiet game here, only 4 kills in 17.5 minutes, means that all the early actions sort of translated to a relatively soft mid-game, quite a long laning phase here, with only a tower down each, so we'll see how this develops, but right now, both teams just sort of waiting, trying to make sure they get to those big power points.
They are definitely waiting for the power points, but both teams starting to hit those power points, which is why you can see King looking aggressively in the mid lane, daring Godby to do something.
Nice and proactive here from Name, going to look for the tower. Doesn't quite get it. TBQ going to zone him off. Huey here as well, though. The ulti's there, but Name's going to flash him out to safety. Korn just eats PYL there with his fishes. Him takes out Huey, but TBQ going to die now as well. Great ult there from Godby as Name can't really do anything. He takes out the tower, though. Cuts back away from Flame, and it's almost enough from him, but not quite to kill Name. Now Godby going to set up a tower, but Korn's going to run him down with Zero and Insect. And King, a nice teamfight dive with a 4-1 win.
So they have the Abyssal Scepter for Korn. They've got all of their relevant items to get themselves to a fantastic position in this game. The Hex Drinker even saving Insect by a bit there, not going down. But the most important thing about that fight right there was Korn. The way that he played that fight, instantly picking on PYL, putting him in a horrendous position. He has the Ardent Sensor, by the way, so doesn't have health to speak of, really, and dies before he could really do anything. The ultimate's there, the flash is there, the ignite is there. Cops a fish and dies.
Yeah, and you can see, looking over King's itemization now after that. In fact, before that, let's watch this again.
Yeah, so TBQ is the one putting this into effect, but PYL non-existent within a second of this fight breaking out. Insect just sits on him and makes his life miserable. Korn flashes with the Playful Trickster to ensure Kog'Maw goes down. Name barely living here from the Kog passive, does get out with his life, and then Godby's left to try and just deal with the remainder of that. King played the team fight quite well.
They did, and the next team fight theoretically should go even better for them given what they've just picked up. Banshee's Veil done for Insect, Zhonya's Hourglass done there for Korn, and the Runan's Hurricane complete for Name. He's about a pair of Berserker Greaves away from hitting that sweet 2-item power spike.
Yeah, the 2-item Callista power spike. All he is missing is, as you mentioned, those boots are not too far, like 575 gold away from that. The 2 items that have been completed, though, Blade of the Wrong King Runans gives enough kite as it is basically as this Callista to rampage your way through team fights, and that Hurricane is indicative of wanting to continue to team fight. You look at the Fizz's item build as well. Finish the Zhonyas, again, wanting to be relevant in these team fights. The effective Zhonya stasis can actually make you be super aggro now, whereas you couldn't really have been as aggro prior.
No, you'd have to pick your spots instead. Can just get in and go crazy here as Insect hops into Mega Gnar form. Doesn't quite clear the wave though. Korn actually sticking in that top lane where he just got a tower down. So nice little split push happening here for King. And with Dragon being up in a minute 40, if they want that fight, that's their next point to look for it.
Definitely is going to be their next objective. Dragon number 3. Will LGD actually want to contest that one though is the question, given that they're getting their big power spikes in terms of items, but they're still waiting on the 2-item spike of the Kog'Maw. Costs a lot more, to be fair, to hit that big 2-item power spike. The Aziz starting to ramp up in terms of his relevance and damage, but it's just not going to be really comparable if on execution levels they're even to King.
No, and right now, with the way things are going, King are poised to try and take a game here off LGD. Ruined Godby's flawless Azir.
They have ruined his KDA.
That's true. Might ruin his win rate as well. If things continue, of course, with a glamorous 1-game undefeated streak there for Godby.
Yeah.
And
Huey's that one though.
And Huey's Echo been really impressive in the early game. I've seen him play it before, but clearly has been doing work with the champion because it's just so much more impactful than it sort of was before.
Yeah, it really was. He was doing a lot of work. I mean, Huey, compared to that Eve, didn't do anything, was kind of run around by LGD, which is impressive given that it was an Evelyn, one of the harder to deal with junglers. But the Echo, which arguably easier to deal with, has been providing this impact. And I think it comes down a lot more to the lane swap than the champion pick as well, is that it's unlocked the junglers to have their presence around the map wherever they would choose, and he chose best.
Yep. Really pressuring mid lane. Korn actually pretty significantly far ahead in terms of CS as King are onto the Dragon. And LGD just don't have an answer for Dragon number 3. And alright, third Dragon, not huge, but certainly relevant. But LGD can't really keep in that mindset because they're going to have to start contesting for these 4th and 5th ones.
I completely need to start contesting. The next Dragon in particular would be the point where LGD would say, well, we have to deal with this one, or even if we win the next team fights, they've still got the 5th Dragon to fall back to. So deny that next one away. Give them the possibility of getting back in the game themselves. The 6% at this point in the game will start to help them as well. It's a Kog'Maw after all. His damage is through the roof.
Yeah, you can see Name just pushing out waves there with the Hurricane. PYL joins into the bottom lane to shield up that turret and try and keep it safe. They will manage to keep it standing for now. King kind of struggling with the siege at this particular point, but again, no rush here for King. Just kind of looking to those Dragons and thinking that's the way we win.
Yeah, that's the key condition for them now. They can find team fights in between that are fantastic for them, but it's still risky because they're against a Kog'Maw and they're against an Azir. They've got the front line of that Maokai and the Gragas, and they've got the support party of the Janna. So the later the game goes, if they don't get the 5th Dragon, you start to question their ability to actually close out this game. And LGD could very easily take it away from them. Easier said than done, though, of course.
Yeah, very much so, as Godby just farming up a storm, trying at least, taking out the Wolves, but still about 30 CS behind Korn, who's trying to find a good lane to sit in and absorb some more farm. QSS up for Name as well, means that he can get out of some of those CCs, but not that many of the knockups, unfortunately. There's quite a few on LGD's side.
Yeah. So, again, auto-attack reliant champions here from King. It comes down to them engaging the fights for the fights to be successful. But LGD's team comp, very good at actually preventing that from happening and disengaging fights out of the way.
Oh, they want PYL. They fished him. He's dead. Huey going to scoop up that kill. King, nice bait in the Baron pit.
Very easily baited by them. Also, they've got complete vision control of the Baron pit, first and foremost. You can see by the way that TBQ's placing vision there.
Does get dropped there by Zero, who's going to force that flash out from TBQ. Nice ult there from Name, saves Zero.
Oh no.
Clears out the ward as well. Not quite there in range of that pink ward, but Godby going to scoop that out anyways. King start Baron.
That's aggressive. They know that TBQ is nearby. He fails the
Oh no!
ward. He doesn't have a ward.
Puts the barrel in. We'll get some vision now. Teleports down there for Flame. King will have to back away, but that ward almost cost them.
That was close. They don't get the Baron. We're going to see another version of the Baron dance from the other side here. If King can make this work, then they can do exactly what LGD did and snowball kills from Baron control. But I like the response from LGD. They don't need to fight around that Baron. They know that King are fairly low.
Huey going to zone them off though with his W. The rest of King return. Fish will go out. Hits PYL again. Forcing the flash away and the ult from Gragas. Insect going to pop back into Mininar form.
Heat seeking.
Yeah.
It just keeps finding PYL. There is no way for him to deal with this at this stage. Thankfully though, it is only hitting PYL. It's not hitting Godby or Imp, so that is always going to be very good for them. It just removes Janna from the fights, essentially, so a lot of the peel has to come from self-peel for this Kog'Maw and Azir, and that's easy to do as an Azir. Not necessarily simple as a Kog'Maw to peel a Fizz away.
No, needs PYL to be there, which is part of the reason it's awkward when he dies in team fights. You can see Korn's really been gunning for Janna there as well in the last few exchanges. Insect Meganar Gonna get Flame off this Gromp.
Yeah, wants the Gromp himself.
Gromp battles. He's gonna get it. It is Insec.
He wins this round, but he's also lost his Mega Gnar, so he's not necessarily going to be too strong of an impact in direct laning against each other. Right now, LGD find themselves somewhat behind. Not convincingly behind. That pink ward is useless.
It's interesting.
It's not placed in the right spot.
No.
It's on the very edge, and that is actually like a small curvature of the bush.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually spot a thing.
No. Unfortunately for King. LGD gonna have a nice little ward placed there. Mega Gnar again from Insec. Gonna wallop up Flame. Just sort of force him away. And I like what King are doing. They're just being patient.
They are being very patient. Of course, they can fall back to their dragon. 1 minute away is going to be dragon number 4 for them if they should go for this. As one of the cute things about Kog'Maw is he can aggro the Baron from really far away.
Yeah,
Actually, chunk 0.
Level 14 now for Imp, so about to hit that rank 3 ulti for a bit of extra range and damage. Blade of the Ruin King up as well, not too bad as Godby also hit himself.
Oh, that 100
that
gold.
2-item power spike. Delicious. Gets it.
Nailed it.
So much gold.
That's a lot of gold for an Azir turret. You need to be very careful with the way that you place it.
0?
Baron hurt 0.
He does. Doesn't use his ulti, thankfully, but is actually forced back. Dragon up in 20 seconds means King might have to make a tough choice here between buffs, but I think they know what their win condition is. Seems like they're more interested in Dragon, at least for now.
Definitely. Control the vision around Baron. Translate that immediately to the Dragon. Try and catch people unaware and make a very quick rotation and take the objective. The question is, what will LGD do in this situation? They're about to give up Dragon number 4 for free.
Yeah, and Godby just recalled as well, so they can't fight even if they wanted to here. Kalista and Echo gonna tear through this Dragon. Goes down, Huey smites it. Insec running interference in the bottom lane, and all of a sudden King is pinging Baron.
Yeah, they're 6 minutes away from being able to potentially win this game right now. The 5th Dragon is being completely uncontested by LGD. They're going to have to force this 5th Dragon to be contested. If they don't go for it, they're trying to throw their own game out the window, essentially. And now that the Dragon is no longer a factor, Insec still being a pest in his bottom lane, LGD just have not found a way to pull the trigger on anything.
No, and I feel like they've been hoping King would fight them, and King are just like, hang on, we're the ones that are ahead.
Yeah.
We're just going to relax.
Like,
as Insec headbutts the tower.
But then you look at the engage from LGD, and it's not necessarily that great. It does need to be either a flank from a Maokai teleport, doesn't have the home guards available, or TBQ hitting another barrel. And to be fair, he does hit all of his explosive casts at very important times onto the right members. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be guaranteed.
Yeah, and Flame starting to run into problems now with this Gnar. In fact, Insec might just kill him as Flame takes about 60% of his health down. That's only with a Hex Trigger as Imp's forced a flash from Korn.
And that's big. The fish will be available well and truly before the flash of Kog'Maw is catching him on rotation, something that probably should not have happened, but is coming down to not even vision control from King, just map control, and they're putting themselves in position to try and get people out of position, but didn't find it that time, forced a flash at the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's deliberate here for King, the pace. I think that's a pretty easy way to put it.
By the way, on both Fizz and God.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane is kind of from the start of this game. We're just kind of going to town on all the farm, but what do you think of the way King are playing this game? Because it is quite slow.
It's super slow. I'd say it's almost methodical in the way that they're doing it, but LGD, their drafting doesn't necessarily take it to King at all. So it's slow by choice or by force. I'm not entirely sure just yet, because realistically, they haven't done anything besides let King win the game.
And that's usually not a good thing. As you can see, King still up about 4,000 gold. And of course, crucially, the 4 dragons and even the 4 turrets, just for a bit of extra space here. Randy was completed now for Insec. 3 items done for Name plus that QSS. Even Echo's getting crazy tanky, and Korn's going to be onto his 3rd major, possibly even 4th major item relatively soon. That late game Azir we saw in the last game with those 3 big items, just not really there yet. And Impy's getting stronger, but Kog'Maw, especially when he goes late game, takes quite a while to get there. And I'm not sure LGD have all the time they really like.
They're going to need a QSS for the Kog'Maw to get the fish off you. At the very least, you don't want to have to waste that flash to get to safety. And then probably the Infinity Edge even. Not going for that last Whisper yet. And they're starting to get armor. But the fact they've gone for magic resistance is actually a good thing for him, because he will be unlocked a lot sooner.
Yep, especially with the Ardent Sensor. PWL helping out with those shields. But Ragnarok's death cap completed now for Korn. Insec is still bullying Flame in the bottom lane. And Godfrey's put up another turret. Insec will get knocked up there. Flame will knock him back there. Not quite into the turret. No, takes a bit of damage. But Kalista takes out the Sun turret. Imp's going to rotate over. Minina's going to proc the Hyper. Zero's here as well. LGD getting run ragged around this map.
They are. Insect's not going to die anytime soon from a Maokai and a Janna. And the response in the mid lane, though it's nothing crazy, is still going to be a turret. Now they're trying. They're starting to feel desperate or finding people out of position. TBQ wants it.
Yeah, pinging onto Con. The slow will not land. TBQ, I think, thought about the flash ult, but doesn't go for it. And yeah, instead of mid lane, King's just going to knock this down. Insect, Nami, and Zero able to take that away.
And again, we said it was desperation. Well, that is exactly what it is right now. King are just playing around the map. 1 minute and 30 seconds until their Dragon number 5 is available. LGD will finally put themselves in a condition or a position where they can look for a fight. That would be fantastic. And then from that one fight, they can look to try and turn the game around. As the Rylai's is done for Godby, that's big.
Yeah, that's really big. But King is still off about 7,000 gold, so I'm not sure the 3-item Azir is enough to close that gold deficit, but I guess we're going to find out pretty shortly here, Rusty, is Dragon up in just about a minute now.
Yeah, the vision control non-existent right now, and that's not something I'm used to saying about LGD. They've focused a lot of their efforts around the Baron, and so they have sacrificed the entirety of their Dragon control. Now, the numbers advantage is King. The control of the Dragon area is still King, the gold lead King. They couldn't ask for anything more coming into this Dragon 5 if it's a fight. LGD are starting to mount up a defiance though.
Yep, you can see grouping up in the mid lane, want some space here around the center. Gonna take out that turret. Yeah, Korn's just thinking, can I get this tower? Insect's probably thinking the same. King just gonna back away. Insect will get 1 tower, that's 6 now. Korn.
They're doing Baron.
Gonna work on this one. They are! LGD going in for this Baron. Korn's not there, but this is dangerous.
This is dangerous because Korn is taking their turret. They should be able to get this uncontested, but the Dragon is now available. Korn can rotate from this inhibitor to the Dragon pit.
Yeah, and that's Sheen for Korn. Not even the Lichbane doing quite a lot of work here. He'll take the inhibitor. Teleports are coming. Insect's trying to join in. King want this Dragon.
It's gone.
It is gone.
They get the Baron, but they've now lost Dragon 5 and an inhibitor for their troubles. At the very least, they're able to defend a lot better with the Baron minions to try and push them away from the base. But really, they're trying to lose this game as hard as they possibly can. They get a trade for it. At the very least, getting the Baron's nice. But King are so happy to just take that trade. Realistically, it favors King still.
I agree. I just feel like LGD are playing to lose. Playing to not lose,
yeah,
rather than playing to win.
Yeah. They're trying to stall the game out, but by stalling the game out, they've given the 5th Dragon buff over to King, who still, to be fair, need to make something happen with it. We're yet to see it happen. LGD can still definitely win a team fight. It's just exponentially harder than it was.
Almost like a challenge to King. It's like, yeah, I'll give you 5 dragons. Let's see if we can win.
Let's go with that.
I don't know.
Sounds reasonable given what has happened.
King gonna keep pushing though. Korn real close to that Lichbane, which means those structures are gonna be under even more threat. Nami with 4 items. Insect with great items here. 2 major defensive ones and a couple of smaller offensive ones. A Locket, a Frozen Heart, 3.5 items on the Fizz, plus the Righteous Glory there on the Alistar. Things are looking good for King. It's just a matter of finding that one little fight to close this game out.
Yeah, so that's the thing though, is trying to find that fight when LGD have the Baron minions available. It's really hard for them to get under the turret if there is a single member with the buff nearby. Now, it's entirely possible for them to do, but it's going to be execution heavy. It's going to involve a dive. Can they do that?
I like that Con's flanking there as well. Good positioning there. Fish goes in.
He just lost his mega.
Doesn't quite get it. Huey getting dropped in as well, but Con's going to dive straight in. Zero's in the back as well. Name, I think trying to take the tower as Godby's dove in, but Imps could be in trouble now. Con going to dive in, try and take him. Name does kill Godby. Huey's low in the backside, but he chrono breaks out. Godby's already dead. PYL there as well. Insect still not dead there as Imp gets headbutted back. Fate's Call will save Alster. Massive double stun there onto LGD. Imp will die. Flame will die. And that's an ace for King.
A triple kill for Korn, and he just goes off in this game. Basically a silver platter of a victory where LGD, they just seem to be in shambles. It didn't feel like at any stage they really wanted to get ahead in that game. They didn't force anything. They just let it happen to them.
They did, and Korn's Fizz, the old comfort pick for him, really good in that game. Like, we've seen his Fizz this year. That was one of the best Fizz games I've seen from Korn, and honestly, just globally, that was awesome to watch.
He beat the clock, 100%.
Yep.
They find picks, and he's always picking off the important target or the possible pick. He didn't go all in to find Imp. He took PYO on. That was really smart from him. And this King's side, seemingly off the back of what was a horrendous defeat, they pull it back together, they reset, and they play back to their strengths. They let Korn go massive, and that's exactly what he did.
And again, King, playoff dreams no longer alive, but that 1 point does help them.
That's right.
In their quest to get out from that bottom spot on the ladder. Not many games left for them to play, but taking a game off LGD is at least good for their morale. And LGD, the streak finally ends.
That's right. They did not finish this one 2-0. Their last best of twos, their last two best of twos were 2-0. So they've shown kinks in the armor. Not entirely sure what the exact kink would be in this case, but losing the will to win essentially is what it felt like.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one there for LGD, but King will take it, playing very nicely there in that game as Insect hobbles his way over to shake hands. You can see, you know, everyone's just sort of chilling out. A split series, I feel like no one's ever truly happy, but everyone will shake hands, be good sports, and King will go take a bow in the middle of the stage. I think we've seen Insect do this before. From memories, it's mildly comical. Although I do feel for the man. Breaking a limb is never fun.
Now, it's not ideal to break a limb, as he can't really, So, in saying that, King would be happy with a 1-1.
Yep.
Though LGD were the ones striving for that 2-0, the fact that King found a 1-1 does wonders for their prevention of auto-relegation.
And continues the kind of eternal question about King, Rusty. Which King shows up on any given day?
Yeah.
Because one game they get absolutely slaughtered by LGD, and the second they quite handily, with some smart play, able to take it to them. I think looking forward with relegation on the horizon, hopefully for them not auto-relegation, but it's a matter of how do we do this consistently? Because we've talked about it already for King. Consistency's been their constant difficulty all year long.
Yeah, I guess the big question is, it's nice to know that they brought a different King in games 1 and then 2. They reset and became this side, but you're right. Which King's going to show up? We'll see coming into these next games.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out another day as King do take the second game there and even it up against LGD. Don't go too far, though. We've got a third series coming up, and it should be a lot of fun as Snake are going to take on Royal Never Give Up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. I think we've got Ryan Froster and more managing to actually get onto a chair tonight as we take over the LPL. Admittedly, not all that controlled at the beginning, but how are you?
I was experimenting with my liver right there just to make sure that I was going to try to be taller than you.
I got to stretch out, but we'll be fine.
You got it.
Yeah.
Good. We're good.
So, King managed to win a game.
Yeah, in typical King fashion, they actually haven't lost a lot of 2-0s. Mostly they split their sets. But that said, despite going 1-1 with LGD, their playoff chances, it's a pretty sad day for King fans.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, of course. King needing to get the 2-0 victories throughout basically every single game coming up. And they had a rough run in LGD. Quick to put a bit of a staple in it.
The issue is that King only have 3 more games left of the LPL season. They're going to face LGD, WE, as well as OMG. So they had only collectively 9 points total and sitting in last place with now, 14 points? Unfortunately, it pretty much kisses those chances goodbye. But the teams to watch, of course, are going to be Vici and Masters 3 in terms of guarding that playoff bracket. We already saw Vici at our very first set today, and they went 2-0.
They did.
So now it's all pressure on Masters 3, who also only have a remaining 3 teams left to face, so collectively 9 points up for grabs.
A remaining 3 teams, but they're not exactly the lower tier teams, Frostgreen. That's the problem.
No, Masters 3 still need to face Invictus Gaming, Snake, and Edward Gaming.
Yeah, so at least, all of those names. Pretty rough for this lineup to face. Although, Masters 3, they had a breakout performance earlier on. Things have been getting better and better, especially as far as that mid lane is concerned. Dade really stepping up. We'll see what the rest of the team can get behind him. But Masters 3 don't even play today, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a look back briefly of that last series. Of course, King coming out ahead in the last game against LGD. But then afterwards, we get straight into RNG taking on Snake.
But let's go ahead and take a look at the spotlight right now. And the thing that I wanted to talk about, as we see Nami will have a fantastic performance over the course of this team fight, of course, followed up by a great engagement from Insec on his Gnar, is just night and day, just the objective control in general. And that tends to happen when you pick up Callista, that you're going to have a 5-dragon win condition due to her Rend. But Insec and Nami looked fantastic this game.
They did. Huey as well, starting off some team fights very, very nicely. And it seems like the game's relatively similar both times in this series, but with just different nameplates over the heads of each team either way through. And of course, still Callista being a massive power pick here.
And kind of interesting to see Godby, go 2 different ways with this Azir pickup. So that was the first time that he's played Azir competitively in the LPL, which is weird because when you think about big pool of champions of unique picks, Godby is right up there alongside Pawn, but really hadn't brought out the Emperor. In China, they call him the Golden Chicken.
Yeah.
Until recently, and, first game was a God, second game, more of a V.
Yeah, I have a feeling that is the case. We had a look at
You didn't even laugh. That was that was my best attempt.
I just don't understand what a V is.
I don't know.
I just wasn't really going to go anywhere with it. That's the issue. But King versus LGD, you can see jungle control rate night and day as far as the 2 games were concerned, and Korn picking up the MVP, immortal performance there on the Fizz in the mid lane.
Picking it up on his signature champion. So typically when Korn entered as a rookie, he used to have Fizz permabanned against him, and at some point it just stopped being effective. It's nice to see him, find his comfort back. But the thing about Korn, specifically with his Fizz, is I feel like Korn is a good player, but he's not a good teammate, if that makes sense. He kind of does his own thing. As opposed to, if you think about Yu, who's coming up in our next coming game as the mid laner for Snake. Yu's so good at zoning for his team and creating a space. Korn is good at assassinating people, but not working around what his team's doing. So if you put him on a pick like Fizz, it makes sense that, he would be able to go off because Fizz doesn't really offer anything for his team, just does his own thing. Yeah,
does a whole heck of a lot of damage and bounces around a team fight in order to assassinate people. But that has been sort of Korn's MO. That's what made him so great on Starhorn Royal Club all the way back when. Of course, I actually miss his Yasuo play. That's my personal favorite. But Insect seems to be taking it away from him there in the top lane.
He also was a big Orianna player, which, again, if you think about the fact that Korn, not really the greatest team playing or 5v5 styling of mid laner, but he had a good Orianna.
He did. He certainly played a heck of a lot of it as well. But we are going to move into our next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. RNG are going to be taking on Snake, and both of these teams have been up and down throughout the LPL.
Snake is most recently on a swing, though, so we saw them against Xiaogu, where they split 1-1. Was a beautiful series. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it. Explosive 5v5 action. But the curious thing about Snake is that they've actually been running subs, which we didn't think that a team would experiment with their roster this late in the LPL season on a run to the playoffs. And of course, Snake RNG sitting very different in terms of the standings. RNG, one of those bottom 4 teams trying to break in over Masters 3 and VG Gaming, where Snake are sitting currently tied for 4th. In the OMG kind of cluster in the middle there.
Yeah, cluster probably wants an extra word at the end there, but we completely understand exactly what's going on. The middle of the standings are a little bit chaotic at best, but yeah, you're right. The subs really making a difference here, and I think I really want to put a highlight on Martin there on the bottom side of the map. His play has been brilliant, and we've always sort of looked at Crystal as being this sort of hyper carry for Snake, but it seems like now with Martin on the side, it seems like they have a little bit more versatility. No,
and I completely agree, and it's curious too because Snake as an organization are a relatively new organization in terms of the LPL, especially with this starting current roster, but they've already shown so much depth and what's what I want to look for? Almost bravery or courage to change what they think or identify what is wrong with their team in specific. You had the initial lane swap from Baka over to you in that mid lane. Yeah. Now you have the 80 carry swap from from Crystal to Martin, and likewise their jungler. And we're in week 9 of the LPL to be that confident to say, okay, so the meta is changing. We need to change our play style, and let's do it through a roster.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working out relatively well thus far, but we'll see whether RNG can really throw it to them because, of course, Xiao been making moves there in the mid lane. Admittedly, I'm a little bit biased. Love the player because he does weird stuff, especially in the last split of the LPL, but his Jace has been brilliant.
Poke compositions coming back in. We've seen a lot of Ezreal, and in response to that, a lot of Braum. And if King's playing, a lot of Yasuo.
Yeah, most definitely a lot of Yasuo. We need to talk about MLXG here as well. Of course, RNG, if they are going to win a game, it's going to be off the back of MLXG killing a whole bunch of people. But we are going to have a look at Snake first up. As in the top lane, it is going to be FLICKR, the signature player, I like to say, for Snake.
Probably the most consistent member, not only in their roster changes, but also in performance. FLICKR, that carry top laner. And there's the new sub-jungler, ZZR. So formerly they had a Korean by the name of Beast. Beast was a fantastic Cinder Hulk player, a lot of Nunu. But ZZR kind of being a bit more flexible. Tank, carry, does a little bit of all.
Able to mix it up, of course. Notably on the rec side, pretty strong. But you got you there in the mid lane, able to play basically anything. And Martin back on the roster one more time. You can see a lot of Vayne and a lot of Jinx in that match history. And the Jinx play is what I really was impressed with. And Ella still being Ella there on the bottom side of the map.
And this is what's beautiful about Ella. I like to call him my unsung hero, especially Snake. Fantastic support, always a strong performance. But the fact that he has a great performance with both Crystal and Martin, again, just kind of underlines this guy is a top-level support in the LPL. And he's also, I believe, with Beast on the bench, the only starting Korean player for Snake.
So, of course, Snake can possibly, down the track, pick up another Korean player if they want to, of course, with that only 2 allowed rule. But with Ella there in the lineup, going through the sort of language barrier at the same time, with both Crystal and Martin still able to have a fantastic performance. We'll see whether he's going to be able to this time around. As far as the standings are concerned, it looks like Snake moving in as the favorites. But if a team's going to be able to throw a curveball, it's going to be RNG.
No, completely agree. And so the other really fun thing about the Snake versus RNG matchup, and you may cringe a little bit, but if you go back to LSPL when RNG were known as King, you have to think that these two,
at least... Oh my goodness, that Harry Potter picture is incredible. I believe we've seen that one before, but I'm happy for it to come up over and over again.
So many of these players look like Harry Potter. I can't tell if they're doing like an Imp cosplay or a Daniel Radcliffe cosplay.
No, it's always MLXG.
Always MLXG, which we are going to take a look at him.
Anyway. Yep.
Let me in the top lane there, former GAMT top laner. Again, RNG is kind of a collection of GAMT and former King. And if you think about when Snake and King entered, they entered together. They do have history as these two rosters facing across from each other.
King, throughout the LSPL, before the first season, actually used to come out ahead against this team. So we'll see whether they can continue to be the kryptoniters. There's Xiao on your screen right now. We'll see whether he can get things done there in the mid lane, but it's going to be rough.
I love his facial expression. I also love this guy, Wushin. It stands for No Heart, which was his former name in the LSPL, but I feel like you cannot talk about Wushin unless you talk about Lei with him. They are a great duo. They play off each other very well. Wushin's very aggressive. You saw a lot of Vayne there. And Lei does a fantastic job, covering his flanks with a very vision-dominant support, very aggressive, engaging style support.
Yeah, and I also really like about Lei is the fact that he always wards around his AD carry.
Yep.
Makes sure he creates this protective area, like this little bubble for Woosh to play in. And look, we'll see whether Woosh can continue to go off. Of course, he has managed to in the past, but does tend to go a little bit overly aggressive at times.
I believe every time I make a note for RNG and it comes to Wushin, it always says, picks Vayne at the most ridiculous and inappropriate times.
I believe they went through an entire best-of-5 series where he just picked Vayne.
That said, I'm really on the Vayne train right now. Vayne train, which I've normally been fairly critical of, but only in tandem with Janna. I think Janna Kog'Maw, Janna Vayne, really good right now.
Really strong.
I expect to see it played.
What's strong about it, Prof?
The beauty of it is with the AP itemization changes, obviously mid laners, it kind of changes up their shot backs just because you decrease a lot of cost in gold and adjusted the AP, so they're going back more, finding various power spikes that are a little bit more...
Consistent?
Not consistent. I was going to say like kind of disjointed or not as spread out.
Okay, yeah.
Because you're not, saving up 1,600 for that big needlessly large rod. So what this does, it empowers things that have a mid-game power spike, which then sounds weird to say, oh, Kog'Maw and Vayne, mid-game power spike? What are you talking about? They're hyper-scaling AD carries, which they totally are. But with their initial itemization completions with the Blade of the Rune King, or in Kog'Maw's case, the Trinity Force, and then in tandem with Janna on her shield at level 9, which again, mid-game power spike, you give effectively a free BF sword worth of stats.
Yeah, and the fact that those two items don't actually offer a whole lot of flat AD.
Exactly.
So being able to augment it makes a lot of sense.
It balances out really well. You get a lot of stats out of those AD carries in the mid-game, which is very cost-efficient just through augmenting them with their abilities. So Janna will also empower Siege as well as rotation through lanes with her Tailwind passive. Augment your Siege potential just on the flat AD that she's going to grant with the shield. And then you also have the hyperscaling potential from Kog'Maw and Vayne anyway. So I just think since the mid lane itemization has changed, it's more important to find a mid-game power spike from your AD carries to sync with it. And then likewise, mids, control mages hyperscale anyway in terms of Azir, Victor, things like that. So then it's even better that your AD carries will also carry with them.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that on top of everything, Janna's still a fantastic disengaged support. So pairing her with the likes of a hyper carry means that throughout the late game, you still are able to reset these fights of the Monsoon, disrupt everything with that Howling Gale as well. So I like it. And we'll see whether that is going to be an option here. Of course, Ella, known
for
almost
his
predominantly for his Janna.
Yep, both these supports actually play a lot of Janna and a lot of Thresh. And, with the rise of the hard engaged supports like Alistar, like Nautilus, it makes sense that we would see a hard disengaged support like Janna kind of rise back up, but it also then empowers a lot of Leona, which we started to see crop up in the LPL. Now, directly in lane, there is a lot of counter potential for Janna against Leona. Anything that's going to be able to displace her, Thresh Flay, Janna Tornado, to make sure that she can't connect with the Zenith Blade. But typically when you're against a Janna, you want a Thresh, you want a Leona, you want a hard engage on her, lock her down, blow her up.
Yeah, you want someone that could just get right in her face and stop anything from happening. But we'll see whether they are going to be able to do that. We are going to have Champion Select very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, as we're looking over the wonderful LPL Stadium. FLICKR getting very, very excited.
It's the new stadium.
I know, it's wonderful.
It's beautiful. I love his shirt.
Yeah.
I love my shirt.
I like your shirt as well. I actually feel like my tie isn't doing it enough justice here. Tried to match it, just didn't quite get there. Thank you.
He looks lovely.
Aw, thanks, FLICKR. Well, we are going to get straight into Champion Select here as we do have Gragas and Shen taken away on the side of Snake, and Ryze and Kalista to follow from RNG.
I'm actually really surprised that Snake decided to ban Shen from blue side just because Flandre has shown a lot of proficiency on that champion. But that said, Flandre, he likes to be more carry-oriented with his picks as opposed to tanky.
Well, look, Snake already sort of removing both of the AoE displacement champions here in the Gragas and the Janna. We've seen them paired up so many times, but now we're going to have so many options for massive hard engage. And Azir, the last remaining sort of full disengage option.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, Atlas. That was the other thing that I was just about to touch on. So the big kind of picks left are going to be Victor and Azir, but the thing is because Snake, who is a massive team fighting team, they love to 5v5, they ban Gragas, they ban Janna, the Cask, and the Monsoon, get rid of that displacement like you said. Azir is kind of the last standing champion to reset a fight with his Emperor's Divide. So prioritizing Azir over Victor, I guarantee that Xiaohu is going to be No, he could take Jace. He's either going to play Jace or he's going to play Victor.
Well, he does have a few options here. Of course, Xiaohu has played Lucian in the mid lane, so anything is possible here. Is MLXG actually considering the Kog'Maw? Makes a bit of sense, wanting to hyper scale, and it looks like Braum is going to be an option here as well. Probably not a lot of opportunity for an Ezreal to come through. Martin doesn't like to play it, and of course Azir already on the board, but Braum still just finding his way in after that Winter's Bite buff.
The nice thing about Braum is he's going to also kind of fill that niche as a disengage. It's not going to be a hard reset, but obviously if someone's running at you, he kind of has the flexibility of disengage as well as hard engage with his fissure and his Q.
Well, Snake's opportunity now, as it looks like the bottom lane of RNG has been secured. Could also be Xiaohu playing that Kog'Maw in the mid lane if he wants to, but not going to make that assessment just yet. And Xiziar, actually going to just lock in the Nunu. No chances taken, and we've got the sort of double Blood Boil comp with the fact that Azir more than happy to grab some extra attack speed, and Tristana as well for Martin.
Again, empowering those Sand Soldiers. So right now, this is still a very strong 5v5. You have a hyperscaling AD carry in the form of Tristana. Not to the same extent that Kog'Maw is going to be offering, but obviously, like you said, Nuna's going to be able to augment her attack speed with the Blood Boil. But more importantly, this is a siege composition, which is what I like about Snake and how flexible they're being with their comps. You still have that same 5v5, so they'll be able to run it in team fights, but it gives them so much more versatility that when they approach a tower, they're going to be able to just shred right through it.
Yeah, and it's the stock standard poke comp as well, as they do hover the Maokai for Let Me, potentially. Of course, Let Me loves to play the Shens, the big tanky guys that are on the top side of the map, more than comfortable on this Maokai if they do lock it in.
I think that means it's going to be a fizz for Flandre because he loves that matchup.
Could certainly be, and of course RNG now with a completely different idea heading onto the Rift than Snake as we move into this game. Of course, Snake really wanted to get these team fights happening, consistent damage being the aim of the game, whereas the poke, RNG wanting to stop anything from coming at them. And now it looks like the Janna and Gragas bands even more intelligent from this Snake lineup, as Fizz, as you said, being the hover.
The other thing why I knew, or at least I assume it's going to be Fizz, we'll see if he locks that one in, is because you're already offering a lot of disengage and protection to your AD carry. So Flandre acting as a secondary carry here, since U is, again, about creating zone, about creating space. He's also very well empowered with the Azir. Flandre, as the secondary carry, needs to be on someone super self-sufficient, so they don't have to worry about Flandre. Just send him in on Fizz. He's got Playful Trickster. He's got his Q. He can dance around there. We need to focus just on protecting Martin. So it made sense to me that A, I already knew that he liked the Maokai matchup because it pretty much gives Fizz a free lane, but B, he was going to play someone self-sufficient anyway.
And I really like this comp coming up from Snake. They noticed the fact that there is going to be a lot of poke from RNG, so let's just put Tibbers in there. Of course, Annie able to throw down that bear, grab the AoE stun, and really get these fights started when Snake want them. RNG now to find their last pickup, and where do they need to take it? I believe MLXG.
It's the jungle, yeah.
Yeah.
Do it, MLXG.
Well, Elise actually very strong on the 5.13 patch. Haven't seen her sort of rocket back into competitive play just yet, but still very much like it.
Which is really weird because there's a lot of Elise legacy players in the LPL.
Yeah.
She used to be a very popular, like, obviously.
She used to be basically the jungler.
Exactly. You think all the way back to, what was it, Season 3 with Lucky, Royal Club's jungler?
Yeah.
Finding those crazy Lucky smites and steals with his Elise Repel.
Well, you can also, like, the Venom Spite, fantastic for securing neutral objectives like that with the percent damage. So MLXG going to lock that one in. And look, Elise was always a brilliant champion in these sort of siege poke comps because the fact that she can go into her ranged form, you can stand next to a tower and auto-attack it down without having to be in the face of it. And the Repel, brilliant for getting those dives happening.
Yeah, I'm really curious. There is a lot of dive potential between Xiaohu and MLXG, and typically the issue with taking Ezreal into the mid lane is you sacrifice all of your kill potential in that lane, not only because you're losing the summoner spell, but obviously the early itemization rotation from Ezreal. If he gets behind, he's going to go into the Trailblazer. If he's slightly ahead, he can go for a Sheen and offer some poke damage. Yeah. But just think about this. If Yu is ever low underneath his tower, the dive threat of Elise being able to juggle tower aggro with her Repel on an Ezreal ultimate that just sweeps by, it's very classic to the Rek'Sai Xerath combo that people used to run when someone was low on that mid-tier tower and just Q snipe into Unburrow or Prey Seeker into Unburrow snipe.
Well, of course, MLXG and Xiaohu were definitely players of both of those champions. I mean, Xiaohu was known for playing Xerath, so all of these old strategies that they used to employ, very, very relevant as we head into this game. You can see we are going to go through the lineups here. FLICKR taking the Fizz into the Maokai, ZZR on the Nunu. He's going to face off against MLXG's Elise, and we'll see how it goes as it enters the Rift. One of the first times here in the LPL is you on the Azir up against the Ezreal from Xiaohu, and Martin taking the Tristana into the Kog'Maw. A lot of hyperscaling availability here, but it is an old Tristana.
And last but not least, joining them in the bot lane, it will be Ella taking Annie versus Lei on that Braum.
Yeah, and of course Lei known for disengage, Ella known for disengage. Both of them maybe stepping out of their comfort zone just a little bit. Of course, Braum known for it a little bit more, but Annie, she's going forward all the time. But we are going to waste none of it as we hop straight onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Snake versus RNG. Game 1 of our third series of the evening. First game of Week 10 of the LPL for Split 2.
You're not going to say all of them?
No, I didn't. First game of the third
Week 10,
match,
Game 2.
Week 10.
Wait.
Game 11, 6,582 minions have died
900
thus far
4
in the last 2 years.
10.
Okay, that is completely incorrect, that stat, by the way, everyone. But we are going to have a 5-point defense system, so what we say, not entirely all that relevant at the moment.
Should be noted, though, and what's fairly important is the fact that Martin was just spotted out in his lane swap by a nicely placed sapling from Let Me. Now he steps forward onto this ward to show his back, so now here comes the mind games. Yep, he's just going to walk all the way back. so he just mind gamed them. He showed on vision, knowing that that was warded because he saw Maokai place the trinket. That's why he stepped forward into that brush to do that, and now he's just going to walk back top.
And RNG also saw him see that he saw the ward.
Oh, so is it a double mind game?
So many mind games.
They're like, he could just be faking us. It's a trap.
Well, Ella is going to walk through the forest here. Definitely thematically correct here on Little Red Riding Annie.
I thought it was the Valentine Annie.
Well, look, she has the opportunity to be on Little Red Riding. Don't remove this from me. I need this. This moment.
I'm fairly certain it's the Valentine's Annie.
Yeah, I think it was too. Unfortunate. Totemic Maokai, though, is going to be starting off at the Raptor camp. Xiaohu probably wanting to pick up a couple of those by the looks of things.
That skin is very popular in Australia.
Is it really? Oh, for what reason?
I don't know. I'm not Australian.
Well,
let's talk about
only I can
Elise.
tell you. Yeah, well, Elise going to be starting off the red buff here as FLICKR is going to take away the Krugs. And yeah, how does her first clear go these days, FLICKR?
It's much stronger. The changes to Elise is, in short, you just have to think that she's going to be much healthier, much tankier in the jungle. Likewise, we'll see where he'll decide to itemize. I would assume it's going to be that Rune Glaive.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see how much he can start ramping up his damage, because Elise is in, I'm going to call it a very healthy spot right now.
Frostgrim's way of saying slightly overpowered, but
I said healthy.
Ryle's
She's got some meat on her bones.
Yeah, Ryle's and Leandre's have been definitely tweaked just a little bit
All
recently.
the penetration items that she makes full use of. FLICKR he's sacrificing his own farm here because he's trying to lure Wushin forward into this trap from Ella. That said, Ella on the Valentine Annie skin does not have a stun ready.
Not just yet. RNG actually going for a very early dragon, something that an Elise can definitely do using those spiderlings for a little bit of extra power in this level 2 form. Already down to half health. It looks like they are going to be able to take it.
Look at this patience. He's lost probably a full wave of creeps just from this trickery.
Wow.
Don't do it, Whoosh. I will remember you.
Wow, FLICKR. Well, now he's going to try and close it.
He just exits to the top side.
Wanders through. I believe he was just trying to secure some experience there, I guess, knowing that Woosh would be able to push him out.
It was
not sure.
Not correctly played by Ella. Moving to the bottom side, he should have stayed to the top side of the lane, so Wushin couldn't have just exited towards the top where he has all of that vision behind the Dragon Pit, likewise Lei coming around the corner.
Yeah.
And it would have pinchered him. So again, we talked about, Ella, perhaps the only Korean left on the lineup. maybe some miscommunication issues, but it was really just a posturing in the lane type of issue. That said, Flandre, again, he sacrificed a lot of CS trying to set up for that. It was a good 30-second investment, and he didn't find anything on it.
Nothing going to go either way apart from that dragon falling for RNG very early in this game. Let me going to continue clearing out some farm here on the top side.
Did you ever think you'd see the day where MLXG would prioritize an objective over murdering someone in the lane?
That is such a good point.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
But she did. RNG, though, now back into the laning phase here as Flandre in a pseudo 2v2 situation as the top laner. Ella trying to get some farm here where he can. Martin might be in a little bit of trouble as MLXG going to show his face for the first time in a lane here on the top side of the map.
The beauty about ganking a Maokai lane, Let Me has to use Twisted Advance, and it'll guarantee a free cocoon.
Whoa. Well, both of them went out at the same time. Fortunately, there's a lot of damage availability. But Martin is going to be safe. It's all going to be used just to get MLXG out of the way. And I believe that explosive shot would have connected anyway.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure that he spread the damage along the creep wave as well as Let Me. Just, you know, as a...
Yeah.
I love you, man. No, but the big issue of that gank naturally was the fact that Martin was able to get the rocket jump off in time so that the cocoon didn't connect. So, again, you have to make sure that the Twisted Advance connects first, locks him down, and then any sort of skill shot champion, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Elise, it's pretty much a guaranteed free CC hit after.
Well, yeah, MLXG not quite...
Patient.
Yeah, patient enough just yet. But
that's the guy we know.
Patience isn't exactly MLXG's MO, is it, Oscar?
Oh, is this the famed Nunu gank?
Oh, Flash Snowball is available.
The cacao.
It's beautiful. I like to call it the Cacleo.
I've seen Cacao flash Snowball more times. He does the ult.
Well,
if he flash ours...
the Cacleo.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Because, you know, both of them do it, and it's really cute. But it's not going to be ZZR. That's not what he's going to start for himself here on this Nunu. Just heads back to base, picks up that Trailblazer, grabs himself a Ruby Crystal, and is going to spread wards throughout the area. Jahu and you just facing off here in the mid. 4 CS is the lead for the Ezreal at the moment, but we'll see how he ramps into the mid to late game on this Ezreal.
And we can kind of take stock of, you know, what's happened so far in the early game as we approach the 6 minute 30 second mark. Typically, Snake is actually very good at playing the first 10 minutes. Usually on the back of Flandre, he's very comfortable in a 1v1 or lane swap. But again, just, you know, making those slight errors, committing so much to try to lure Rushin into danger, not finding that gank, losing the initial dragon to RNG, one of the teams with the worst dragon control in the LPL, is very unlike Snake, especially when you have a Nunu as your jungler. So for once, and kind of uncharacteristically, Snake showing some weaknesses in this initial lane swap.
Well, Martin is grabbing some levels here on the top side of the map as well. Tristana probably scaling the best with levels out of a lot of AD carries. Of course, Corki would probably give her a run for their money, but the fact that the Draw a Bead passive is slowly giving her more and more range
Round 2
is very important as MLXG. Exactly right.
Okay, Twisted Advance, then Cocoon. He's got it.
Yeah, there's the Flash Twisted Advance as well. Cocoon comes in. Martin takes so much damage.
Oh!
Oh my goodness, the fadeaway jump shot. And RNG are out of there.
Style points while in the animation for the rocket jump. Make sure that he buster shoots them away and they're not able to connect with the last auto or ability. And Martin gets out with his life as well as burns the flash from Let Me.
Yeah, so flash for flash there as well. I believe MLXG may have used his as well. He did. So both, like 3 flashes down. Nothing found here for RNG. True Shot Barrage just sails by.
He's checking for A, vision on red buff to see when the timer was for that. Likewise, checking to see if Martin was rotating down to the bottom side, so initiating their swap back.
Well, it is going to happen here, as of course Fizz in the top side. Flandre with his teleport available up here as well, so Ella wandering around with a stun.
Get in there.
Trying to get back into the lane.
There's no reason to step up and take unnecessary damage, which is why Ella's just going to wait in the corner. They saw that the creep wave was moving forward. They weren't sacrificing any CS for it, so again, no reason to step forward. Just wait.
Well, that did not necessarily work out so well for Snake there as Martin takes the full combo from Whoosh. That is, of course, the Voidoos and the ultimate with Living Artillery as well as the sheened up auto attack with that by Arcane Barrage. Jahu's going to take himself blue buff and be on his merry.
Xiaohu doing a fantastic job in this mid lane right now, like you said, has a slight CS advantage, especially because the wave is pushing into him. Decided to itemize the Sheen first, so not in any sort of peril where he needed to itemize early on the Trailblazer, so still has a lot of damage left on his ability. So see if they're going to be able to contest for this upcoming dragon in 8 seconds.
Of course, double Sheen's being picked up actually gives them a lot of late
burst
early
damage.
game damage.
Yeah.
Exactly. But we're just going to wait, take down this cannon creep, possibly move around and use his trinket to try and scout out for some vision. Spots ZZR there. They are able to clear out the ward. And the Cookie Monster not going to be able to find too much here. Martin just going to clear out the minion wave as only a Tristana can. Not going to be holding any freezes whatsoever as Snake now aware of the fact that the dragon has respawned. And they're still paying close attention to the bottom side. It looks to me like they're trying to find a pick before going for a potential dragon.
The also big thing is the fact that Ella is level 6, so this is the lane with the most kill presence in it.
Ooh, Winter's Bite not going to find the mark here as ZZR's looking for a gank on the bottom side. MLXG though, he's got other thoughts being on the top side of the map. ZZR just wanting to stop any freezes from happening, just makes his presence known, says, guys, we're leaving. We're done here.
I'm actually surprising that they're choosing to all back at this moment, especially because they don't know where MLXG... Oh, he just walked through ward. Now they know. So now they're fine to make this call.
Well, MLXG going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttle. Little Spiderling's going to finish the job for him here. As it looks like it is going to be the tank Elise build at the beginning of it.
Yeah, going for the Cinderhulk.
Well, Yu just decides that he's not going to take any damage from Xiaohu here, as the Arcane Shift damage didn't come down. Mystic Shot was missed as well, so he's going to be okay after Xiaohu tried to go a bit aggressively. Not going to find too much there at all, but yeah. So MLXG seeing what he can do with the Cinderhulk.
I'm curious where the rest of his itemization is going to go. If he's going to go maybe a more traditional Elise build with the Sight Stone, or if he's going to really look for that penetration. I assume that with the Cinderhulk, he's probably going to go Sight Stone and then into Haunting Guise. Possibly look for CDR boots was kind of the big common thing for Elise, just because you want more rotations on your Cocoon.
Yep.
Or if maybe he'll look for... I don't think he should look for Sorcerer's Smith. I think it's much more cost efficient to look for CDR boots.
Well, it's actually really interesting because, of course, if we have a look back to, how players used to build Elise sort of very early on, it was the Ancient Golem that was picked up.
There's the Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, looks
again,
like Sightstone.
Committing to that.
Well, actually, it could be a whole lot of things, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So
it could technically go into the penetration.
Yeah, it could. Well, Runeglaive completed here by Xiaohu.
Here we go. Runeglaive Ezreal.
Yeah.
My body is ready. The nice thing about the Ezreal versus Azir matchup is typically whenever you take a poke champion, Ezreal, obviously one of the few champions, and it's the same thing with AP Kog'Maw, that can outrange Azir and not be punished as much by the oppressive reach of his Sand Soldiers by just sitting back and, like he did right there, connecting with these Mystic Shots, tagging Azir in between the waves, and likewise the Runeglaive really empowering his pushing potential so he doesn't just get shoved in underneath tower.
You can see already forcing you to head back to base, finishes off that Morellonomicon, now has a Null Magic Mantle as well, so going to be able to deal with the magic damage coming through from both the mid laner and the jungler if he's ever ganked there as well. In fact, the entire top side of the map and a majority of Whoosh's damage. So Magic Resist is going to be the aim of the game for this Snake lineup, at least for the early to mid game.
And this is classic RNG, so they've had the Dragon Timer for a good 2 minutes now and just committing to the dive. Here we go.
Well, Flandre's going to have to work on his risky business here, but he just explodes. That's a lot of damage. Yeah,
again, the twisted advance into a very easy Cocoon. And unfortunately for ZZR's placement, they're in no position to trade the Dragon objective for the fact that RNG just committed so many resources top. They do manage to secure the mid-tier tower, which that's just what Azir is great at, is pushing down towers. But
that was actually a 2-turret swing.
Did they also take bottom?
No, Sun Turret was put up, so they gained one at the same time. Not too bad.
I was going to say, because Martin, if you leave Tristana, unpoliced.
Yeah. She's going to take turrets. You're going to have a bet. Well, Snake are going to start off the dragon here. They have a lot of wards around the area.
So again, we talked about MLXG, how it was so curious that he was, prioritizing the early dragon, able to get that one away from Snake, especially when they had a Nunu. But this is much more classic to MLXG, prioritizing the gank on Flandre top versus the objective control.
Well, Flandre does have his Cinderhulk now completed, as well as the Lucidity boots, so a fair bit of cooldown reduction as well. We'll see whether he grabs a Frozen Heart relatively quickly, complete that 40% as soon as possible, or whether he goes for something else like that Trinity Force on the top side of the map. We'll keep you posted as far as that is concerned.
You know it's going to be a Trinity.
Yeah, that's Flandre, isn't it? He builds Trinity Force on LeBlanc.
Builds Trinity Force on Fizz.
Yeah.
LeBlanc's a little bit more impressive, though.
Yeah, it's a little strange anyway. I don't know whether it's necessarily impressive. They
I
did
was
win
impressed.
that game, though. So, yeah. Certainly is. Let me still just clearing things out here on the top side of the map now with a bit of CS advantage as Flandre has fallen down. Decent gank earlier by RNG. Trinity Force now completed by Woosh, though.
So, exactly, I'm glad that you touched on that powers point for Kog'Maw. So, RNG right now, obviously you don't have the Dragon objective to contest. So, where do they go from here? They are in a bit of a power spike because Wushin has his Trinity, but it's really about evening out these towers. I'm curious if they're going to try to consolidate.
Oh dear, ZZR not going to get hit by that Cocoon, and Xiao Hu's going to try and make his way in. I have a feeling that if the Cocoon had worked, then things could have been a little bit better. Flash out from Ella, though, as Snake do find a large amount of the RNG members here in the river.
He just pulled a Mushu.
How so?
He was 3 feet in front of him. Oh, come on.
No, don't worry. I love Milan, but I was just trying to work out which quote you were talking about. Most of it's gold. My goodness, that Living Artillery doing some work on the Martin here. Has to deal with the Trinity Force procs now.
Martin eating a lot of Void Oozes, however.
Yes, he is. He's wandering straight into them. Seems like Woosh able to get that combo down every single time.
That's not a targetable ability.
No. In fact, there's not many of Kog'Maw's abilities that are targeted.
So the fact that we're, yeah, there we go, another one, up 2.
Yeah, Living Artillery comes down. In fact, Lei taking a lot of damage on the opposite end. Blade the Rune King's completed by Martin, so he does have a fair bit of life steal. Can get himself back up to a relevant position. Doesn't have any potions, though, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Oh my goodness, every single time, and the Trinity Force was enough.
Okay, that was just big misstep from Martin. He's just eating these skill shots repeatedly. Wushin obviously doing a fantastic job hitting him, but meanwhile, top line.
Yeah, Urgent Strike is going to try and get Flandre to safety. Sapling!
He's got
is
the
it
E.
going to get that? No, not going to happen. So Flandre survives with nothing at all.
Should have just chased him and waited for, oh, yeah, that could have been scary. Waited for your Twisted Advance. That said, with Martin dead, it means that you do have a big numbers discrepancy on the bottom side of the map. They don't have the wave clear, so it will mean the first tower for RNG.
Yeah, they're going to take the bottom outer down. Of course, RNG now with about a 2,000 gold lead. So things looking great. MLXG continuing on a very tanky path, opting for that Spectre's Cowl. It seems like tanked Elise is going to be the option.
Well, he is facing down from a ton of magic damage on the side of Snake. You've got magic damage in Fizz, Nunu, Azir, and Annie.
Yeah. Tristana as well, Buster shot, I believe.
She's got some scaling.
Rocket jump. Not too bad. Lei here on the top side of the map, though, you can see RNG. They want to shut Flandre down. They do have to play around with the playful Trickster here as Urchin Strike's going to get him out. Of course, Fish goes down onto Woosh. There's the Winter's Bite. Are they going to get it the stun? They do, as RNG, just with so much damage, has
Teleport.
there been enough time as Snake, he just turn around the corner. Looks like Ella might actually be taken down potentially. Not going to happen just yet. True Shot Barrage narrowly avoided there by Ella, who had the Molten Shield for a little bit of extra survivability, but everyone from Snake needed to defend this turret.
Lei really waffled his angle on that Braum ultimate right there. If you just run it straight down the line, they probably could have secured at least another kill right there. That said, great collapse from RNG, and we kind of, asked, with Dragon not up, with their power spike available, they have to look around the map and look for these team fights, particularly with Wushin on that power spike. So good that they're finding it. That said, they are sacrificing a lot of their map in return.
Well, Ella actually looking to try and get a stun onto someone. Not going to find anything there as Flash was still on a cooldown. Flandre with some playful trickstering around to try and clear out this minion wave. And Trinity Force is going to be the next option here. Almost has that fade done as Lei just wandering around the enemy jungle.
A lot of control for RNG. They've done a fantastic job rotating Lucian around, taking these free towers, and have completely evened this up.
Yeah, 2 turrets each. As top out is still remaining here for Snake to deal with, as well as the mid lane for RNG. True Shot Barrage, not going to find you, but is going to deal with the minion wave.
Dragon will be spawning in 42 seconds. That's going to be the next big point of contention. RNG, covered a lot of ground in the last 6 minutes, putting themselves in a gold advantage, 27k to 30k right now. See if they're able to run away with this one, or if Snake will really pay off in that big 5v5 setting. They do have the tools to fight for this. Abyssal Morello's completed on you. Likewise, the Blade of the Rune King's been up and online for a while here for Martin.
He's going to be able to take himself a red buff here as well, and you were talking about the fact that RNG have really managed to get things going. They've managed to get things watered as well. There's so much vision for this side, especially throughout the topside jungle of Snake.
The issue, however, is, like you said...
Relevant vision?
Yeah, relevant vision. The top side, which makes sense because they placed all of that vision when they were playing to the top side for that tower. So now it's about getting themselves back onto position on top of the pit and laying down their wards there.
Well, you can see Lei looking for someone. Ella's well and truly in safety at the moment. I was seeing that little Annie wandering through the jungle there. Things could have been a little bit dangerous, but going to find his way back in. There's ZZR with the ultimate 3-man Tibbers, as well as RNG get locked up. MLXG finds his way back in. Emperor's Divide's here as you relatively safe at the moment, but Flandre's going very low. He's going to die. MLXG locks down the kill. ZZR not long for this world as you trying to get his way out. And RNG, they're closing the gaps. But that's a 2 for nothing, and I think they can turn around for the Dragon.
Martin wasn't even in that fight. That was a 4v5. Tristana was stuck on the back of the pit, so what was a fantastic counter flank from Ella had 0 follow-up in terms of sustained damage, and that's going to be the free Dragon for RNG.
So RNG with Dragon number 2 now as well to augment that first very early one that they picked up. You can see Xiao, who almost completed that Rabbidan's death cap, and he's going to be very strong at that stage as well.
It's already very strong.
And we know that Mickey Ezreal's pretty tough.
Look at Martin's positioning right here and how far back he is. We have a lot of wombo combo going on the screen. Martin hasn't thrown a single auto attack, whereas RNG have been able to consolidate their resources, so they're fighting a front-to-back composition. Lucian just free hitting into the back line as they just chase out all of the stragglers from Snake. And again, Martin, full health with red buff, hasn't thrown a single auto attack that entire fight.
Yeah, there wasn't anything he could do, and as well, Whoosh, he was in the backline for RNG getting so much damage down, and his Cogmore has actually been very, very impressive this game.
Wushin, very strong AD carry. I always thought very highly of him. Again, I think you can't really talk about Wushin without also talking about Lei, because as a duo, I just think that they're very fun to watch.
Yeah, they're fun to watch because their synergy is so strong. Of course, was always the case when they were playing Big King as well. Xiaohu giving the Maokai a little bit of attack speed. Of course, the largest base attack speed for a melee champion in the game.
Fun facts with Atlas.
Yeah. I think that actually means that he has the highest base attack damage, just in general, because ranged champions don't have as high. But that's, look, beside the point. It is going to be Flandre completing that Glacial Shroud, though. 25% to an arrow reduction from items. My mathematics in my brain not so strong.
I was curious where we were going with that.
Yeah.
It was just like a journey. Look at that damage.
So much Essence Flux landing as well there from Xiaohu.
And he doesn't even have any kills. That's an 0-0 and 3 Ezreal. 2 items completed, just effectively half health to you.
Big items though. Well, in fact, he already had some magic resist, so that's even more impressive here. Arcane Shift is going to get Xiaohu back over the wall, and Martin going to try and clear this one out. What does Snake do now? Do they have to try and force anything, or do they want to sit back and farm?
They need to sit back and farm. So again, we talked about, relevant power spikes. The fact that Flandre is sitting on, a couple of ingredients, really doesn't have any sort of resistances built up from, now has a piece of the Glacial Shroud.
Yeah.
On the other side, Tristana in a massive power drop, but this is pretty indicative of Tristana in general. Just her mid-game has been fairly weak. She does have a nice steroid to attempt to compensate for that, but just how far behind she is comparatively to Lucian and his Kog'Maw, who now has 2 completed items, the Trinity Force, the most expensive item in the game.
Yeah, I was
And
about to mention that.
the Blade of the Ruined King. So Wushin is in a very happy home, and it's about trying to catch up with that on Martin. Once they're there, again, this composition has so many tools to empower this Tristana to run away with the game, but she's just not ready yet. You know, half-baked cookies.
Yeah, exactly. And you gotta have those cookies well done.
I don't like well-done cookies, but baked. How about that?
I was just thinking about the Morgana skin.
Sinful succulents?
Yeah, the simple succulents, just because
It's the only one I run.
Those cookies, very well done. Of course, pastry time runs that spin as well. I promise you that.
Every time I'm in a game with pastry time, I always make a point to be like, oh my god, are you the real pastry time? So please.
And he often is.
Yeah, if you see him in a game, just do that to him for me.
He's on the OGM still, by the way.
Really?
Hell is going to get MLXG into this one as Yu has to back away, but just a bit of power play by the jungler from RNG is Let Me looking for a flank. See whether RNG can make anything happen here as lots of damage from Jiahu. Tanky is the Nunu though, so not going to find too much as far as damage is concerned onto him. So
And
we take the turret.
Snake are free to just give that one up. Again, Flandre wasn't there, pushing out those side waves. And this is something that Snake are actually very good at, is their side wave management. I often liken it to LGD, specifically because in the hands of Flandre, he's very good at side wave, control, protection, things like that. And he's also very good at making up for CS discrepancies. So the thing that we really haven't touched on this game is, for the majority of it, Let Me has been leading Flandre, which started at that very early level 1 overcommittal on the attempt to assassinate Wushin. That said, slowly but surely, Flandre has been able to inch his way back into it, which again just kind of speaks to the comfort that Flandre has as a top laner in playing both a lane swap and a traditional lane. He'll always compensate for the CS discrepancies.
Well, Snake hanging around the Baron area. They take the Rift Scuttler as Woosh makes his presence known on the top side.
Get
of
in
the map.
there.
There's the playful Trickster
That's
down as well.
Baron.
Fish is there. Woosh is so dead, and I have no idea why he was there.
And you have to know that they're going to be there. It's the last standing outer tower. It's the easiest objective for Snake to secure. They don't turn on the Baron, although that's why MLXG is rushing into that area just to make sure that they don't get any sneaky ideas.
Well, Woosh, another 20 seconds remaining on his death timer as Lei trying to get some vision down. You can see ZZR noticed the pink ward, but they need to move around this map. Cocoon not going to find him, and Snake milling about for the moment. And if this was old Snake, that would have been Baron attempt right there.
It was really well positioned and postured by MLXG. Again, you know, recognizing, okay, we're in a threat where they could very easily and very quickly turn on Baron with the blood boil between Azir and Tristana. They can shred through that objective. So good job, you know, making sure that Snake saw that he was in the area.
Yeah. Well, RNG now just recuperating after the loss of Woosh. Snake, after picking up their first kill, probably feeling a little bit better. Kill went over to Ella, which is a little bit unfortunate for them, but otherwise things are fine. Machine completed now for Flandre. He's only about 1,200 gold away from that Trinity Force.
Again, still prioritizing his own damage and assassination potential versus the resistances.
Yeah.
So typically with Cinderhulk Fizz, Flandre Cinderhulk Fizz, it's Frozen Heart, or Cinderhulk 2 Frozen Heart, but Flandre likes to fit in, you know, the most expensive item there. I'm just gonna pick this one up. It's on sale, right?
Take a time out to pick up a casual Trinity Force.
15 minutes of farming later.
Yeah. He's got it. But he's definitely a damage threat, as we'll see whether that is going to account for anything as we move forward in this game. 5,000 gold the lead for RNG. 3 turrets to 3. So the whole map opened up.
Snake should just burn this. MLXG doing a fantastic job controlling scuttle crabs to try to deny as many of these dragons, or at least slow them down as possible. RNG have done a fantastic job in terms of their vision control this game. Just moving their vision pockets around over the contestable objective, securing scuttle crabs opposite side of the map so Snake can't quickly make a turnaround play, but Flandre now going hard on Let Me.
Yeah, looking for it here.
Trying to deny the teleport.
Used.
Yeah.
Teleport not going to be available just yet. Let Me is going to head back to base, make sure that he's healthy as possible for the next potential dragon fight. Flandre going to do exactly the same here. True Shot Barrage goes straight through the dragon. They lock it down. MLXG Smite was true that time. And they get out with their third.
Bursting it down, and the third will grant them that movement speed bonus to help out with their kite, because they really are a kite composition.
Oh yeah.
Which, again, we haven't had a true 5v5. The one big team fight that we had this game was still a 4v5 because Martin wasn't in there, and question still stands, you know, can Snake 5v5 with this comp built for it on a gold discrepancy?
They do have the Locket of the Iron Solari now, as well as the Trinity Force and the Last Whisper. If there was ever a time when Snake had some sort of item power spikes, it would be right about now. There's 3 items for both of the main carries in the Azir and the Tristana are now completed. And these are big deal items as well. The fact that Sonya's Hourglass is going to be there for you. He can start fights off, get himself into stasis, give his team some time to get into position. We'll see whether they can actually execute and get that done.
On the other side, though, speaking of big items, Xiaohu completed the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So we saw this build come out of Dade, I believe, initially. I like to call it the Blue Ezreal.
6th item as well.
I actually think he built...
I don't quite remember.
Hold on.
Repel going to be used. MLXG looking to try and get right in amongst this fight. Gets stunned up.
Beautiful.
And that ultimate was amazing. Again, once more, you able to disengage this fight out as now Snake getting poked down. MLXG very, very low. Lay as well as into the back line goes. Let me look at the True Shot barrage damage as well as the fish comes down. Flandre finishing up the fight. You can see double kill already. Lay getting taken down solo. Martin picks up a kill, gets himself a reset. In goes Flandre, sacrificing himself as Whoosh now just trying to kite around. Can he do it? Double kill already. Whoosh gets stunned and Martin locks down the triple for the ace.
And that's what we were talking about. You know, Snake in a big 5v5. Would they be able to fight from behind? But more importantly, will this ace get them anything? Martin and Ella walking up the mid-tier. Tristana shreds through towers very quickly.
They did have a Tibbers available to tank that one up too.
It's
Ella
just
wasn't
chilling out
on it. No worries there at all. They're pinging out. Looks like the inner turret not going to go down.
So the team fight only shores up some of this gold discrepancy. But here we go. Now this is the thing. Martin is behind. This is how this composition works. In the full 5v5, you've got the disengage in front of him. He's able to just steamroll through people. You talked about the power spike Tristana having the 3 items available. This is a mistake, however. Martin jumping back out. He almost doesn't get back in time to save up this fight, but a very nice rotation of spells from Ella to lock up Wushin. If he hadn't found that stun, Wushin probably could have traded that ace for ace.
Yeah, well that could have actually been a almost, pentakill right there, right into their face. But not going to happen this time around. In fact, it would have been a quadra. As RNG setting up vision around this Baron area. Oh, MLXG almost didn't see him there as he's able to get the Q over the wall. Flandre, no playful tricks that are going to be available.
Oh my god, he's alive.
He gets out. And that is the cooldown reduction of that Frozen Heart at work here. You're going to get snagged by the Cocoon. There's the Glacial Fissure. Snake taking a lot of damage here. But RNG, not going to find any more.
And again, Snake making the most, fighting in these beautiful choke points. That said, losing a ton of health. RNG deciding that's crazy.
They've started off the
That's
Baron,
crazy.
actually. Yeah, Xiaohu's at full health. So he has a lot of poke still left in him, can play a little bit further forward. But you've mentioned Snake's side wave control. Top wave pushing in favor of them. Bottom wave crashing into the inner turret. And Martin working there on the mid lane. You can see the Baron is still going, I believe. Yeah, down to half health. Wushin's not even there.
They're faking them out by Wushin appearing on the map. They would there's no way they're doing the Baron without the Kog'Maw. That's actually really smart.
Yep, Repel going to be used. Make sure that MLXG doesn't die, and they take down the Baron.
Beautifully played. Again, the fact that Wushin appeared top into the vision, that they had complete vision control of the pit itself with multiple pinks that Martin is now clearing out on your screen. Really brilliant.
Yep, well played. Well, he headed back, grabbed himself a blasting wand on top of the rest of the items that he already had. Now waiting in the wings, looking to try and pick somebody off. And he goes trying to find Whoosh. Empress Divide was used, but he well and truly flashed at that stage, and Yu's just going to die with his head in his hands at that stage. Let me looking to try and capitalize on this one as 5 members strong of RNG just parade up the mid lane. It looks like they might be able to take a whole lot from this Snake team in a 5v4 situation. 30 seconds still remaining. Let me very tanky with the Frozen Heart. Of course, the rest of the items that he already has in his back pocket. Not taking a lot of damage from this as the inner turret falls down, and they're going to be able to take the inhibitor turret unless Flandre can do some fancy business here in the back line.
He's holding the creep wave away from them, but they're just going to tank this one out. Let Me is so massive, as is Lay.
Yeah, they got so much damage as well, so that tower did not last very long whatsoever. Flandre, they're looking for him now as they take the inhibitor down, but lost inhibitor easily worth it here as they grab the Baron, grab the inhibitor, get a free pick onto Yu, making a very weird decision in the mid lane. Capitalization from RNG.
You died so quickly, he didn't have time to use his Zanya's Hourglass. Naturally looking for the Azir seg onto Wushin is immediately punished by a nicely placed Cocoon from MLXG.
And immediately, nothing that he could do. Void Staff now completed for Xiaohu as well. As far as a pretty looking set of items, couldn't ask for too much more. A couple of sticks, a weird axe, some boots and a hat. And everything's going well. Also has a dress. Not sure what a Null Mantle actually is, but it looks like a dress to
It's
me.
Ezreal.
Yeah.
He can get away with that.
He can certainly wear a dress if he wants to. Have to be a space dress with that particular skin, but either or. RNG starting off the Dragon. This will be their 4th, as that's another win condition available for this team, but they're so far ahead. 6,000 gold.
But again, think about it. The last time Snake had a big 5v5, they were able to win. That said, if they continue to have these 5v4s because Flandre gets caught out.
Yep, could be a problem. Snake have managed to push out the mid wave, at least towards the middle. But those super creeps are going to begin to do some work. RNG just starting the siege here on the bottom side of the map and trying to get the poke into this Snake lineup. So far, Snake have been avoiding it. We'll see what RNG can do with the Baron Bug. Yeah. And he can do it from this brush as well. Does have a ward in it though, so of course Snake's still going to be able to see, but you can see Living Artillery is going all the way through. You've got Mystic shots flying left, right, and center. Everyone on RNG throwing things out, even saplings hanging around, as well as the Cocoons and the volatile Spiderlings. My goodness, Yu takes more than half of his health there from a couple of spells from Xiaohu. And RNG, they're probably going to be able to take this. The super creeps have now found their way into the mid lane. And RNG just successfully pressure them out.
Being very patient, playing with the creep waves, like you said, that mid lane coming in, crashing down. Flandre going deep. Maybe not.
Yeah, Playfortrix is going to get himself into untargetability. As there's the flash from Ella, but doesn't get the stun, gets it only on to Let Me. They're going to turn this one around. MLXG flashes into the Cocoon, but doesn't find it. ZZR uses the ultimate. Not going to get it onto too many people as Flandre's going to go down. Low health bars on RNG now as Snake trying to get the work done. Martin gets Cocoon. Lots of damage. Emperor's Divide from you was massive. Whoosh is going to die. Let Me as well. Double kill immediately. Martin looking for MLXG. Jumps on top of him. Gets the kill. Xiaohu super low as Yu is going to use those Zanyas. Oh my goodness, how is he still alive? Gets the kill for the triple. Can he find the quadra? Sand Soldiers are there. Quadra kill for Yu. And I think he said something about Snake being pretty good in a team fight.
Oh my god, from a gold discrepancy. You legend. That's a quadra kill. That was incredible. I'm sure we'll see a replay. That said, what does it mean for Snake? What do they get out of it? They get a pause. They get a breath. They don't get to translate that into any sort of objective, but this is why RNG were so cautious when approaching that tower, playing with the mid wave, making sure that they didn't look for the dive. This play. This is absurd. Martin's in perfect position. He will get locked up by a nicely placed Cocoon from MLXG throwing from Fog of War here. But just look at Yu's positioning. They effectively split up RNG twice into 3 different sections, and Yu just wrecking them with Sand Soldiers. This cute little play for Martin, again, not the best at his rocket jumps, but to go over the wall, ZZR looking to body block Yu, which is why he moved into that position, trying to cover him when he came out of stasis so he couldn't be picked off by a missed shot. And then just some fancy footwork. That was all Yu.
Yeah, incredible play. Definitely making up for the slightly questionable play from a few minutes prior, but it has given Snake a lot of time without that inhibitor that they have been able to gather control one more time.
I can't get over it. His 2014 EDG performance was known as a Ziggs player. He's always been a control mage about creating zones. Yeah. When he first joined Snake, he'd only been with the team 2 weeks. Snake themselves said in their little documentary, you know, Yu brings a lot of experience of shot calling to the team. They're very comfortable playing with him. A direct upgrade to Baka, their former mid laner, plays very similar champions, much larger pool. He's so good at team fighting. His Victor, his Azir, his Orianna, his Ziggs. I wait for the day Ziggs comes back into the meta and Yu reigns above them with his, you know, 30-plus games.
It's my time. But RNG still in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Snake did manage to win that last team fight, but RNG still with a lot of fight left in them. Xiaohu with only one more item left to complete. It is going to be a needlessly large rod variety. We'll see what he decides to go with.
you bet that they're not going to make that same mistake.
Well,
they need
Let Me
pick.
actually trying to get in there. Ella's going to get caught out of position. Glacial Fissure comes through as well. Ella already dead. The rest of Snake trying to find their way around. You still very high health. Martin as well. Still looking okay. There's the Emperor's Divide. Doesn't find too much there, but he's going to get singled out and destroyed. Oh my goodness, that True Shot Barrage with the slow on top of it, allowing that Living Artillery to secure the kill. And RNG, they're going to re-destroy the inhibitor and maybe take the game.
Okay, so the beautiful thing is what I was about to say is they're not going to look for another 5v5. They're going to look for a pick, and that's exactly what Let Me did, using the home guard teleport, made sure that they weren't fighting a 5v5, that it was a 3v5 initially, and just mow through as they pick up another kill and the game.
Well, RNG 1-0 so far in this series as the Nexus explodes. 10,000 gold was the lead in the end of that game, and Snake fumbling just a little bit in that one, but I have to say, I've never been that impressed by RNG's strategic play than in that game.
Their macro play, especially that early Dragon. Yes, around mid-game they got, Dragon what? Let's go gank some lanes, and they kind of reverted back to them old selves, but we talked about this before, you know, these two rosters, these set of players, they do have a lot of history together coming from the LSPL. You've got a lot of young talent, and the issue why, you know, RNG sitting so low on the standings is simply a consistency issue, a synergy issue. It's never been, you know, these players aren't talented, they don't have the mechanical ceiling available to them. So showing up against Snake, that said, Snake still looking very impressive despite their fumbling of macro calls. Their team fighting, again, on point, fighting from a discrepancy.
Still able to look okay as we head into the second game of this series. We'll see whether Snake can manage to turn it around, grab themselves at least a point here. Of course, still well and truly in playoff contention, and RNG with a little bit more needed from them in order to get themselves into a decent spot. And as we have a look over, of course, RNG sitting on 15 points at the moment. If they grab 3 off this, 18, trying to get to that sort of golden 24 number by the end of the season.
This weekend is all about the rush for that playoff spot. Again, everyone's looking at Masters 3. They're the playoff guards right now. They only have a collective 9 points up for grabs, and RNG and unlimited potential, although UP, you know, had a disappointing initial showing this weekend, RNG have now put themselves into the running for that playoff contention. And if you think back to last split, Masters 3 lost out at the very end for their playoff spot to World Elite.
Yeah.
You know, Dade is just looking back, he's like, oh.
Yeah, shivering in his boots just a little bit. But of course, you know, RNG, if they can manage to pick up the next game, grab a whole bunch of points and really move themselves forward. But I highly doubt that they're going to see a lot of the champions that they managed to pick up here.
Yeah, I'm curious what kind of the changes will be, but it looks like we do have a replay of that final fight. Here we go. And really, it's, again, a pick. Look where Flandre is. We can go ahead and start the replay now. Let Me coming in from the flank here. Beautiful home guard teleport. They just grab Ella and just delete him from the map. Doesn't really get much off for his team. Flandre finally gets involved at the very end, but it's a little too late. And then Martin, again, with a really questionable rocket jump.
Yeah, probably just thought that he'd be able to get like a couple of crits and get his way around it, but look.
When you roll the dice on crits for a team fight, bad news bears.
Well, professional players crit more, Frostgreen, you know that.
Better players crit more.
Yeah, it's just how it works. But didn't happen that time around. Of course, Martin didn't quite get there. And there are a lot of abilities that just didn't quite find the mark. The Emperor's Divide wasn't the same that we were expecting out of you. And you know, the Absolute Zero not in the greatest position there from ZZR. So some sort of technical aspects still yet to be brought into line.
At that point, it's really just trying to slow down the bleeding and to give enough time for Martin. Yeah. So at that factor, you know that they're engaging. You can't stop the engage. You just immediately have to press Absolute Zero, throw down the Emperor's Divide to try to stop the onslaught that's rushing at you, and hope that your Tristana, you know, finds those crits, is able to shred to kind of dissuade them long enough for Flandre to show up. Unfortunately, you know, Wing forward into 5 people, flashing out, maybe hitting a single creep.
Yeah, not exactly great news there. But of course, Martin didn't play a whole lot of Tristana before. Maybe he's had enough practice and we'll hop on it one more time. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. But when we get back, we're going to have Game 2 between RNG and Snake. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. As you can see, RNG just managed to take down Snake in the first match here after some fantastic plays out of Snake, but in the end managing to overcome adversity and take them down. And look, Martin played very interestingly that match for Frostry.
The issue for Snake here is that they didn't get very many 5v5s. I think the two that they actually got in a true 5v5 where all 10 players were in the same area, they managed to come out ahead, but too little too late. So you talked about RNG, you know, we don't often see a more macro or, I guess, play style based.
Yeah.
That was the wrong way to say that. They played smart, they played well, they understood the strengths of their composition as a poke comp. They made miniature movements across the map about sieging towers versus trying to face Snake head-on and walked away with the game because of it.
Yeah, it was definitely a good-looking RNG heading onto the Rift for Game 1. We'll see whether they can continue it along for Game 2. As we do have a look, MLXG once again making things happen, but 10,000 gold in the lead towards the end, and they just controlled all of the objectives, and Whoosh actually going to be able to pick up the MVP.
I actually completely agree with this. Was fantastic with his Kog'Maw, especially hitting those skill shots, following up the Void, making sure that he laid down the slow so it would offer a very nice and free ultimate slap.
Yeah, and he actually managed to solo kill Martin in lane as well, which is not often something that we see from these AD carries. Flashing out of the way of Yu's very interesting Emperor's Divide. And yeah, Whoosh just able to be that permanent backline threat.
I like to call it the spit and sit when Kog'Maw is in the game. A little turret in the background. But yeah, Wushin just, you know, playing out of his mind well, especially, you know, facing down a team like Snake, who's so good at that big 5v5. I feel like MLXG also did a fantastic job this game.
Oh, he certainly did. And he picked up Dragon as his first option. That was the first thing he went to. So, of course, MLXG changing from that severely, I guess, kill-hungry playstyle, turning around instead, picking up some Dragons, grabbing some things for the team, and able to set up sieges there on the Elise, which is what she's great at. No,
I completely agree. And we talked about, you know, RNG, they have one of the lowest Dragon control ratios of any of the teams in the LPL, and it really just speaks and highlights MLXG's style as a very aggressive gank-oriented jungler versus an objective control. But Elise showing her power, you know, I think we've only seen her a few times in the LPL since her changes on the 5.13
not a lot.
Patch. But the ability to take Dragon earlier and safer than Nunu is not something that a lot of champions can
boast.
Exactly.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll see whether Elise is going to be picked up one more time. Of course, MLXG more than happy to grab that one second time around if they do, but we might see some changes as far as the ban phase is concerned in the next game. Of course, things might be a little bit different. We might have Gragas running around the Rift. Of course, Janna might be left available as well, and we'll see, because of course we are going to have a changeover of the sides at the same time. So red side might see a little bit of a better game for Snake, potentially, but we'll see how it works. Of course, both of these teams actually favoring the blue side generally. Yeah,
big thing also is the fact that Victor was on the board, and neither team really chose to pick him up, especially because Victor acts really well as kind of not a counter, but kind of a soft option against Azir, because the Emperor's Divide really doesn't mean anything to Victor's damage. But Xiao, you know, making the Ezreal work, synergizing with the poke composition, offering the attack speed to the Kog'Maw to assist with that sieging potential that Kog'Maw's already very naturally good at with his W. Beautiful. I really like both compositions from either team, but I suspect that we'll see Victor be picked up, especially from you. I think he would much rather like to have that type of power versus the Azir.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to be something that they are going to opt to as we head into game number 2, because, of course, Victor, a whole lot of burst potential, lots of assassination power as well, and you can control areas, which does fit into Yu's playstyle most definitely, but Xiaohu's got still a whole lot of things left in his arsenal in order to pick up, and we'll see, due to the fact that, you know, you have to ban away a whole lot of these sort of very, very strong picks, like the Kalista, like the Echo, like the Rise as well on the red side of the Rift. It might mean that RNG can really orchestrate how this game is going to at least be started off here as far as the big ban phase is concerned.
Yeah, and likewise, you know, we're starting to see a little bit of growing pains possibly between Snake and their newer members that they haven't necessarily built up the synergy with. Martin, you know, not always on point or on the same page with his team, rocket jumping forward or rocket jumping away in the case of Wushin almost picking up that pentakill by himself in the very end. Martin now on your screen, so see if they maybe put him on something a bit more comfortable. Again, we primarily saw him open up as a Jinx player. Jinx is going to do very similar things to Tristana, not necessarily to the same safety with the rocket jump, but will also benefit a lot from a zone control composition.
Yeah, and as far as snowballing team fights as well, to get excited works very well with what Snake generally want to do. They want to be focusing down the right targets in a team fight. They want to be gaining that synergy and moving through these fights very, very effectively. So I feel like Jinx just plays into their hands a lot better than Tristana does, and we haven't actually seen a lot of success for Tristana in any of the games that we've seen her in here in the LPL.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious. I feel like Tristana, I understand what she's bringing and how the teams are viewing that champion and kind of her kit and how they want to use it and abuse the enemy team. But at the same time, I just feel like she's not quite the most viable option.
No.
That there's just maybe one or two champions that are just slightly better at her at various different points of the game.
Yeah, and I feel like people may not necessarily yet understand where to use Tristana in a way that actually works for finding the victories. There are a lot of theories and not a lot of proofs just yet. But look, we'll see whether Snake decide to pick it up again. They might decide to run it one more time and prove me completely wrong as we move towards Champion Select.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, my money is on Victor. Curious what Flandre is going to do. They decided to ban Shin from blue side.
Yeah.
I really like Flandre on Shin, although I understand, why he chooses to go towards more of those fizz, hyper-scaling things like that, although I'm not going to get the chance this time.
Yep, definitely not going to be playing fizz. Going to be the first ban here for RNG as we hop into Champion Select. Kalista, no surprises, taken away by Snake, and Braum is going to be the ban on RNG's side of the Rift, and it seems like they might be opting for some sort of Ezreal first pickup. Wouldn't be too surprised, but of course Echo still going to be available. MLXG more than happy to grab that one as Twisted Fate is going to find his way to the ban list.
I feel like that's going to be an immobile carry then. Could be an Ezreal. Likewise, I think that they're going to prioritize the Kog'Maw again, especially, taking TF off the board.
Well, RNG,
or possibly Vayne.
Well,
it's going to be Vayne.
They are definitely picking Echo right now. They wasted no time there whatsoever. Of course, Gragas is still going to be up, so ZZR can put that one into his back pocket if they want to, but Flandre...
Gotta go Victor.
There wasn't a lot of time.
Gotta go Victor. They're going to go Annie. Okay. If I were RNG, I would pick up Vayne Victor right here.
Both Vayne and Victor go for that Venn diagram?
Both Vayne and Victor.
Well, look, we'll see whether RNG are listening to you, Prosper. Not entirely sure whether they will be, as they're taking some time working out what they want to do, but already a lot of CC out of this Snake lineup with that Shadow Dash and, of course, the stun passive from the Annie here that's going to be in the hands of Ella, unless you wants to play it. I personally am an advocate of Annie in the mid lane.
You should really like Xie then.
I do. I love Xie.
I love everyone.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Everyone? Are you sure?
Everyone. Let's talk about Shen. So we talked about how Flandre would probably look towards Shen this game just because he wasn't getting the tankiness of the resistances that he needed. He needs to be that initiator for his team, it seemed like.
Yeah.
Shen, very powerful, also empowers a lot of hyper AD carries like Jinx, like Vayne, like Kog'Maw. Maybe not quite Sivir.
Well,
you can engage really well with her.
It's true.
They didn't take Victor Vayne. I'm already disappointed with their Nautilus Thresh pickup. I'm talking about how Shin's going to empower hyper carries and protect them. He's like, Sivir, Spell Shield,
yeah,
but I can run really fast.
Well, Martin was actually playing mostly right into the faces of RNG, so he may as well just have shorter range, because it wouldn't make a whole lot of difference. If you now considering the Victor.
It will really empower Annie. Naturally, that's just a beautiful combo.
Oh, yeah.
Running her in there.
And there's also the fact that you've got a lot of burst damage coming out of a Sivir as well, with the auto attack reset, the boomerang blade there as well, as you hovering the Victor at the moment, looking tired at this point. But the double hooking on the side of RNG, please tell me why you don't like it.
Hook City. I didn't say I didn't like it. It's just an interesting flex pick, especially with that Diana being hovered, because you've got quite a few different options of where everyone's going.
That's true.
Is that Nautilus top? Is it Titan jungle? Are we going to see the Doinby Nautilus mid
lane, yeah,
as Wushin locks in Ashe?
Yeah, Woosh. Yeah, he's pretty happy about it too by the looks of things. RNG.
Look at the
smiles abound.
The CC slow city.
It's like just CC everywhere from everyone. Lots of lockdown in as well, and the area control that they have with the Emperor's Divide, the box plus the parallel convergence.
Where were they hiding this composition? So MLXG, I suspect, especially now as the Azir is being hovered, but even as the Echo's first prioritized, he's a big advocate and player of the Echo jungle. Echo jungle actually has a very high win rate in the LPL, and it's mostly off the back of MLXG and Amy's performance, the jungler of unlimited potential. So with that, it will be the Nautilus going into that top lane for Let Me, popularized and started by Aluka of World Elite, and Xiaohu taking his Shurima champion.
You sure it wasn't GA that played it first for OMG?
It was, nope, it was definitely Aluka.
Okay, cool.
The week that WE2O'd EDG was the Nautilus top.
The power of Aluka, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
The LPL title winner.
Oh, yeah. Power player Aluka. I just love the player. Love him. It's one of my personal favorites, but Gragas is going to be hovered here for ZZR. Was considering a Rek'Sai for a moment. We'll see whether they are going to lock this one in, as of course they banded away the high priority on the champion last time around, but this time left up to the last possible pick. ZZR looking to try and take that one away, and in the end, it does seem like it is going to be the pickup. They were just hovering that for so incredibly long.
You need the disengage at this point. Because look at how much hard engage you have on the side of RNG. Not only the Azir sec, but naturally the Ice Enchanted Crystal arrow. Enchanted Ice Crystal arrow? I have no idea.
Enchanted Crystal arrow?
Ash's giant frozen arrow.
Yeah.
The Nautilus depth charge. The death sentence. The double flay. My personal favorite. The flash in front of you, set down the box.
Yep, that's the best one. Guaranteed CC right there.
Lead with death sentence? No.
No, that's not what happens. You lead with the flash play into the box, into the death sentence. It's like they're going so incredibly slow that I could have my eyes closed and still hit this skill shot. That's the plan.
But both compositions set up RNG again. Where are they finding all these creative little comps?
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance in this one as well. Like lots of different options here, and it seems like they're able to handle a lot of different situations that they're possibly going to be put in.
Yeah, I completely agree that you've got great siege potential. Something that Ashe does very well, though the changes have gone through where she can't stack her Q onto towers. However, she can stack it onto creeps, so watch for how Ashe volleys a creep wave to stack up her free Q so she can get the attack speed bonus from there.
Yeah.
That said, you've got a lot of zone control, a lot of hard CC, good monster burn for objectives like Dragon and Baron.
Good point.
Again, between Ashe and Azir. So I just like the versatility and the well-roundedness of RNG's comps back-to-back.
Yeah, RNG actually sort of fighting team fight with team fight as well, which does seem to, you know, augment their ability to win this game, because Snake showed that even despite the fact that they were, you know, relatively far behind, still able to get the team fights working in their favor. So if RNG just outpicks them as far as a team fight comp is concerned, it means that Snake can't really utilize their crutch heading onto the Rift. Well, we are going to hop straight onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 between RNG and Snake. As you can see, RNG moving out as a unit into this one. And we'll see whether they can grab the 3 points for us.
They're invading. They have a ton of CC and ridiculous amounts of kill pressure. That said, on the other side, Snake do have Ella on Annie.
Yeah, already with a stun prepped and ready.
It's actually a lot of kill pressure on both these teams if Flandre decided to start taunt. Pull an Insec. Taunt level 1.
Go for that interesting maneuver that
Am I
Insec
watching
does
solo
like to do.
queue?
I don't know. Looks like we are going to be setting up some lane swapping wards. Just wandering down, trying to get a the unique ward here in the little brush.
Again, trying to make the most of their level 1 power with all of the CC and burst damage that both these teams have, placing their deep vision to check for lane swaps. We'll see if they decide to commit to the 2v2.
Oh, they're all stacking up here on the side of Snake.
This is mean.
We'll see whether anyone actually wanders into this area. As in fact, Snake they know that there are 3 members of the RNG on the bottom side.
Now they know that there's 4 members.
Yeah. All heading over here. I mean, if Xiaohu ever shows himself,
And they know that they're not in the jungle, that they're still in the lane itself. They think that they're stacking. Look at all these beings. They think that they're stacking in a brush, looking for a cheese on level 1.
Well, everyone from RNG did think that it might be a blue start for Snake, but instead they are going to start off at this red buff. Blue is going to be started and
Oh,
destroyed
this
here
is
by
dangerous.
RNG.
They're going to walk into lay.
RNG takes out the little ones here as Ella does have that stun still available. Flash death sentence instantly answered by the flash from Ella as well. There's nothing going to come from this one. ZZR going to be heading back to base. Might be a couple of blue buffs versus a couple of red buffs once all is said and done.
That's still very punishing to Gragas, you know, to not have the resources available to jungle as quickly or as efficiently as possible without the CDR and, more importantly, the mana regen.
Well,
Does have to pick up a mana pot.
death sentence. He nailed that minion. Did lay. Definitely. Nice use of the volley for some extra damage onto these Snake members.
So, level 1, the reason why Wushin's able to play so far forward, once Sivir has her spell shield available, she can trade pretty effectively with Ashe. I mean, unless you just take like a straight volley and then Ashe proxies her attack speed and an elongated sustain trade. But level 3 is when Sivir's going to be able to out-trade the Ashe because she's going to spell shield the volley and immediately turn into auto reset with Ricochet, Boomerang. And there's not much Ashe can do. But right now, Wushin really understanding that he's strong enough, you know, zoning Sivir off of the creep wave.
Well, 14 CS to 5, most definitely zoning Martin away.
He doesn't know which ability he has because he hasn't W'd anything, so does he have a spell shield? Does he not have it?
Well, he definitely has a siege minion, which is
He does have spell shield. So again, trying to empower his trading potential with Ashe early by taking that to dodge the volley. Likewise, the hooks.
He might be throwing that one out next, but you can see this wave starting to stack up. And Snake will have that one heading towards their turret. Look at this. A little bit more of an opportunity to grab his farm, which he desperately needs. He took most of his health bar in damage here from Xiaohu, who's completely out of mana now.
Yu is so far forward.
For having 0 health.
That's what... Wow, okay.
Very strange. Well, MLSG is going to find ZZR in the jungle. Parallel Convergence going to stop himself up here, but it looks like Snake might get 3 buff.
And that's what that impacts. And you are correct, it is going to be the 3 buff bowling Gragas off the red. The fact that Xiaohu forcing you out of the mid lane, you taking so much damage, means that it's a numbers discrepancy when MLSG decides to contest this buff because Xiaohu's able to walk up and you cannot.
Oh no, ZZR managed to get the blue buff. So thankfully, he was able to steal that one away. So it is buff for buff.
Still 3 buff.
There's the flash body
get
slam though as well. He's going to get stunned up as well as slowed down from the barrel. The Ignite's down. Death sentence onto ZZR. He just stands still. Everything's going to be fine. And first blood goes to Martin.
Beautiful gank right there from ZZR. Curious that RNG didn't expect that though, because they saw Gragas on the red buff and knew which direction he headed in, leaving MLXG.
Well, Snake able to make that first gank most definitely work and ease the pressure that was happening on this bottom side. You can see still Whoosh with a massive CS lead. And he's going to have a lot of minions to clear up underneath this tower as well. So that is absolutely fine. But may not be as much gold as First Blood as Martin picks up both the pickaxe and the boots.
See where Wushin decides to go, if he's going to shove this wave as hard as possible and try to sneak in his own back, or if he's going to try to suffer out the pickaxe and look for a larger itemization down the road. That said, RNG also kind of setting up for a pick. They know that Ella's back, so he'll grab wards, and his destination should be to go deep ward, which they're waiting for this little Annie to walk into harm's way.
Dangerous. Well, MLXG is going to grab the Rift Scuttler here. And Martin back into the lane, but it's well and truly pushed up. He's not in too much trouble just yet.
But we do have the even trade of pickaxe for pickaxe. So the CS discrepancy from Wushin compensating for the lack of First Blood.
Yeah, even on the consumables there as well. And Xiaohu able to get a fair bit of pressure onto you. There's the attack actually from the Sand Soldiers doing a lot of work onto this Victor. See both players actually able to get a lot of pokes. Excess damage down.
I really like the Victor Azir matchup. especially now that Yu has level 6. The thing that I like about it is, again, the Emperor's Divide really doesn't mean anything to slow down Victor's damage output against Azir, just because the wall will come down, Victor just places all of his damage on the other side of the wall, like we often see him do when he likes to pick up snipes.
Yeah.
Standing in brushes.
Well, Snake actually taking a bit of an excursion through the red side jungle of RNG. Not going to find too much more. Thought they might go for something onto Xiaohu here in the mid lane, who has the cleanse. He's got a fair bit available to him, but instead just going to be taking away this red buff. The back-to-back steals coming in here for Snake.
See if they're no, MLXG is just automatically rushing. So the reason why he's making the call to go to the enemy red buff, and that he's able to tell what they're doing, is that they were spotted by that intro ward on the Raptor camp of Snake moving into the area and taking control of this side.
Well, Vizzy are hanging around here still, actually. They're going to trade Raptor camps as MLXG locks down the one on the other side of the rift. Red buff is pinged out. Xiaohu's going to be heading back to base.
It's very important how Xiaohu left that lane, though. He should have been spotted out by...
Oh, it was denied. And that was MLXG who denied it as well. Wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. I think he just didn't clear it.
Oh, yeah. Well, blue buff going to be locked down here, possibly going over to Yu as well, as he is cheating to that side of the lane. Nice trade there from both teams. Doesn't take too much using the spell shield, but Woosh able to get a little bit more back.
It is very noticeable that Wushin does have level 6, whereas Martin and Ella still don't have their ultimates available to them.
Yeah, and it actually means that now Martin has to be very careful using that spell shield to trade with Woosh, because if you use it with a volley, you're just going to get arrowed to the head.
You're done.
Lydia wanders into the brush. Unseen, I believe, as Ella does have the flash. Just waiting for the tippers.
See if they're going to commit to that. I think they assume that MLXG is here. Oh, flashes.
Yep, there it is.
Awesome.
Oh, brilliant explosive cask, and Woosh can't make it onto the lantern. And another kill. That's Woosh dead.
I was going to say, I think they assume that MLXG is in the area just because Ashe had the ultimate for so much longer than either their bot lane did. And so they expected a counter gank to come through, which is also why Flandre decided to commit with the Stand United instead of just staying up into the top lane. It does grant them that much more protection over the dragon, but the fact that he used that ultimate tells me that they expected Echo to come through.
Well, Echo was towards one side of the map, as you can see now, heading back towards this lane. Martin, in fact, not even helping out with the dragon, wanting to get even more farm onto this Sivir. 72 now to the 70 of Woosh, really able to turn this lane around as Lei trying to hold onto this minion wave, make sure that Woosh can pick up all 6 of those creeps. And Flandre with the teleport, not opting to use it though, just going to wander back to the lane. Of course, Nautilus not known for having tower pressure, but if he's left there long enough, he'll deal with it.
The Riptide, so much control over the creep wave. And this is the classic Nautilus top build. You go double Dorans first just because you get so much ridiculous damage from Riptide, as well as just tank health in tandem with his, what do they call it, Titan's Wrath, his shield.
Titan's Wrath, in fact, yes, is his shield.
I play quite a bit of Nautilus top.
I quite a little bit of Nautilus jungle.
The Titan jungle? You pull a clear love?
No.
See, I'm all about the
like clear love, I promise you.
I'm all about the Aluka. I saw him pull up the Nautilus top. I was like, I have to be like my hero.
Oh, that's my line. Why are you taking my line and using it sarcastically, Frosker?
I would never.
Oh god.
Don't give it away, Atlas.
So much sarcasm. Couldn't handle it. Boomerang Blade is going to lock down that cannon creep, though. Fantastic work. Uses the spell shield, though. Woo.
Do it!
There's the arrow flashes. Ella gets hit. Does have the stun available. The Tibbers goes down. Lei taking a lot of damage here. Ella pretty much dead. Death charge. Gonna finish it. No, Woosh actually locking it down, but Martin now finding his way in. Once again, very far forward on his AD carry, and RNG even up the kills in one fell swoop.
You saw the immediate regret in their eyes as he used the spell shield to absorb the volley. So many cooldowns burned, both teleports. No, not both teleports. Let me just walk into the back of that lane. Never mind.
Yep.
I was like, how is there a Nautilus here?
Well, they are going to swap the lane by the looks of things.
That was beautiful. I've never seen just instantaneous regret. And just his pathing in the lane, he's like, oh no.
Dear.
Here we go. There's the arrow. It is flashed away, but
Sorry, Ella.
poor little Ella. Lei making sure that he walks up. He's not going to look for the death sentence because it could be blocked by a creep. He wants to look for the flay and the fade away of the Nautilus ultimate to take that down. Lei, flay after flay, played all of that beautifully, but it does end up being, what, a 1-for-2 trade?
Flay after flay with the sweet play. Is that what you just said? That would have been incredible.
I see you've been doing your vocal warm-ups. Remember to stretch your tongue, Atlas.
The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain.
Although, let me in some trouble.
Yeah, Martin actually coming in for the gank. There's the
Long
Stand
trade.
United as well. We are going to have the Shadow Dash, sorry, and there it is. Ella looks for the stun, doesn't get it with the Incinerate.
Oh.
And let me just going for a walk. There's the dredge line. Onto the wall. Dun, 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 dun. Shadow Dash, not going to quite get the lockdown. Death Ray is there. Chaos Storm even thrown down. As let me explosive cast thrown out from ZZR for the fun of it.
Oh!
Death Ray takes it. So you picking up the kill, that's a big deal.
That's massive, especially for how much was wasted on that chase. I'm not going to say wasted, I'm going to say expended. Because while all of that is happening, RNG, hey, you want to take our Nautilus for a walk? We'll take both your towers.
Well, they do definitely take this outer turret on the bottom side of the map, but of course you, with a fair bit of wave clear, was able to get them off the mid-outer turret.
Can I say wasted now?
You can say wasted.
Okay.
It's up to you.
It was a bit wasted. They lost a lot of objective and map control over that.
Martin able to claim a turret on the top side of the map, answering tower that had already gone down in the hands of Let Me, his monstrous Titan. Buff is going to be stolen away here. We're just going to lock that one down for himself. More volleys to be available for this Ashe.
So the fun thing about China is that all of the, well, I'm assuming it's very much like Korea as well, all of the champions have nicknames.
Okay.
That, like the Chinese translation, if you're talking about Annie, it's not Annie, it's Dark Child, I think, or Small Dark Child.
Yep,
Well,
that makes sense.
Okay, and again, Azir, the Golden Chicken. The reason why I call Nautilus Titan is that's what they call them in China, is Titan. What's another fun one? Kog'Maw is Big Mouth.
That makes a lot of sense too.
Elise has an interesting one. I can't remember it though.
Spider Lady?
That's interesting.
Yeah. I thought it might be somewhat relevant. You're just going to be able to clear out some minions here in the mid. The reason why we're talking about funny names of Chinese champions is the fact that, look, the game has slowed down just a little bit. Xiaohu is going to head back towards the mid lane, clear this one out, and we'll see when this game's going to heat back up. I have a feeling it might be around the next track.
I was going to say, it's probably going to be in about 45 seconds, so let's check in on items. That is why we have the completed Infinity Edge. So typically 80 carries, their Dragon doesn't necessarily time with their pushing power, and they like to itemize into the BF Sword, into Pickaxe, into upgraded boots to Siege Towers. But the reason why Martin decided to commit into that Infinity Edge is because a team fight is coming out, and he needs the added stat of the crit. Likewise, on the other side, Wushin has also completed his, so 80 carries, fairly even right there. Let's check in the mid lane. Well, we got Hex Core upgraded once. I'm going to give that to Azir.
Yeah, and as far as sort of these Infinity Edges, now that Ashe has the attack speed steroid on her Q, it makes her sort of single item Infinity Edge a little bit stronger than that of a Sivir.
Yeah, I will agree with that. That said, Sivir, the thing about her is a lot of 80 carries like Ashe fell out because of their mid-game power trough, where Sivir was able to always retain her spot just because of how she augments her mid-game. So she still technically has a power trough in the mid-game between her completed attack speed item and, as I say this, they're posturing.
Yep, parallel convergence comes in. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as Whoosh takes himself a ride on the Lantern. There's the Flash Emperor's Divide. RNG tearing everyone on Snake apart. 2 kills for the Azir as Xiaohu launches himself into this game, and what better champion to do it on than the Shurima special?
And this is what Xiaohu is well known for. He played Azir before it was a big meta pick, and he was always fantastic with it. And again, the versatility of this composition. They have incredible siege between the attack speed and the range of the attack shoulders on Ashe and Azir. They have incredible pick potential from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well as the Azir Sec.
Yeah.
And they have incredible 5v5 and objective control. This Azir-Ashe combo is so strong.
Well, RNG already making it look good as they're going to take down their first dragon of the game. Of course, Snake were able to take theirs very early on. You can see this one is so dead as Woosh is going to head back towards the bottom side of the map. And RNG successfully take a couple of towers, grab themselves a dragon, and put themselves well and truly in the lead. Let's have a look at it again.
Beautiful setup from Lei right there, but again, great CC chain, the arrow coming through perfect, and then just icing on the cake. The Azir Sec, again, Xiaohu, no one's going to question his ability to play Azir. We already know that he's a god at that champion. It's always been, can he play more than that?
Yeah. It was always the Azir and the Xerath. And now, thankfully, Azir's still in the mix.
But look at this. We talked about, RNG. Is it possible for them to make a playoff run? Yes. Very difficult. However, opening it up huge and changing up their champion pool and their AD carry considerably. Wushin, what did I write down for him? Tends to play Vayne at the most ridiculous and inappropriate moments.
Yeah.
Back-to-back, different champions, Kog'Maw and the Ashe.
And he also played like a whole lot of other things as well, like the Lucian. Sort of rings bells for me.
He can play. It just, for whatever reason, was really on the Vayne train when Sivir was the big pickup and kind of not refused, but didn't prioritize that champion as highly. So it's interesting for me, RNG, as they come into crunch time, that they're starting to change up their compositions and their play style.
Yeah, well, at the moment, doing his best Sketch impression by picking up this Ashe.
It's not Blue Ashe, though.
Yeah.
Although he didn't play Blue Ashe today, but I'll never forget Sketch.
Oh my goodness. Well, you hanging out here on the bottom side of the map, you can see the inner turret fell down in the mid lane, so he says, nah, I'm not heading back there. That's way too dangerous. Outer turret is going to fall here as Snake trying to pick up as much standing gold as they can. Only 3,000 gold behind here at the 18.5-minute mark. RNG will see what they decide to do next, but it does seem like the team fight's working out well for this blue team.
Again, just slightly more versatility. Snake will do fantastic running you down and getting on top of you, but they still don't have near the same amount of pick potential unless they're utilizing the cask that RNG are going to have.
And sort of the outplay finesse potential from RNG looks to be so much higher as well, what with the fact that you can be throwing out lanterns everywhere, repositioning Woosh on this relatively slow AD carry. And the fact that Xiaohu can get in there with what you say is the Azir Sex, the Shurima Shuffles, whatever the heck you want to call them.
The Shurima Shuffle?
Yeah, Shurima Shuffle was something that someone wanted to opt into. I believe that sounds like a Dominic Sardaroma option.
What did he wanted to call it? The Echo relocation, when Echo uses his ultimate
actually,
to reposition himself?
I really liked that. I just didn't want to give it to him, I was feeling a threat.
I haven't seen any Echo
Whoop!
Hello?
And
we're good.
Oh, the arrow of destiny will pierce the heavens.
In America, I think that's worth 6 points because a field goal is worth 3, and he field goal twice.
Well, it almost hit 4 different people. So as far as a gimme is concerned, it's got to upgrade it.
It's been a bit since I've watched football, though. It might be 2. I'm trying to remember.
What's football?
Hand egg.
Hand egg.
When I got here, I've started to watch a lot of rugby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. I only recently moved to this state, though.
You're the worst Australian ever.
No, I'm a Melbourneian Australian, which means that we do the Aussie rules football, which makes no sense to anyone.
Oh, footy.
Yeah, footy.
This is way too cultural for me. Let's talk
about. I feel like we've gone off topic. This is Chinese League of Legends. We're talking about Australian rules football. It is not okay. Well, that being said, a whole lot more is happening here as Xiaohu is going to lovelily take down these minions in the mid lane, and you can see RNG with a heck of a lot of vision. There doesn't seem to be many places on the map that Snake can go to where they're not seen by RNG.
I would suspect that RNG, especially with their vision placed to the top side of the map, that they would be attempting to lure Snake into a Baron. especially, again, we talk about their strength with their pick potential with an arrow, but they're actually wasting a lot of their momentum and their gold lead by continuing to just elongate the farming phase. They are creating a bit of a pressure point on the bottom side of the map by building up this wave, so we'll see if they finally decide to commit to this. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds, but they do have a good window and, like you said, a ton of vision where they can play around that Baron.
Well, ZZR towards the top side of the map, trying to get some vision down on said Baron buff. See you hanging out in the mid lane. There's a Shadow Dash as FLICKR just wants to start a fight with Let Me. But I don't know whether too much is going to happen. Titan drop, FLICKR just easily able to nullify any trading that's going to happen. And RNG now with position around Dragon. Still a minute to go. They want to prevent any vision from Snake.
Their vision, 180 from the start of the split. They have so much vision control.
It's almost too much vision control.
Some would say that they're wasting gold in wards that just aren't being used. You know, like when you place 7 wards on the top side of the Baron pit, don't bait Baron.
Well, arrow once again going to fly through. The idea was good. ZZR once again just smacking on MLXG for a little bit.
Get in there.
Oh, on the hunt's being popped. Ella still looking for it. MLXG gets
Teleport.
caught up. Teleport into the backside of the map here as the Venn diagram is set up in the middle of this one. Snake with decent positioning. All the members of RNG going very, very low. ZZR locks down the first kill onto Let Me. That's the tanky member. Completely removed. FLICKR might need to get out as death rays from you trying to get in amongst it. Xiaohu just couldn't get anything done that fight.
He had Emperor's Divide and Flash the entire time, played way too far back, and that's a massive cooldown to not have burned in a 5v5.
Yeah, 5v5 where everyone was clumped. Snake was looking to try and sort of
Hello?
hold themselves to, okay, Yu's gonna die severely as they do manage to trade his life for a dragon. Oh! Flash body slam from ZZR completely whiffed. Xiao finds his way in, he dies as well. Martin locks down the kill there as MLXG completely out of mana. Whoosh just left to his own devices in the backline, locks down a double kill. Martin picks up another one onto MLXG. That's a double kill. I think that's in fact a quadra kill for Martin. Not sure. What happened? Frostgren, please help me.
Let's talk about that Xiaohu flash, where he flashed into melee range of 3 members.
That's why you don't tell him to flash. Because you gave him this weird idea where he thought that he had to flash and then he uses it and dies.
I'm sorry, Xiaohu. I shouldn't have commented about your lack of Emperor's Divide, which is still up.
Wrong time to have a drink, I think.
They commit the dragon, they win the team fight, and suddenly this gold lead again, Snake fighting from a deficit. Does it give them the lead? No, but it definitely shores it up, and it makes RNG think twice about engaging on them without the ice arrow.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this is Snake sort of trying to play in hard mode. Like,
if we just throw the game.
Yeah, and then we'll start trying to win as they're looking towards playoffs.
I feel like it's an 80s montage for playoffs. You've got like the Eye of the Tiger going.
I like it. Final countdown, that sort of thing. Yeah, see, it'd be pretty good. But yeah, we all know the song is now in everybody's head.
I always walk into conversation and I just sing a part of a Taylor Swift song just to get it stuck in everyone's head, and then I walk away.
Said Taylor Swift. I got it stuck.
Get in!
Oh, arrow lands onto ZZR to bring us out of the Taylor Swift conversation. He's going to die. Emperor's Divide, Bouncy Castle actually might save him here.
Oh my God, he's still alive.
Gets back in with the chrono break. Oh, they stand united right at the last second. Save ZZR.
So much was expended on that. They lost the Ice Arrow, the Echo Ultimate, the Emperor's Divide, and he's looking for an engage.
Yeah, FLICKR actually, as the gravity field does fall down, you able to at least protect FLICKR from there, and so far nothing to be gained from anyone.
And the only reason that Snake don't turn around and abuse RNG for the massive amount of cooldowns they burned on a pick they didn't get is because of this top wave. The fact that they had already split apart. That could have very easily, if Snake were consolidated, just turned and burned through with a Chaos Storm.
Yeah, it could have potentially. Of course, that's still off cooldown. Ella has the Tibbers, is going to have the Flash available very soon as well.
Have the replay here. ZZR getting locked up by that arrow. It's going to be a fantastic stand united that's going to save his life here. FLICKR stands still, starts to charge it back up. But again, so many resources used to try to kill ZZR. Snake having to attend to their side waves. That could have been bad news bears.
It could have most certainly been. 2,000 gold still the lead here for RNG, almost. And of course, Martin pulling very far ahead as far as that CS is concerned. Might be able to even pick up this bottom wave if FLICKR is going to be nice to him, but maybe not. Bloodthirster going to be the next option here for the Sivir, and sort of quietly towards the back of this game, it is Martin just getting item after item. That last team fight really did fantastic things for Sivir.
And likewise, he's able to...
Oh, arrow. Daintily glides towards the edge of the rift.
He's able to afford a lot of these items despite being down so much. Or excuse me, sorry, I'm talking about Wushin here. What I wanted to talk about was the wave control, because we talked about how Snake, like LGD, are actually really good at their wave management. But RNG showing these new compositions, showing these new picks, particularly from their AD carry, and showing really matured wave management before they look for these big picks in team fights. This RNG looks much stronger than what we've seen pretty much for the entirety of the season.
Yeah, and Snake being made to pay, of course, might have underestimated this side just a little bit. If there's ever going to be a team that doesn't, it will be Snake, but still looks like it has caught them by surprise. At the moment, still the lead very, very small. The fact that there is an extra dragon sitting on Snake might actually account for that 2,000 gold. So at the moment, 27 minutes into the game, things very close.
Save Snake are going to be able to siege up onto this tower. Now, the fact that RNG do not have the Ice Arrow is pretty massive, so Snake must know that they have a small window of opportunity where they can try to be proactive around the map.
And get something done. Xiaohu does have the Void Staff now with a needlessly large rod augmenting the rest of his build. 3 items strong here for him on this Azir. Whoosh almost has the last Whisper for the Ashe. A lot of consistent damage, consistent CC as well is going to be available very, very soon. And we'll see when Martin decides to ever finish off his Berserkers.
Ashe and Tristana and Caitlyn used to all be tied for the highest scaling attack speed of any of the AD carries, and I'm starting to come to the realization that since the changes to Tristana and Ashe, obviously moving their attack speed more onto their abilities versus their just base natural attack speed, I don't know the answer to that question anymore, but it comes down to this. Ashe at 3 core items is ridiculous.
Yeah. Not to mention the fact that her utility goes through the roof. One of the only AD carries that can reliably initiate fights.
I like to call Ashe a
well,
zone
not reliably,
control,
especially not in this game. You know what I mean.
A zone control AD carry, as MLXG might be caught here.
Yeah, it's going to at least get a lot of damage onto him here. Xiaohu sets up a whole bunch of soldiers, though. In goes ZZR.
Doesn't burn the cast.
Not going to this time.
Didn't quite have the good enough angle on it.
Well, 3 seconds until the dragon is available again. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. Emperor's Divide is up. Depth Charge is there as well.
He's
Chrono
looking
Break,
for it.
Everything available for RNG. In fact, everyone has everything.
Again, the side wave management. Here we go. This is the Snake that I was expecting. Flandre in the top lane. Martin making sure that he shoves out the bottom lane so that if they lose this fight here, there's an easy objective to follow.
Well, there's the Stand United. Descends, lands onto ZZR. Does have the flash available if he wants to get in there. Flandre looking for a Shadow Dash. Out goes Xiaohu. Oh, the flash from MLXG. Nice positioning there. And the flash from Whoosh going to save him from that engagement. And Snake lose the dragon. And RNG are able to get out. Oh! Enchanted Crystal Arrow narrowly avoided by you. Using that spectacular technique I like to call stepping to the left.
It's very important that you click very close to your champion so that you can make quick adjustments like that. If your mouse is far away from your champion and you attempt to do that, you have that much farther to move across the screen to make that hard of an angle versus if it's just right on top of your champion.
Or just have a mouse that's incredibly sensitive.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Well, Xiaohu going to get slowed down just a tiddly bit from the barrel, but at the moment, RNG stand 2-2. With these dragons. The whole game basically even.
But who would have expected that? You know, coming into this, there is a lot of history between, again, these two rosters coming out of the LSPL, both being fairly young and inexperienced on either side. Formerly the King roster, now Royal never gives up.
And RNG heading into Split 2 as well, as far as the old King lineup is concerned, if that's what we're going to talk about here, is the fact that, you know, now that they have Xiaohu, that lineup itself looks a whole lot better. because Xiaohu was just sort of a definite upgrade.
Over Assassin?
I'd say. I'm incredibly low.
Xiaohu is very impressive, and he's very much in meta right now. I will agree to that one. The thing that I always loved about King was during the offseason they were doing so well in third-party tournaments, G League, making it to the finals against EDG. But as soon as they joined LPL, suddenly things started to crash. You know, what is happening there? Well, their coach left and went to Gamty, and he joined Gamty when Gamty at the very end of last split started to have that upswing. Yeah. And again, we look at the composition for RNG, very creative.
Well, there's the two-man Tibbers as Lei already down very, very low. Another arrow just sails by. Lei is going to die there as Martin does bother to take that auto attack. In go the Sand Soldiers as Xiaohu tries to close this one out. No stun lands as the Chaos Storm whiffed just a little bit there by Yu, but Snake, they get a pick. Can they get anything out of it?
They're pinging madly onto this mid-tier tower. It should be the free objective just because it is so weak. In fact, ZZR is just going to take this one up. So the pick finally does translate. And with that, they take the gold lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, by about 600. So not massive, but definitely there. Snake, you can feel free to hang your hats on it. Massive minion wave on the top side of the map, though, means that Snake aren't able to keep pushing down the map.
And look at Martin's CS, especially as he's about to pick up, you know, 1,000,000 creeps up there. Here we go.
How did he stack up 1,000,000 creeps? That's the ridiculous thing.
He has over perfect CS right now. Or just about perfect. 10 creeps per minute. He's sitting at 338 at 32 minutes and 31 seconds.
Well, RNG going to start off the Baron with 2 wards in the pit on the side of Snake. Teleport was just used from Flandre. Not sure where he went. He went somewhere.
Mid lane.
Yeah, there he is.
Just looking for a pick.
Inside track was gained here from Snake, though, as they push the minion wave down. He's going to get there a little bit late as the backs do come in from MLXG and Wushin. Snake might get some time here. Martin's around. Does have a lot of damage with that Bloodthirster and the Phantom Dancer, as well as the Infinity Edge, and let's take a free objective.
So that's where that teleport went for Flandre. So picking up a lot of control over that mid lane, especially because their mid-tier tower. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, on the hunt has been blown here as Xiaohu makes his way out. Nice lantern there as well as Lei gets the rest of the team to safety. And Snake, you're going to get caught by the dredge line. Let me with the depth charge in as well as Snake losing a lot of their health bars. Whoosh with a lot of damage as well. ZZR gets destroyed but does manage to disengage before that happens. MLXG trying to come through for a flank.
And with that pick, they're marching towards Baron. Now ZZR is down. Flandre not running a secondary smite. That single pick might have just given this Baron away.
Well, they've got a lot of consistent damage here as well. Oh, Stand United onto Ella. Death sentence down as well. Flandre makes his way in, but a little bit late. Gravity field down, and that's the Baron for RNG.
What were Snake thinking being underneath that Azir turret?
They're thinking, wow, this isn't good being underneath an Azir turret.
Okay, let's go back to that team fight. So they're trying to attempt to tank up the Azir turret, and they just, so much damage is sacked onto them, and Martin not in position again. And normally, you know, we talked about how the sub Martin coming over into the team, how he was actually meshing very, very well, and it might have been an upgrade as the meta shifted away from Crystal. Here's the replay. This is what I just don't understand. They see the Azir turret come up, and ZZR is already initially tanking this. This arrow is actually directed at Martin, who you can see is running away in the river. This is the 6-1-0 Sivir. This is all of Snake's team fight in gold. Arrives on the back half of the fight, it's already over.
He didn't do anything.
Didn't throw a single auto attack. Threw Boomerang and he missed.
Yep. Flat out. Well, 1,000 gold now the lead for RNG, but Baron buff swinging around their heroes. We'll see whether they can utilize it to pick anything up here. Ella does have the Righteous Glory, did just use it as it explodes towards the end of its journey. 4 seconds before the Dragon's up. Snake looking for their third, a little bit more movement speed. Teleport available from Let Me, so he can get in amongst this fight if he wants to. Boomerang from Martin gets things going on. Martin actually went back and picked up a full Last Whisper and a QSS. So, look, he's doing some work. MLXG finds his way in. That's going to be the Dragon taken by Xiaohu as well as Snake. Now starting off the fight. Martin able to get auto attacks this time around. Stand United onto ZZR from Flandre on the back line. There's the Empress Divide. Instant double kill as RNG now mowing everyone down. Martin destroyed as that's another kill for Xiaohu. Whoosh picks one up as well. ZZ out the last man standing. This could be the beginning of the end for Snake.
And they've got massive waves already prepared for them in both the top and the mid lane. This will surely meet that mid inhibitor.
Well, Xiaohu now 6-1-5 on this Azir. And look, that's 11 out of 13 as far as that kill participation is as well. And now we're up to 5,000 gold in the lead.
Are they going to end the game?
They may not stop.
Oh, they've got the minion wave behind them. Again, Ashe very good at shredding through these towers. We talked about the completed 3 items.
Well, that's going to be the Nexus exposed here. RNG already down to half health. This is game over. RNG 2-0 victory over Snake. Ridiculous.
We talked about the playoff run. RNG, it's an uphill battle. This is the perfect start for it, though. Masters 3, yeah. Dade sweating right now.
He has to be. That's 18 points. Now in the back pockets of this RNG lineup.
Xiaohu, let's quickly talk about that last team fight.
More than happy to.
Beautiful. The Emperor's Divide, not only with just the initial burst damage that came out with it, but the fact that it interrupted the Stand United. The fact that FLICKR had to stop in the middle of a team fight. Again, this is late game. The changes to Shin allow him to get his taunt off more often now, simply because of the changes in energy has been decreased. You're sacrificing so much AoE CC to protect your jungler, who has already thrown the cask, who is already out of the team fight. Xiaohu just slapped him in the face.
He did. Managed to kill 2 people basically instantly as well. MLXG on your screen right now had another great game. Picked up the Echo, got things done, had some interesting positional plays that may not have necessarily worked out, but as far as that last fight was concerned, it was all about RNG, and I want to go back to their drafting phase. The fact that they picked these interesting comps really made them work and made Snake pay.
The final stretch of LPL and RNG changing up their identity, changing up their draft phase. This is awesome. I'm excited. I'm
so excited. Really good to see these guys really changing things up, making sure, you know, this amalgamation of Old King and Gamty is really sort of threatening the other teams here in the LPL.
Starhorn Gamty Club.
Yeah.
Gamty King, excuse me. There they go. RNG on your screen right now. Captain and shot caller of the team is that Harry Potter looking guy, MLXG, formerly known as Lonely when he's in the LSPL and played for King. Had a fantastic performance on that Echo, and again, we go back to it. Echo Jungle actually has a very surprising high win rate in the LPL specifically, and it's on the back of Amy and MLXG.
Yeah, and MLXG demonstrating exactly why that is the case, because, look, brilliant one more time. And I have to mention Whoosh. This guy picking up, you know, something that isn't
Kog'Maw and Ashe.
Kog'Maw, Ashe, very different champions. We do have a replay of the final fight. Let's just go through exactly how this one worked out and watch Xiaohu. This guy's just pretty good.
He's a pretty good Azir. We can go ahead and start rolling it. The big thing, though, it has to go to the FLICKR. The fact that Xiaohu also gets the smite here when 2 smites are available, FLICKR is going to go ahead and stop and start casting the Stand United. And again, it's just the fact that your big CC tank is completely taken out of the fight for the duration of that channel. The burst damage that Xiaohu is able to put out with that initial Emperor's Divide, and then just cleaning up the fight with the oppressive reach of the Sand Soldiers. I want to talk about late game power. Azir has a ton of late game power.
Yeah, and the fact that Emperor's Divide not only did it do a whole lot of damage, like you said before, reset the whole fight, he was able just to stand back, had 3 Sand Soldiers already prepared just to wreck everyone who was still left in the river. Everyone on Snake had to scatter, and then they were destroyed.
And that's really the beauty of Azir once you get him on top of objectives, and he's able to get his Sand Soldiers up. It's just so oppressive to try to reach into that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that is going to be that series done. RNG, congratulations on those 3 points, but we still have one more match coming up tonight. It is going to be WE taking on EDG, a rematch of the quarterfinals of the first split of the LPL, and you do not want to miss it. We'll see you after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Ryan Foster and more. We're ready for our final game of the day. It is going to be WE versus EDG. But before that, let's quickly recap on RNG versus Snake. RNG, 2-0 victory. Which
means they get the 3 points. And again, if we check into, thank you, RNG, they've got 12 points and, no, okay. So they've got 15 points and 12 points up for grabs. Thanks, Alice. That was helpful.
You're welcome. Trying my very best to share the sheet of paper with our large amount of stats on it.
What's really just important is the fact is that this opens up an actual playoff run for RNG, and they had a tough schedule. Most of the bottom 4 teams do have going into this, and so to find a 3-0 here, completely unexpected. If you were just looking at the schedule, you'd be like, oh, Snake versus RNG, that's an easy 2-0, just on terms of standing. So I love the fact, mixing it up, taking a different composition, taking different picks, playing them beautifully. So you can see we have the highlight here on your screen.
Yeah, and of course, Xiaohu making things happen there on the Azir. You can see Snake just randomly standing under a sun turret and dying without their AD carry. Just a few too many of these positional errors from Martin this time around.
I feel like there was a big desync between Martin and kind of what the team was doing, but Wushin and Xiaohu were definitely on the same page. RNG acting beautifully as a team, especially in this team fight. Again, this Emperor's Divide, just so disgusting.
Yeah, disgustingly good. Getting on the right side of everything as well, just making that river a huge pile of death for everyone on the side of Snake. So look, RNG able to grab themselves an extra 3 points, 18 points now for that side, as you can see.
I think it's going to be Xiaohu.
You reckon?
Yep, that would be my educated guess.
Might be MLXG again, who knows?
Ooh, it could be. MLXG did play well. I just think it's Xiaohu. It's got to be.
Well, it is. 6-1 and 5 on the Azir, making some really sweet plays. A lot of minions as well, 360 by the end of that game. But yeah, the Azir looking fantastic. Another arrow actually lands from Whoosh. Weren't a whole lot of those that game.
It was just such a beautiful style of composition. Making sure that you had the Thresh in tandem with the Ashe to help her reposition because she is a very low mobility AD carry. And again, I just love everything that Ashe Azir as a combo really offers a team in terms of your siege, your pick, and then your team fight control. The slow, the volley control, as well as just kind of the big AoE zone that Xiaohu's Azir is going to offer you with the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, Martin getting bounced back into the team there, as well as Snake just melting to the hands of RNG, and Xiaohu with a fantastically well-deserved MVP. My entirely unbiased opinion, definitely on full display right there. But let's leave that series. Of course, 2-0 victory to RNG, completely unexpected, fantastic stuff. I want to get to EDG versus WE. Of course, this is most definitely a David versus Goliath situation, to use the cliche in probably one of its most appropriate uses here.
No, I completely agree. Now, the thing about WE going into EDG and the thing that's really interesting is WE have only 2-0'd twice, RNG and EDG. We think about the slump that EDG had, first splitting with Unlimited Potential and then getting 2-0'd by WE. The catalyst here, or the asterisk, is the fact that Baimi was starting and not Pawn, so it wasn't the full MSI roster from EDG, because since the MSI roster has restarted, they've just gone on a tear. I believe that they're on a 10-game win streak, possibly 11 if you include the Demacia Cup runs.
Yeah, if you include Demacia Cup, things are looking absolutely out of control for EDG, and this team has really looked like they've found their previous form from before. And look, EDG, they never really looked like they'd sort of lost everything. But, yeah, right now, they're looking absolutely terrifying. And
the big thing is the fact that you've had a rotating roster for EDG, but the two kind of core members for them have been Clearlove and Mako. You've even had a rotating roster on the AD carry position for, 2 games, a single game. But EDG, leading the LPL for the entire season, despite the fact that they've been suffering a lot of injuries, some rotating roster things, Baimi, Amazing Jade coming in, just really speaks to the strength and the synergy that Clearlove and Mako act as a spine for this team.
Yeah, I just want to go back, though, to the fact that WE really scared EDG last split.
Yep.
The fact that they almost managed to take that best-of-5 series, with Pawn having to do his Superman-like scenario, coming back from hospital to try and, carry his team to victory, which he managed to do. It was definitely amazing to watch. But, look, EDG falling to WE for a couple of games there. And what was it that gave WE the ability to really get there?
Well, I'm sensing a reoccurring theme of not having
Lack of
Pawn as their mid laner. You obviously starting for the majority of those games in the semifinals, best of 5, where WE was able to take EDG. So again, if the MSI roster starts, we don't necessarily have the best statistics of how that's going to work out for WE's favor. But it also does speak very interesting things to, Pawn against Xie. The fact that Xie is a solo queue hero, does have some competitive experience before on WE when he started at IEM for World Elite Academy, a big Annie player with Majais was kind of what he was really well known for. Now it's kind of transitioned into Assassins, Diana, Ahri, Kassadin. Facing against someone like Pawn, who's very aggressive, who's very commanding, who's very controlling in his lane, will always step forward, will never step back. So it might just speak specifically to the style of that matchup.
And Pawn also really adjusts his playstyle based on what his team needs as well, which is the really scary thing. You never know exactly what to expect out of this player. So versatile, so able to do sort of whatever is needed of him. Couldn't quite read what was on now.
It was, I think, a love note to Mystic.
Aw, it's adorable.
I couldn't quite figure out the characters quickly enough. But here we go. We're going to start with WE's lineup. I'm going to start with my favorite player of all time.
Don't you dare take my Aluka away from me, Frosker. And the train driver himself there on the top side of the map, able to play the Scion like no other. And Spirit, of course, the sort of MVP for this WE side. Feels like he's an ELO hell just a little bit sometimes, but a fantastic jungler in his own right.
And there's the mid laner that we were talking about. Xie, solo key hero, one of the highest players ranked on the Ionian server. That's the biggest server in China, and it is very well deserved with his assassin play.
Oh yeah, Mystic. I think he's played a bit of Vayne, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got a Kog'Maw in there.
Yep.
He's also a great Jinx player.
He is. I was going to talk about that, the fact that he sort of came onto the roster playing a whole lot of Jinx. Conan there. Yes, definitely going to be karate chopping some people here as disengaged support seem to be the aim of the game. And yeah, I don't have a BMW, but I like your steering wheel.
Why does he have a pillow?
I don't know.
Oh, he's the train driver!
Oh, man. That went straight over. That joke was like sailing by, and it had to look back and throw rocks at us, I think.
The beauty of this, and unfortunately you couldn't see on camera, is that we both looked at each other, and you could see the eureka moment as I gazed into Atlas's eyes.
Oh, that was beautiful.
They're blue, by the way.
They are. We were on camera not moments ago. I have a feeling that one can be inferred. You can see WE looking very somber, ready to get into this one with everything that they've got. Even Conan, who was looking so happy in his little picture before.
The only leftover member of WE's 2014 team, Conan the Barbarian.
Conan the Barbarian.
I love him.
You love a lot of people today, bro.
I just love everyone in LPL, especially that guy, the little alpaca deft.
Oh, yeah.
The little alpaca that could, and if I can see correctly, it looks like that is the starting MSI roster. Yep, that's Cora over on the far left-hand side.
Yep, so EDG coming in all guns blazing for this one, as we are going to go through the roster. Cora, like you said, there on the top side of the map, was able to pick up Shen, then Rise in their last series, and it was pretty disgusting to watch.
It was a
Clear
comp
love there as well.
Entirely built around Rise, and I think when Aaron had the priority pick locked in from blue side, he actually laughed.
Yes, and I think we saw it on screen as well. There's Pawn. Had the Lulu game, which was paired with the Rise. Whimsied Rise, pretty gross, as his Kassadin went completely off beforehand as well. And Deft able to play basically everyone, but there's a couple of corky games there.
He's also got some Sivir. We talked about Whimsy making Rise go fast. You know what also made him go fast?
On the Hunt was pretty good as well. As
and
Mako,
then a Janna.
Yep, fair bit of Janna actually in the last couple of games, but Braum has been well and truly put into his repertoire.
Aww.
That's very cute.
For only $2.95 a minute.
Mako will leave you breathless?
Mako will leave you breathless.
Oh my goodness. Well, he'll do his very best. Because I thought that he was deserving of the MVP at MSI. Unfortunately stolen away from him by Clear Love there, as you can see. Deft. It's not all smiles this time around.
I think he re-dyed his hair.
Yeah, by the looks of things.
You
Pawn
know
looking like he's staring off into the abyss.
Pawn and Clear Love never smile unless Pawn gets like a triple kill. Then you'll kind of see it.
Clear Love had a birthday party.
Oh my god, look at...
Oh, what? That was a smile.
That
was a smile.
He just Kanye West. He's like, camera's on me.
Yep. Better get back to being very serious. But we saw it. We understand that at least his facial muscles can create a smile.
I want to talk about Koro a little bit in terms of history. The really awesome thing about Koro, and obviously his big exposure to the Western audience, has been through his amazing performance at MSI. You know, people now recognize Koro. Oh my God, he's this big carry top laner, but he can do the tanks. Still about the flanking. The flanking teleports.
That's
that is
EDG
just
in a playground.
It's just well, that's what this game's about to be. Big flanking teleports. Koro started as a utility bruiser player, primarily really well known for his trundle.
Yeah.
But he was never a big hard carry. You know, he could never really pull out the Aurelias and to be that, over-eating graph that we see on our screen right now.
I was going to say that it is like a peanut in the middle of the giant blanket that is EDG and their ability to get stuff worthy of putting on a graph.
Back to Koro.
Yeah, back to Koro.
When we got to G League Finals, Koro pulled out his Aurelia, and it was one of the first times that I've seen him play it on a competitive stage, and just was an absolute monster. And it was kind of the eureka moment for me of, okay, Koro has finally come into his own where he's taken on this identity not only as a tanky bruiser role player, but he's now starting to become that go-going-esque carry style of top laner, and he's really transformed himself into a magnitude of roles and cemented himself on this team and how important he is to EDG. He is the captain of the team. He is not the shot caller, though. That is Clearlove and Mako. Yeah,
Clearlove and Mako really making sure that everything is working fine. And versatility is something that we've spoken about when we've spoken about EDG and the fact that they are able to win using so many different tactics and styles. And it is largely down to their solo laners. The man on your screen right now, Pawn, able to really change up his style. We've spoken about that before, but you just illustrating the fact that Koro also able to do that really means that there are so many strings on the bow that is EDG.
Exactly. You can't ban them out. Every single champion pool across the board, they'll play whatever is meta. They have their individual, pocket picks that they can pull out. They can play any sort of style. They're just oppressive across the board. On the other side, almost a completely different story with WE. They are very good at a select few of champions on pretty much every single player. Spirit probably being the one condition there. Spirit is a fantastic jungler. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the same amount of resources when you look towards his solo lanes in terms of their competitive fives experience, especially for Xie. You see Spirit on your screen right now probably thinking, how am I going to get through this? And Aaron, how am I going to get Rise?
But he also looks like he has an idea. Like Spirit right now. He's got a plan. I can see it.
I hope it starts with Nidalee.
I hope it starts with Aluka.
Aluka's Scion. We talked about champion pools. There's 2 rules to WE. Do not give Spirit Nidalee. Do not give Aluka Scion.
Yep, that's the rule, as we are going to hop into Champion Select very, very soon, and we'll see whether Aluka is able to pick up that Scion. Of course, hasn't in the last couple of games, but Clearlove, he's not getting Evelyn.
I just want to buy Aaron a new shirt. Can we just make that a...
Why? What's wrong with it?
It's a lovely shirt, but he wears the same... I'm sure it's a different shirt, but it's just like the same style every single time.
That's the point. It's like a uniform, you know? He's got to make sure he's looking stylish every single time he heads out onto the stage. He wants to be comfortable. Look, I'll defend that till the end of time. Azir, though, is going to be removed from the Rift, so Pawn not going to be playing that, or the Twisted Fate. And Rise is going to hit the bench as EDG take that one away. We'll see whether it's going to be the Echo as the final ban as far as pretty standard bans. And you've got your finger pointed pretty close to that Evelyn.
Yeah, I've really haven't seen a target ban of Evelyn at Clearlove in a long time. It is one of his legacy players. But we're going fast and furious. Let's talk about the fact that WE just first prioritized Janna.
Yeah, Conan, straight on it. Mako's been playing a heck of a lot of it, though.
Obviously it works as a double denial. Conan is able to play the Janna, has shown it competitively in the past. I don't think that Conan is necessarily as comfortable on disengaged supports versus hard engage, but we'll see how he fares.
See how he goes. WE now with their opportunities to pick up another couple here, as Spirit does have his Nidalee available. Aluka does have his Scion available. We'll see whether they want to take them into both the Shen and the Gragas, respectively. Actually, not respectively, the other way around.
And that's what I like to point out is EDG taking Gragas in second rotation. It makes sense because he's a very strong jungler, but more importantly, separating the Monsoon and the Cask and making sure that WE can't get both primary disengages.
Well, that is not going to happen. Of course, no Emperor's Divide to be had either, as Azir was removed from WE. Spirit considering the Nautilus for Aluka. You can see Aluka's sitting there on your screen right now, just before. A little bit of a pectoral massage going on. But it is going to be Sivir and Nautilus locked in here for WE.
Let's talk about Nautilus top, because this, with John already prioritized, this pretty much tells me that it's going to be Aluka. It is something that he is well known for.
Oh, yeah.
Again, talking about when WE found their initial 2-0 over EDG, it was when Aluka unveiled the Nautilus top. I mean, if I was EDG, I'd be having a bit of, some flashbacks, some deja vu.
Some nightmares. Oh my goodness. Speaking of nightmares, Mako, the MVP support player on what I thought was his MVP performance-worthy champion of MSI, the Annie, the Engage expert, the Tipperino. Hovered right now. Deft.
Wow.
Towards the Void Puppy. See what EDG decide to lock in. Looks like it is going to be the bottom lane, leaving the mid for Pawn as far as making sure that he can get the counter pick. It is going to be Jinx and Annie.
I thought for sure that Deft was going to go back to his tried and true Kog'Maw, obviously playing that a ton back in Korea, very well known for it, but instead he's going to pick his more Chinese-oriented Jinx.
Yeah, did definitely look strong on it, especially in the last split. Haven't seen as much Jinx from Deft just recently.
I believe it was finally taken down. It used to be undefeated, but it was against Xiaogu, where Xiaogu used their dive composition with the Nocturne and Kassadin that finally took down Deft's Jinx.
What is... Oh my goodness, is this Spirit hopping back onto his solo queue favorite of the Fizz jungle?
I remember when Spirit first started jungling for WE, and he initially tried, he's like, I'm going to try Rengar. Nope, can't hard carry hard enough. Okay, Riven.
Yeah,
nope,
it was Rengar, Riven, Olaf, something like that.
It was just this gauntlet, but he is going to settle onto that Fizz.
Well, currently Mako hovering over a Yasuo. Not entirely sure what that is going to be, but it is going to be the Fizz, possibly in the jungle there for Spirit, as Luke is going to take the Nautilus to the top lane, and Jie locks in the victor.
I love the composition from WE. It's a very standard comp that we've seen run by multiple teams.
The Go Fast.
The Go Fast comp with the Sivir, the straight murder train. Obviously, the Janna Tailwind passive on the hunt really empowers Nautilus to find a hard engage with his depth charge, and then you have great zone control with Xie on Victor. Xie has shown himself to be a fantastic Victor player, and typically the answer to Victor, at least in the LPL, is to pick up Kassadin.
I think Pawn's played Kassadin before.
Yeah, in fact, Pawn's best champion is Kassadin, but he's not going to play it. He's going to play Ahri.
Yeah, hopping on the Ahri. Interesting.
Makes sense. So, you have these compositions that do similar things in terms of self-sufficiency. So, with EDG, it's all about protecting Deft, creating zone. You have the Stand United to empower your hyper carry. You have the Disengage from the cask. You bring hard engage on Annie just because you need some sort of hard, consistent CC to empower your team fight. So you have to put Pawn on someone who's self-sufficient, who won't eat up the resources away from the Jinx.
Yeah. And also someone that can easily escape a situation where you're split pushing and you want to be able to be pretty safe in that scenario. So it is possibly going to be.
Pawn is fantastic on champions with gap closers. I know that one of his best champions, or at least one of his most played champions, is also his Twisted Fate. He has a great performance there. But still, I would always rather to see Pawn on Azir, on Kassadin, on Ahri, on LeBlanc. When he's given gap closers, when he's given mobility and power like that, he's just such a threat because he's so efficient on being by himself or in small skirmishes.
Yeah, and of course it was weird because Pawn was often on the LeBlanc side of the matchup when we saw Ahri and LeBlanc really heading through this sort of phase of massive popularity. Wasn't sort of the champion that he'd normally opt for. I'm really excited to see how he sort of fits back into this Ahri assassin as far as that mid lane pick is concerned. As Conan up against Mako here as we round out the lineups. Now having a look at the WE. Oh, look at them on that iPad. Looking brilliant.
WE are currently sitting at 15 points. They do have 12 points up to grab, but they have to go through EDG, King, Xiaogu, and Invictus Gaming, so a very uphill battle.
Yeah, basically every top team to go, but let's get onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for WE versus EDG, our final matchup of the evening. As we can see, WE launching themselves into the fray that is Summoner's Rift. EDG following suit as well, staying a little bit more grouped up as we get into this game, Frosco.
Yeah, they do have Annie, which obviously empowers a level 1. Likewise, if Kor decides to take his taunt first, as you can see, he has not scaled up an ability yet. So is always possible as they slip into Fog of War through the bottom side.
Yeah, dun 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 dun. Scary stuff. WE already with a ward in that tri-brush though.
More importantly, Mystic and Conan kind of retreating back to the mid lane. They're standing there because it's the shortest point between both bot and top, so figuring out where this 2v2 or what sort of matchup that they want, and making sure that they're just placing themselves in a safe position and a very efficient position to, again, get the lane matchup that they desire.
Well, you can see already WE answering this deep vision from EDG with some deep vision of their own. Actually, wards scattered throughout the jungle here for EDG. Not going for any of the lane swap wards that you'd normally see in that lane.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily as important for the lane swap as it is as figuring out where Spirit is going to start in his jungle. If you want to throw a wrench in WE's plans, you have to start with deep warding that guy and minimizing his impact and his influence on the map.
Well, it looks like Spirit is going to be unseen as he starts on the enemy red buff. Red buffs are going to be traded here this game as GA actually going to get first damage.
Likewise, Deft making sure that he's pulling the creep wave and drawing aggro, so it will start pushing against him.
Helping out here as death rating from GA.
She is a very impressive Victor, but he's also an incredibly legacy Ahri player. So, you know, Pawn taking this matchup against him, that's a champion that Xie understands very well.
Sending a message, perhaps.
Sounds like a Pawn thing to do.
Certainly does. Mako with the stun ready. Getting into an aggressive position here, trying to pressure WE out of this lane. Of course, Jinx, sort of the legacy counter to Sivir.
Able to take full control of the mini wave, but hold on, Spirit caught out.
Yeah, Spirit's fine Pawn. That actually does a fair bit of damage here as the minions battling GA. He loses about 200 health from just those few caster creeps.
Kind of an interesting poll there. Obviously not intentional. Let's talk about Jinx versus Sivir. So, like you said, Jinx, one of the few champions that can really answer the ricochet bounce and wave control that Sivir is going to offer. This lane is entirely dependent on how they're able to use Janna's shield, however, aggressively or defensively.
Shield does go down on a Mystic there as he's able to get a lot of damage back. Using his passive so well as well. Howling Gale onto Conan as the Ignite's down. Mako trying to get some work done onto Mystic. Does still have the flash. The stun's now available, but Conan just commanding respect in this lane.
And again, using the shield, placing it on Mystic, he quickly burned the augmented AD and then reset it with the Ricochet. And doing it on top of having complete wave control, that their wave was pushing forward, meant that Deft and Mako couldn't look for an elongated trade.
There's the flash double stun there as well as the flame trumpets come down. Mystic burning to death. Deft picks up first blood, blows the heal. Conan's going to answer back, but it's a 2-for-1.
Able to land the Ignite on Deft to make sure that the heal didn't count for much in terms of the grievous wounds. So Conan doing a good job to even that one up. The reason why Deft turned is he was trying to find the assassination to get the bonus health back from the kill.
Yeah, of course, dangerous game would have been a pretty good thing, but not going to happen. Conan able to answer there. Of course, that means that Jinx can't pick up the rest of the farm in that lane, so a big deal. But longsword versus pickaxe.
It's really massive as well because the wave is now pushed back towards Mystic. So technically Deft didn't lose a lot of CS because again, you know, fighting when the creep waves have kind of exited out of the lane and you have a lot of open space to run.
Well, there's also the fact that then Clearlove was able to pick up a lot of that farm, so not going to get punished as much for ganking lanes as opposed to farming things out. Denial of the Raptor camp here as well as Aluka, is going to find Clearlove. Titan's Wrath going to be used. He's very scared. Don't be scared, Aluka.
Aluka likes to start Titan's Wrath. For all of you people who want to do Nautilus top, you start Titan's Wrath into the lane as opposed to Riptide. Obviously, because Shin's not going to have much pushing potential to get control of the wave anyway.
No.
And so it just offers him a lot of protection.
Yeah, and as you can see, Mystic and Conan now farming out on the bottom side. I admit I may have just kicked out for a second, but we are fine. See stun up once again here for Mako.
Again, the wave pushed all the way in.
Double stun one more time. Another Flame Trumpets comes through as Conan down to half health already.
You just can't stand together. It's the same concept of when you're laning against a Thresh. Janna needs to stand just close enough to her partner that they're in E range, so she can augment them and protect them. But standing side by side like that is so dangerous against any sort of AoE, CC, Flay, in that case, Annie's W. So just making some posturing errors in the lane.
A bit unfortunate. FLICKR actually back for another gank here. Zap not going to find Conan, moves up intelligently enough. Mystic uses the spell shield to stop any stun from Mako. Standing in the brush is actually really cute because he makes sure that WE have to remember whether or not he has that stun available. Nightingale is here. Mako moving very far forward. Conan as well. Not going to be able to utilize that shield next couple of seconds, but FLICKR, we'll see whether he was actually spotted out heading into this lane. Actually soaking experience as well. He might get towards that level 6 and having that explosive cast by hanging out here in this lane.
We do have a Spirit up above, however. Level difference, level 4 to level 5, but FLICKR not going to commit on it.
Spirit actually still very, very close though. Does have level 5 now as well.
I think they suspect. Mako obviously stepping forward to clear out that ward since FLICKR is in the area, knowing that he would have backup should they try to contest for that.
Oh, FLICKR just doing the full rotisserie, making his way back towards this side. Of course, red buff has just respawned. FLICKR stole the first one. We'll see whether EDG are going to be able to get there in time. Pink ward is here, but EDG going to clear that one out. FLICKR has started off the red buff.
Likewise, very important that Deft made sure to shove in and time that very well with the spawning of the red buff so he can walk over, whereas Mystic cannot.
Well,
going to take that for free.
Yeah, Spirit notices that his red buff is dead.
Just easy, simple, and clean. The fact that abusing the fact that Deft and Mako have complete control over the bottom side, over those initial early kills. And FLICKR now fighting over the Raptor since Pawn has control of the mid lane right now, being shoved so far forward.
Yeah, FLICKR now has his Smite off cooldown, just steals the Raptor away as well.
Gets the level 6, which means that Spirit, you know, can't fight him. He doesn't have the ultimate available, so FLICKR just walks in and kind of manhandles Spirit with the advantage that his solo laners gave him.
Yeah.
Excuse me, his side, bottom, and mid lane.
Basically his lanes.
Yeah.
Well, FLICKR once again making his way towards the bottom side. Mystic and Conan going to try and take down some Krugs. Could be dangerous.
Again, just he's free to walk in and be super aggressive because he knows even if Spirit's there, he has the ultimate and Fizz does not. His laners, both level 6. Janna, Conan doesn't have the reset available. Really abusing just a very simple power spike.
Yeah, and Mystic and Conan had nothing that they could do against Mako and Deft when they hit level 6. So make a Death Rocket heading towards somewhere. Nothing. Okay. Super Mega Maybe Rocket.
I think Pawn was possibly looking for an all-in.
Yeah.
If he had landed
the charm.
Exactly, if he had landed the charm. And it wouldn't have assassinated anyone, but it would have given Deft a really nice assist, because when Ahri wants to go in, she, you know.
Generally kills them.
Yeah, she's...
Yeah. Well, Fiendish Codex is completed by this Ahri, speaking of whom. She's going to grab herself a blue buff as well. Spirit at the moment, trying to take down this red buff. Koro didn't want it to happen, but not going to be able to do too much about it. Spirit is not going to be without a red buff this rotation.
Spirit doing a lovely job keeping himself into the game, you know, not losing so much, but FLICKR, in all honesty, having a lot more impact. And this is kind of what we were talking about in terms of, you know, unfortunately for Spirit, he's a fantastic jungler. He has great posturing, great gank path, good angles into team fights. His team fights is amazing, but he doesn't necessarily have the best solo laners in terms of ganking and snowballing a game that direction. It's more about, you know, empowering himself, farming up, taking this hard carry style jungler like Fizz and trying to power farm through it.
Come on, guys, hop on my back. Well, we do have Cinderhawks completed by both of our junglers. Mako positioning himself very aggressively, and WE, they are forced to give him this much respect because there is no way that they can respond with anything in time when the Tibbers and the Flash are both available because it's instant. You just can't react.
And likewise, having full control over that brush with the pink ward and denying any sort of vision without Clearlove, being known on the map, they just have to suspect that he would be into the bottom lane.
Yeah, well, Mako and Clearlove maneuvering towards this pink ward. You can see Dragon not up for the next little while. It's going to be about 3 or so minutes until that one is going to be there. EDG, of course, able to lock down the first one. Now hunting down GA. Oh, there's the charm. Easy all the deception comes through for both taps.
It's really key as Ahri to hit the Q at max range, just because then it automatically guarantees the back half.
Another charm. Back-to-back charms. You can see Spirit took so much damage from that now. He has no resistances. Only the extra health available for this jungler.
Oh, he wants the ward.
Oh! You're making it sound so sad. It's like someone's clubbing seals. Clearlove just wandering around with his seal club into the enemy jungle. Oh, Spirit.
Oh. He's just taking so much advantage over the control. And it's just something as simple as being pushed forward in the lane. Zoning Mystic and Konanov, having the experience level and the item advantages. The item advantages now, it's snowballed, but it just started with something so simple as, hey, I time my wave by trying to bounce it off the tower at the same time as my bottom lane so you can slip into the enemy jungle and we can get there first. And since then, it's just compounded itself onto an item advantage, onto a CS advantage, onto a level advantage. And now it's just being abused relentlessly. So I suspect on second rotation of that red buff being up again, that Clearlove's going to do the exact same thing.
Well, Spirit now looking to try and get something done. But at the moment, he just looks like a sad puppy heading towards the bottom side of the map. Wants his family. Mystic and Conan are able to give that to him, but
Classic
not any
Pawn.
kills. Yeah, Pawn waiting for the transition here of GA, who just can't walk into that area.
You can never lose track of Pawn. He'll always sit in a bush and just look to murder you. And again, Spirit's like, I can't go into my jungle. There's a fox in there.
Yeah. The fox elite. That's the worst. Looks like it's going to clear out another. Oh, Spirit might actually get his own red buff this time. Conan, you can see.
Pawn sacrificed his minion wave control to walk into the enemy jungle. But again, if Pawn had gotten the assassination, if Xie had walked into him, free red buff. So.
Yep, there's Tibbers. And
oh, he got the flash off.
The flash. There's the zap though. Tibbers still doing damage. Oh, super mega not happening. Rocket from Deft.
So the reason why he flashed is because he didn't want to burn the ultimate. He was trying to find the last tick of the auto, which the ignite would have then finished it off. And then from there, he realized that he wasn't going to get the last auto, so he quickly shot off the ultimate, naturally missing it. But because he could have said, there's no reason to flash there, Deft. You could have just looked for the assassination on the rocket.
Spirit does have Number Waters is actually on board. So EDG using that minigun, able to take down the turret. 123 CS to 89. 34 CS in the lead is Deft over Mystic in this matchup. Of course, always a difficult one. Mystic really struggling here in this lane. And Infinity Edge now completed by Deft already. Interesting. I actually would have expected the Berserker's Greaves.
Dragon spawning in a minute here. Again, wanting the battle stat of having the crit available versus the tower pushing build.
And also Jinx able to make use of that Infinity Edge a little bit better with the fact that you're going to have more crits if you're attacking fast, and miniguns will allow you to do it.
Exactly, and since he is close to level 9, it means that he almost has 5 points in his Q, which then ramps up his attack speed since the recent changes to Jinx, and not so recent, maybe like 3 patches ago.
Yeah, a few patches now.
But augmenting her attack speed.
Most definitely still does. Mystic augmented his build with a pickaxe there, so still going to have relative AD damage for those boomerangs and stuff like that, but not going to have any of that critical strike that Deft is now able to employ.
And this has been kind of the new recent trend as we see Spirit walking into this lane.
Charm not going to find the mark here, as Clearlove just going to tag Pawn in.
I was saying, this is going to be the recent trend that we started to see from EDG and how they've been winning their games for the kind of the last 2 to 3 weeks. It's a very, not slow, but very controlled pace, and it often ends with Deft acquiring these massive CS discrepancies between him and his partner. as opposed to more of their skirmish roam style that made them very popular when they initially got their Korean imports in Deft and Pawn. So definitely showing still some experimentation and maturing through how they like to close out their games and really focusing specifically on dragon control.
We'll see if they can continue that. Of course, Dragon is now alive again. There's the Chum the Waters. Clearlove just takes that one himself. Mystic does use the ult as the Stand United comes in, as Mako now going to use the flash. Flame Chompers in the gap. Mako going to get deleted there, but EDG now turning around. Koro finds his way in. Conan is so incredibly low depth. Stunned up there by the gravity field. I don't know how Conan was still alive. Aluka just doing Aluka things, staying alive for as long as he possibly can, but WE just without the health bars available. Aluka stunned up, taunted away. Spirit now having to deal with Deft as well, as EDG might even be able to take this in a turret.
They've got a massive wave behind them, and again, Deft is level 10 past that level 9 mark, which means he has all 5 points into the minigun. He's able to ramp up his attack speed and take the free objective.
Yeah, gets excited as well, runs away, will take himself a large Krug. As congratulations for taking down that turret. EDG, yeah. Not
hitting any crits. He crit once over the course of like 20 seconds there.
It's 40 CS in the lead, of course. I think it's diminishing returns for something you feel that far ahead. You're not allowed to roll as many crits. I think that's a complete lie. I have said as Clearlove's going to smite away the dragon. EDG heading back to base, feeling like, job well done.
See, Atlas knows that I'll always catch him, so he has to...
I have to bust myself.
He has to take himself down.
Yeah.
Okay, in one fell swoop, a single team fight, EDG pick up a second-tier bottom tower, again, continuing to further their control over that side of the map. And the dragon, as well as, what, how many kills? 3?
Yeah, pretty decent amount of kills.
And swing a 3K gold lead almost instantaneously.
It was actually trading 1-4-2, but the fact that WE just had their health bars were way too low. All had to go back, and that was enough time for EDG to pick up the tower.
I actually think it could have been worse. Deft had a bit of an issue with his target priority focus there. He chased Victor a bit too long into a nice place gravitational field from Xie.
Oh, but there's Tibbers one more time. Mystic, Eye of the Storm is down on the hunt. Back off cooldown, thankfully here for WE. Mako, Tibbers not on a massive cooldown, and now it has a friend. Hanging out with him now. Deft eating some Ricochet, but now has an Avarice Blade as well as those Berserker's Greaves. And Deft, I just have to say, sort of his back timings and what he's managed to pick up on each back has been pretty dang good as far as sort of having that sweet spot of money.
I was just going to say, that said, you know, with so much attention given to Deft, Clearlove ganking that side and playing to that side of the map relentlessly, as again they then translate their bottom control into another stolen red buff. It sacrificed Koro, and in particular that top tier tower that Aluka was able to pick up.
Yeah, Koro now shoved all the way into his inner turret. We'll see whether Aluka can translate that lead into something that WE can use, because he's, you know, ahead by about 3 creeps, but it's creating that sort of area of control on the map for WE that is really important. Deathray gets the double tap on the pawn as well. She was pretty good at the champion.
Yeah, but Xie almost put himself in a very precarious situation.
Oh, there's the charm. Speaking of which, Flame Chomper's not going to find anything.
Oh,
actually,
he flashed
the flash
it
out of the way that Chum the Waters doesn't get out of the boomerang, but I have a feeling he was just celebrating. Deft narrowly avoiding a big old shark.
So what Xie does that's really interesting is when he's coming around this corner, why he's playing with it is because he doesn't want to put himself in that tiny little narrow corridor between the turret and the wall, because it's going to give a free charm to Pawn. So every time he comes around the corner, he's going to throw his laser to give him safety and space.
Well, Depth Charge onto Mako. There's the Stand United. Koro trying to make his way in here as the gravity field goes down. Stunned up is Koro, though, now. Gets the the taunt onto Spirit. Deathray comes in. There's the Chaos Storm as Pawn, no! Unable to pick up the kill onto Aluka. And no one dead.
A lot very low, and it was an issue that Pawn missed his big killing charm blow. Doesn't quite hit that one either.
The first tap of that original, but this tower still going very, very low. Still creeps available as well, so EDG, despite not grabbing a pick, now able to take the turret.
And again, it just, you know, whittling everyone down low enough that they're able to siege the objective. Jake Deft now rotating towards the top side of the map because he has a massive wave built up for them. So this should be a 1-2 swing since WE not in position at all here.
Yeah, Goro just moving over. Grabbing that turret, so it will be 4 turrets to 1. This is something that EDG do really, really well, is they move Deft around as soon as he has that item spike and take everything. So now that he's got the Berserker's Greaves and the Infinity Edge, just move him into other lanes. Use that minigun at max rank and just take down turrets.
No, and you're absolutely right. OMG also as a club do this very well. Uzi with Sivir, you think EDG was one of the first teams to really pull out the Sivir and start quickly rotating her around to be very structure-oriented. The question now is, where do teams go from here? We do have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, as well as kind of defending counter pushes on very weak towers, especially on the bottom side. But it's about now sieging up, setting up for Dragon and sieging up that second tier mid tower. So I suspect that we'll see EDG move into bottom side red jungle, play Steep Vision, pick up the Dragon, and then try to rotate a pick into the second tier mid tower. If it's a maybe sizable pick, they could even translate it to Baron.
We'll see whether they can. Of course, EDG have been known as the let's do Baron whenever we can guys team. Of course, have been moving away from that just a little bit. There is. I'm not sure whether it's a big one. LD TWC G.
Gotta work on that.
Yeah, not sure whether it really fits into a word. As yet, Dragon going to be up in a minute. WE, though, have got a push going on in this mid lane. Out of turret. Going to take a fair bit. But I want to talk about GA. As Clearlove is going to get caught. Nice use of the disengage from the explosive cast because Aluka now turning his attention to Pawn. There's the flash over the wall. Gets Koro out of there at the same time as he came in with the Stand United.
Still got one
EDG,
more.
They're trying to close the gap here. There's Aluka getting charmed up, but Deft and Mako having to deal with the rest of WE. Oh, that boomerang was narrowly avoided. Pawn turning around, clearing out Spirit. Super Mega Death Rocket flies through, but not going to find anything. Looking for Mystic. And EDG, another team.
Yeah, Spirit just way too overzealous, trying to go deep. Aluka, caught out of position, is able to weasel his way out of it. Wow, okay, so remember that acronym that we were talking about? The jungler goes down.
No vision available
this
here
is
for
so
WE.
risky.
Yeah, Aluka down to half health as well. Does have the Eye of the Storm as well as the Titan's Wrath. Gets a ward in that pit, but you can see this is going down incredibly low. Mako now on defensive duty. And WE just give it up. They are going to take the outer turret in the middle.
A 23-minute Baron off of a single jungler pick. Spirit just going way too deep behind the second tier tower is a huge swing of power for EDG. That said, the thing that I want to touch on is when WE first 2-0'd EDG. Again, yes, Baimei was their mid laner, but it was off of a single team fight. EDG had gotten a very early Baron. I think they actually had 2 Barons in the game that they eventually lost. So, you know what? I believe WE.
Dun, dun, dun.
Keep your dreams alive.
That is true, and they do have Arile's Crystal Scepter first Victor, which I think is very cool.
That's one word for it.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that item is incredibly strong at the moment. But Inner Turret falls down in the mid lane, and WE caught with their pants down one more time. Koro continues to pressure this top wave. The rest of EDG file in, and Mystic freezing the bottom wave when they lose everything on the map. But the Baron buff just means that EDG can't be stopped.
Specifically with this Jinx as far ahead of the clock as she is as well, having the completed Static Shiv. And I love Static Shiv on Jinx versus the Phantom Dancer just because the Static Shiv proc empowers her passive Get Excited so much better than pretty much any other AD carry. Because if you're orb walking in between your Get Excited, you get it twice as fast, pretty much.
Yeah. Run through and zap people more often.
Man, remember when I said that they were going to set up to siege the second tier tower and then, place their vision behind Dragon, and if they got a sizable pick, they would do Dragon, rotate tower, or even look at Baron?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You're good at this.
Wow. Just
Who
had to
would've
take a moment to...
Just like the proof, didn't you, Ross? Finally, it's been proven I'm good at my job. You just gotta trust, girl. I had faith.
Job security.
Feeling good. Well, Deft and Pawn now pushing up this bottom wave. Looks like that's going to be the way in here for EDG. Zap going to go wide. Conan going to survive that one for now. As Teleport comes in, Koro wants to make his presence known, and EDG, they're just tanking everything up. Tower is going to fall down. Chum the Water's onto Clearlove, but he's not going to die. The rest of EDG making their way. Look at the burst damage. And everyone's dying. Pawn makes his way around. Aluka dealing with the massive damage that's coming out of Deft. And Conan now the last man standing.
They do have a sizable wave behind them. This will surely mean the game again. Level 14 Jinx has all 5 points into that queue, and just look at Deft ripping through these towers. Completely different story from the first time WE faced EDG this split.
Oh, most definitely. Deft gets onto the fountain as well. Celebratory death at the end of the game. EDG with a gigantic 10,000 gold lead. 25-minute game for game 1 of this series.
And it started relatively slow. Clearlove playing to the bottom side. And again, just these little advantages. The fact that both of his laners in the mid and the bot side got control, opening up Spirit's jungle, continuing to put that Fizz behind. And if you want to target WE, you start with Spirit. He looks so upset.
Yeah, he looks like a broken man right now.
Spirit.
Like, what more can I do? But he was just bullied. He was bullied at the beginning of that game, most definitely. The fact that EDG, just with so much control over their lanes, with the fact that, you know, the players in those lanes just command so much respect, there wasn't a lot that Spirit could do to get Clearlove out of his jungle.
I mean, again, I just have to emphasize this. It started so small, just simply zoning you off of creep wave.
Yeah.
Bouncing the wave at the same time the mid lane does. Clearlove walks in, you know, Smite steals 2 monsters, the red buff and then the Raptor camp, gets the ultimate, so Spirit has to completely back off because he doesn't have his ultimate available. And then it just continuously, okay, that CS lead that, you know, Deft and Mako first started with, it then translates into a pickaxe advantage, which translates even more to Clearlove. So it's just as efficiently as possible, kind of building up and snowballing something. It didn't happen with a massive kill, there was an initial early gank. It's just these tiny little micro advantages.
Yeah, and just things working out better and better here for EDG. What I really loved, the fact that they managed to move around the map, grab all the objectives, then, with all of that gold, go into this fight that we're about to go into in a moment that we've got a replay for, with so many more items, and just finish the game.
Deft was so far ahead of the clock right here, and this is a big thing. So we can go ahead and roll it. Cora's going to open up with his teleport, making sure that he teleports on the minion that was taking the tower aggro just to, you know, make this a little bit easier. Tower goes down, you got the get excited. Look at how Deft is going to position behind the massive damage that Pawn goes through, and then just repeated. Deft, he's basically been standing still the entire time, just sitting and spitting.
Right click. Most Deft.
And then from here, they just run away with it. The snowball of Jinx's team fight with the get excited and just how quickly she can ramp through towers.
Yeah, that was it. It was sort of all she wrote at that point. 25-minute game. Definitely one of the quickest that we've had tonight or the entire way through the LPL. It hasn't been sort of too much of these sort of 20-minute games, but EDG really making short work of that one.
We'll see if they're able to connect with it, though, in Game 2 and kind of what WE are going to perhaps change up. And, again, we talked about how EDG, they're one of the scariest teams, and they're one of the top teams in the LPL simply because you can't ban them out.
Yeah. Well, we are going to get into Game 2 very, very soon. Before that, we're going to have a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll see whether WE can come back in the second game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. As you can see, EDG really able to take Game 1 against WE. Pretty commanding fashion as well, Prosper.
Especially on your screen right now, just some of the replays of the team fights, excellently played by Pawn this instance, but this is what leads into the Baron Spirit, or a Spirit here behind the tower, just goes way too deep. Coral saving Pawn's life and immediately translates into the Baron and then into the bot lane.
Then into the game, basically. Of course, it's the game-winning team fight that EDG were able just to do, and it was honestly textbook play. Deft
just got 3 autos without moving, as well as the channelable ult off. So just kind of word salad all night. Did you ever watch The Wiggles?
I did.
Okay, so you know the song Fruit Salad? Yummy, yummy. That's literally...
Wait, you watched The Wiggles? I
thought
they were Australian.
Are they?
Yeah.
I have younger siblings, but let's find out who the MVP is. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be Deft. Possibly Clear Love.
Possibly Deft, possibly Clear Love. We'll see who's going to pick it up here, as we are going to find out that it's Clear Love. 205. So apparently clubbing baby seals is going to give you an MVP.
Clear Love focusing bot lane quite a bit. This is the initial gank that starts it off, and then he translates it immediately into red buff pressure.
Of course, that baby seal comment is not going to translate at all if you weren't watching the previous cast, but believe me, go back, watch the VOD, you'll figure it out. As we can see the fact that Aluka, I believe he landed that dredge line but was charmed, so couldn't actually connect to it. And Love able to get over the wall.
Not a lot overrides the charm, CC.
No. Not even being a monster.
Or a Titan.
Yeah, so far. But EDG, of course, do have one more game to win in this series if they want to walk away with those 3 points. And WE looking like they're circling the drain just a tad right now because, of course, they were sitting on, what was it, 13 points?
15.
15.
I believe, yes.
So, look, not sure how much further they're going to get beyond 15 points
They
at the end of
do.
today.
They do have 12 points collectively up for grabs, so a playoff spot is, or excuse me, a playoff run is still available. Again, with Vici taking the 2-0 earlier today, it's all about Masters 3. Masters 3 have collectively 9 points available for them, but they need a strong start. We already saw RNG have a fantastic start against Snake. WE, unfortunately, not translating. Like you said, this is one of the most dominating, victories that we've seen over the course of the LPL.
Yeah, and it's these bottom 4 teams battling against each other as well. We saw the fact that King, they managed to tie a series tonight, but a tie doesn't give you enough points. It's only 1 on your way towards sort of that playoff spot, and 3 points going to RNG, really putting them into a contentious position as we move forward. Still a whole lot of points up for grabs for this side as well. And we'll see whether they can make it happen as they get further in. But it's about WE. It's about whether they can grab another game here. And it's about their pride as well here in the LPL. They really want to be able to at least leave with some of their dignity intact. And if they win this game right now, guarantee that a lot of it is going to be flooding back into that team.
And I think it's really about this guy as well on your screen, Spirit, the jungler for WE. Trying something new, trying to be that Fizz, and it was really the target of ClearLove to get that MVP of the last game. Curious, what he's going to change it up to possibly next game, if he's going to take more of a powerful early game jungler that can be, kind of protect himself to the aggression that Spirit or ClearLove was showing on invading him, or if maybe they're going to translate more power to their lanes, maybe give their laners the ability to push very easily, although you had Sivir, Janna, and Victor. Not going to get much easier than that.
You don't really need much more wave clear than those champions, most definitely not. And look, even Aluka on the Nautilus, he's got the Riptide. He's got the ability to shove out a wave as well. So I guess wave clear probably not what they're going to look towards. Maybe get Mystic back on the Vayne. Maybe get some skirmishes happening. It's
just so unfortunate, too, because, that short stint when Spirit really was playing to the top side of the map as opposed to the bottom side, giving Aluka kills, unfortunately, doesn't translate into any sort of victory. Yeah, Aluka had a good run against Baimi and crew in the initial fight against EDG, but on Scion, on Nautilus, it doesn't translate into the highest game impact. So even though that's where Spirit was strong, to go up and expend your resources and your time probably wouldn't have equated to much more as in terms of success.
Yeah, it's a decent point. We are about to hop into Champion Select here, of course. We are going to switch over the sides, so things might be changed around just a little bit for these teams. But EDG just honestly looked unstoppable in the last game, and WE need to start mixing things up very early on to really change that from happening, because it was methodical, it was slow. It was the fact that EDG just weren't pressured at all that game.
No, I completely agree. Super proactive. They did a great job, planning out what they were going to siege and how they were going to do it and executing that plan. You could probably see it formulating at least 2 minutes in advance. But here we go into draft for Game 2.
Yeah, EDG immediately banning away the Twisted Fate here as well. Kalista going to be the answer from WE. And now with EDG on the blue side of the map, they are going to take away the Nidalee. So now that, that's all happened and we've switched over, the Nidalee is finally going to get focused out, as Ryze is going to be the next option here. Echo going to be removed from EDG. ClearLove not wanting to play that. And Evelyn's still hitting the bench.
I was going to say, it tells me that ClearLove could be trying to get that Evelyn pickup since Twisted Fate was banned away, but instead it's going to be the priority pick to Shin. And just the big underlining difference between these two teams in draft phase so far, priority pick went to Conan, that Janna, when WE had the blue side. And instead, Koro, captain of the team, takes the high value pick of Shen.
Yep, Koro just saying, yep, that's my champion. I'm going to lock it in. Sorry, guys. Well, Spirit back to the Gragas. Of course, he's had a lot of power on that champion, and we've spoken about this, the double disengaged power of the Monsoon Explosive Cask, now getting hovered by WE.
See what the answer is for EDG. I do like this pickup. That said, again, Conan, not the greatest disengaged support. It's mostly about the hard engage.
Yeah.
Although he was one of the first LPL supports to bring over Nami.
Well, it is going to be locked in here. So we do have Janna and, of course, what Clearlove was playing last game in the Gragas. EDG now their next couple of picks to be grabbed. And, you know, Thresh there for Mako can hop back onto the Annie if he wants to as well. Clearlove wanting to stay on the train that is the early pressure, hovering the Rek'Sai.
That would also hide his hand, so naturally there's no...
Under the ground.
Naturally there's no rush to pick your jungler here, because obviously WE shouldn't be picking Rek'Sai. So again, just by taking jungler in second rotation, it allows more counter pick potential. So I expect it's going to be jungler support rotation and leave options open for Deft and Pawn. Oh, never mind.
Of course, still leaving options open here. Of course, Pawn could play that Kog'Maw in the mid lane.
They're doing it because they have Janna. And Janna just, again, augments these hyper carries like Vayne, like Kog'Maw so well. So forcing EDG to prioritize Kog'Maw higher up into the draft phase. Especially because Mystic plays it. Actually, it's really only, I think, the 2 Korean AD carries that have started playing Kog'Maw again versus everyone else who's all about the Vayne.
Well, Mystic now on the Caitlyn. If you're talking about oppressive lanes, Janna Caitlyn, pretty much the top tier as far as that's concerned. Again,
the issue though is that Caitlyn has such an oppressive mid-game power trough, to take the word out of your mouth. Caitlyn unfortunately doesn't have any sort of steroid to deal with the mid-game power trough, because the initial item comes out, the Infinity Edge. It's all well and good, dandy, but you need that 3-item power spike, having the upgraded attack speed item, having the upgraded armor penetration item in the last Whisper before Caitlyn really starts to take off. If you get to that point, yeah, she's incredible again, fantastic. And the changes to her headshot kind of helped shore up a bit of the fact that she doesn't have, you know, an attack speed augment, but otherwise it's still not the same game against a Kog'Maw, especially come mid-game.
Well, Deft hovering over a few different options here as well. Not sure whether the Akali's going to get locked in. Although crazy things have happened. The Jace, though, locked in for Pawn, going for a bit of a, I guess, poke-style composition with a lot of sustain available from this Nami that Mako has picked up.
Pawn going back to Jace, one of his big champions for him. Very excited. Naturally, the acceleration gate will also help empower little Deft to get around. I like the addition of Nami with Kog'Maw just because the Nami slow that she empowers onto her AD carries is really going to help Deft land those skill shots and slow them down with kind of the range and the reach of his W. And again, let's not forget, Pawn's Jace, Deft's Kog'Maw. These are both, I'm not going to call them legacy champions, but signature champions for either of these 2 Korean players.
Most definitely. Of course, you think of Pawn, you think of the likes of Jace, the likes of Fizz, stuff like that. Of course, yeah, Pawn just pretty dang good on champions that have loads of buttons to press. And Jace has one of the highest amounts of buttons to press that are going to do things.
Pretty sure every champion has 4 buttons.
Yeah, he's got 4 buttons, but then the buttons all change if you press your 4th button, so he's theoretically got 7 buttons.
Did you know that's why Jace is really good at level 1?
Because he's got 2 abilities?
Yeah. 2 abilities that then augment his... make him do even more damage. His level 1 is ridiculous.
Very true.
I wish you could...
You've got this patronizing look on your face. That's my feelings. We are going to go through the lineup, so as you can see, the top lane, Koro versus Aluka one more time. Clearlove there versus Spirit as Pawn. Going to be taking the Jace into the Ezreal here, so a fair bit of sort of poke back and forth in that lane. Jie looking to try and get to the point where he's just unstoppable in the bottom lane. Nami Kog'Maw versus the Caitlyn Janna. 2 just pretty disgusting lanes.
It's poke, though, and you're countering the poke with sustain. So, again, you talk about kind of the trinity. You have sustain, poke, and then hard engage. And each one is kind of a rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, true. Well, not entirely sure whether WE have enough in their arsenal in order to take down EDG, but we are going to hop onto the Rift and see. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, EDG versus WE, our final game of the night here in the LPL, and EDG finished off their first game in 25 minutes. WE desperately looking to try and tie this series up.
See if they've got some fuel still in the tank. They've definitely changed up their game plan. And the thing that we really hadn't touched upon was Xie, you know, picking up the Rune Glaive. Ezreal has that smite in the mid lane, and how that definitely changes the jungle pressure and jungle pathing.
There's also the fact that they do have this double disengage style as well. The fact that Xie will be able to get out a whole lot of extra damage. Deft and Mystic trading blows here momentarily. Nice use of the ebb and flow from Mako. See how many of the triple flows he manages to get. It's a beautiful time. The splishy splashy.
The splishy splash. Yeah.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, I hope you're ready.
Yeah, I don't think I am. Wait, is that still the same on the Chinese client?
No. You know what's also really terrifying?
What?
Kog'Maw's voice on the Chinese client.
Well, I'm excited for that.
In the North American client, he sounds, you know, like super cute, like a, I don't know, like a puppy fell into a vat of nuclear waste.
Yeah. Alex Mack, the puppy.
Oh, wow, that's rude. Koro pulling away the sapling just to mess with Aluka's start on that Raptor camp, so forcing him out of the level 2 advantage.
Frustrating.
No, but on the Chinese client, Kog'Maw sounds like a demon. A very scary one.
I actually feel like that's a little bit more appropriate for being a little voidling as he is. Mystic and Conan going to be taking one of the little sentinels to try and get to that level 2 a bit quicker.
Yep, exactly right. Just gives them slight EXP advantage, and they don't take any damage for it. Although, forced to use the shield defensively, not how you want to start that.
Another ebb and flow going to be used here, and of course the sustain versus the pseudo-sustain of the shield, meaning that EDG probably able to go a little bit more ham with their health bars.
No, you're absolutely right. It's, again, poke versus sustain. So, in elongated fights, EDG will find favor just because they're going to be able to heal that one back up. Whereas WE really need to make the most out of burning through Maka's mana bar and abusing that shield aggressively. So they need to get control of the creep wave so Caitlyn can spend more time on these auto attacks.
Well, level 2 is actually going to be hit evenly here as Ebb and Flow still doing a whole bunch of work for Mako and his EDG bottom lane. Headshot from Mystic, though, still doing some
beautiful
work. Yeah, nice QE combo. More Voidoos coming out. Def uses the heal, in fact. They dodge out of the way of the Howling Gale, but this has been a pretty intense bottom lane so far.
Yeah, really aggressive. Both these teams skirmishing so hard. I can't believe Def burned the heal, though, so advantage definitely over to WE.
Yeah, I guess frightened of the fact that that Howling Gale could have actually turned the tides of that fight. Spirit now looking to capitalize on that lack of summoner spell. Getting in here, there's the body slam flash as Mako's forced to use his as well. Voidoo's over the top as he does have the Tie Caller's blessing to Deft, but not going to be able to use too many of those charges.
And it was just really an error of posturing on Conan's part. So he was looking for the max range tornado from across the lane, and he did a decent job revving it up. But if Conan and Mystic had just changed places in posture on the lane, it would have been a much easier chain CC of the displacement on the tornado after the belly bop.
The displacement tornado belly bop.
The knock-up displacement.
Yep, no, I like it.
Very few champions
talk about belly bops again.
have
GA has to
displacements.
handle Pawn with his hypercharge. Fine so far. You can see EDG still handling this lane quite nicely, only down by about 3 CS. Clearlove going to be taking... Oh! Clearlove just takes it as well. Sad times. EDG, everything going wrong. May as well surrender.
Look at that signature chase.
The damage calculations to the skies. Pawn able to get the all in. Switches back to the hammer form. Pawn's angry. Wanted that blue buff, man.
Man, if only a blue buff would kill him.
Yeah. I think he wanted an excuse to eat all of his biscuits. That extra little bit of mana.
I wonder what the conversation was like in comms. No, you take it. Are you sure? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, in goes Spirit. Not able to slow down Pawn just yet, but Clearlove tunnels his way around. The heal from Pawn going to be used. Spirit now the focus. So much damage, and Clearlove picks up first blood.
Beautiful counter gank playing around Pawn. This is fairly classic. Pawn, you know, stepping forward, you have to suspect that you're going to get ganked, so ClearLove making sure that he's near. Oh, the snipe. The Prey Seeker into the unbarrow.
There's the to the skies. ClearLove comes in, and GA's dead.
Yep.
That was beautifully played, but a little bit.
And ClearLove now 2-0 up on this Rek'Sai pick. It's been a while since I've gotten to see his Rek'Sai.
Yeah, probably should go Warrior. Oh, there's the bubble. Not gonna. Actually, does find Mystic. He was in the animation for the Peacemaker, so it was a bit confusing, but did nail it. Aluka now looking for ClearLove. Does have the tunnel to get himself out, but Gromp is going to change his mind. Decides to kill a tree this time around, and ClearLove is going to be frustrated at Aluka, but once again going to start off that Gromp. Heading back. Meanwhile, Mako is going to kill Mystic. Conan in trouble as well. As the Voidoos comes down, Mako trying to do some work. 100 health left on this Janna, and EDG going to back away.
Also should be noted that Koro in that exchange in the bottom lane did burn his teleport, decided to cancel it, so that's why he's still in the top lane. But, you know, just making sure that Deft and Mako are able to get the advantage in the 2v2.
Yeah, well, Deft able to now catch up in farm, pickaxe and boots. What Mystic was able to pick up, but now with the extra assist, I have a feeling Deft might be well and truly halfway through Trinity Force. We'll see what he decides to get, whether he wants the extra sustain, or the extra health, sorry, of that Phage, or whether it's going to be the Sheen pickup as the Spirit body slams over, sweeps out the ward.
Remember back in Korea on Samsung Blue when Deft was known for dying randomly in lane?
Yeah, he wasn't really a laning AD carry, was he? He was more of the team fighting guy.
Exactly, to where we are now, you know, being super
Ludicrous.
hyper aggressive at level 1.
But also calculating as well, like able to command respect in the lane, making sure that the laning phase is somewhere that he's very comfortable in. It's not the Deft of old that you'd expect. Always known for being able to team fight incredibly well. Not for this level of power in the lane. I think playing with Mako as well has really done great things for Deft.
I want to quickly touch on what we just saw on the mid lane there. So for all you Jace players, this is fairly old, something that McNoon really popularized. Place your acceleration gate very, very close to where you shoot out your shock blast as opposed to away from Jace, because obviously then your Q is traveling that much faster for that much longer, which is why he's able to get these quick snipes off as opposed to placing an acceleration gate and then firing his Q through it. It's right on top.
Yeah, you also get the speed buff for yourself very quickly at the same. Wolf Spirit going to spot ClearLove doing this blue buff, but you can see Pawn, oh my goodness, is he going to be able to take it this
Calculate.
True Shot Barrage means that ClearLove gets it.
This is going to be the micro story of the cast. Can Pawn get a blue buff?
Get a blue buff.
Will he get the mana regen? He's got his tier already available to him.
Well, you mentioned the fact that, you know, this Runeglaive Ezreal, generally, if struggling in the lane, is going to pick up the Trailblazer. Otherwise, the Sheen, this time, it's a Trailblazer game.
Obviously answering to the fact that he got dove by ClearLove and Pawn. And Spirit right there just making sure that Mystic, excuse me, not Mystic, it's AD carry, Xie, being able to reset and to bounce the way, forcing Pawn out there. But that said, with knowledge of where Spirit is, ClearLove's going to go ahead and tunnel over the back of this dragon and try to make a steal.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get it too, of course. The Cinderhulk already completed when Spirit only has the Ruby Crystal and, of course, the Trailblazer. So ClearLove able to solo that one out.
It's just this new controlled style of EDG. Micro advantages that snowball into bigger things. Again, when EDG, you know, first got their Koreans, it was about this big roam, early skirmish, you'd find an early kill, and then it would just snowball into more kills. Now it's things that are just a little bit more subtle. You know, you Pawn standing to that side of the lane, the fact that they got information that Spirit had exited to the top side, that he was clearing out the Scuttle Crab on top of a ward, allowing ClearLove to make the call to look for the dragon.
Well, Pawn able to get a ping forward over that wall. Now, once again, Pawn's battle with his ability to get a blue buff. We'll see whether he's able to lock
got
that
it.
down. He did it! Oh, congratulations. Pawn able to grab that. So, look, now he's just going to be shooting out even more shot blasts with acceleration gates very close to his character.
curious thing is going to be how EDG are going to play the next 6 minutes within the Dragon timing window. If FLICKR's going to continue to power farm, which Rek'Sai is very good at doing, or if he's possibly going to look for even more pressure. Again, we are in a bit of a power trough for pretty much all of his lanes. Kog'Maw waiting on that Trinity Force, Jace looking for the upgraded Mana Moon, Brutalizer, CDR boots.
Yep. Last whistle wouldn't be bad either. True Barrage going to try and clear out this wave for Jer, who's still very comparable as far as that CS score is concerned, and thankfully for him, Pawn only picking up a couple of those assists. So not real massive money. That's the difference between these two players. Pawn still able to command respect here. Jer just answering the push.
Check back in as far as our CS across the board. It's actually fairly even. So Masters 3, WE still doing a great job keeping themselves in this. We talked about, you know, Caitlyn kind of a little bit slow to take off, but if you can get her to that late game, she can fill the need of a hyper carry. But Clearlove now setting it for a counter gank.
Yeah. Spirit can clear out this board here as well. As there's the knock-up. Acro Prison doesn't find Conan there, as Clearlove still happy to skirmish. Deft and Mystic, meanwhile, just going to be battling away. Deft with his Fade, able to get a little bit more movement speed in this fight. You can see Living Artillery doing some work as well, as Clearlove and Spirit having their own little battle. There's Acro Prison, the Ignite down onto Mystic. He's burning to death. 100 health is going to be what he's left with, as Ace in the Hole comes down. Not going to find the kill. As Monsoon to try and reset. Clearlove has pressured out Spirit though, so at the moment a 2v3.
Really nice flash from Mystic to save his life by dodging Mako's ultimate right there, and a good reset from Conan. Spirit coming around for round 2, they maybe have the lead.
Yep, no mana onto Deft either, as he doesn't get knocked up by the Howling Gale. Conan having to trade his flash for Deft's.
An elongated exchange, but in the end, WE come out on top. Again, a nice dodge from Mystic, and more importantly, a beautiful reset from Conan on the Monsoon.
Yeah. Now Deft able to pick up a Sheen when he went back to base, grabs himself some booties as well. Thankfully also a full mana bar. 98 CS to 91 there, so of course, Janna Caitlyn still pretty horrendous to deal with, irrespective of the power of the player you are against. But Mystic and Conan were playing very, very well, especially in that last
I was going to say, typically this lane would be indicative of a much deeper CS discrepancy between Caitlyn and Janna. That's one of the strongest 2v2 lanes imaginable, but Deft and Mako just did such a fantastic job getting control of the creep wave and fighting level 1.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, GA. Oh, Pawn didn't see him. So close, but tower falls down in the mid lane. First one of the game here, and sort of passively, those 3 kills that EDG managed to pick up, it's 3,000 gold the lead.
What this does, however, is it unlocks a ton of pressure. But hold on, teleport.
Yeah, teleport onto the bottom side of Luca, finding himself in a decent position now. Deft, explosive cast back as Koro just wants to get the heck out. Cathian surprise. Not going to be able to kill Mystic, especially not with that extra shield. WE might be able to turn something here in the bottom lane.
Brilliant gank from Maluka. He is now looking for a possible dive. That said, Mako. Oh,
Mystic getting caught by the Shadow Dash. There's the tidal wave as well, as Koro's going to finish off the kill. A lot of consistent damage missing now. Aluka trying to turn this one around. Clearlove finds his way in Shadow Dash to safety there. And Aluka just going to get himself out with a twisted advance. Goodness. Koro's pretty good at this video game.
I was also just going to comment that Mako unfortunately didn't have the Nami ultimate available to help Deft disengage to safety, but it was back and available when they were looking at the possible dive on Koro.
Yeah, Pawn looking to try and steal away the blue buff. Not quite able to time it in time. Now just going to keep clearing this one through. You can see, yeah, man, he's like, it looks like Pawn is in control of this lane almost to a fault. The GA has been able to clean up every bit of farm that's let through, and you can see only one in the lead is with Jay.
And that's the strength of Runeglaive Ezreal, the fact that you're given AoE splash damage and so much farm potential to the Q, which shores up pretty much the only disadvantage that Ezreal had in terms of a lane, you know, the fact that he didn't have AoE or pushing power or wave clear, so definitely a very strong item for the AP Ezreals.
Deft, a little void oven here on the bottom side. True shot barrage. Not sure where it was going. Teleport in here, but Twisted Advance is going to stop it. Just Koro unable to get in. Monsoon comes down as well. Clearlove still looking for the knockup. Gets it onto both Conan and Mystic. Look at all of this burst damage from Pawn as he gets an easy double kill. Now just tanking up this turret. The rest of WE coming around, and there it is. GA locks down the revenge kill, but it's still a 1 for 2 in favor of EDG.
What looked like a beautiful disengage from Conan, Clearlove just forces him to burn his flash to make sure that he can land the Unburrow. But again, Conan and Mystic standing together to give a double knockup as opposed to just one. However, GA.
Oh my goodness, Def going so aggressive now as well. Mako there had the Ebb and Flow, had the Tugtol's Blessing. Oh goodness.
Uses the heal to get the movement speed bonus to dodge out away from the ultimate, not only giving them bonus HP, but walking them to safety.
The bonus hard drive in the bottom lane.
Is Seda here?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say we need his cable. SATA cable.
Don't even explain it.
Okay, good. Well, BF Sword now completed for Mystic as well as those boots too. So we've got the pushing build currently. Trinity Force, though, is the answer for Def, so a lot of power there. And now Pawn looking for that Black Cleaver by the looks of things. With the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword.
In the Pawn Snipe.
Oh my goodness. The accelerated Destroy Dragon Blast.
No pressure, Spirit.
Oh, Aqua Prism was there. Yeah, no, you got it. Spirit's been jungling for a long time. It's pretty good, I believe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know why we ever doubted it.
Yeah.
Well, Def and Mako back in the bottom lane as Clearlove now looking for a Luca. There's the Chilling Smite, gets the knock-up as well. We'll see when Koro has that Shadow Dash back available. Nice use of the Arcane Smash. And a Luca is safe.
Luca's been doing fantastic in the top lane. You know,
he doesn't often do badly.
Koro, spending some time, you know, teleporting, stand uniting. That said, Luca did get himself an assist with his own teleport, but staying fairly even on CS. I mean, Shin's not going to offer a lot of kill pressure against a Maokai. But good job, Luca. Hello?
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is. So.
He canceled his auto attack.
Keeping everyone on their toes, you know? Well, you can see Deft ahead by 5 CS now, actually, now that he has that Trinity Force, able to control this lane a little bit better. Yeah, farming in the mid lane as well, almost has his Rabbidan's Death Gun.
Gonna be the big power spike for the AD Ezreal.
See, so far, you know, like WE managed to take down the dragon. Definitely good. But this game is slowing down just momentarily. EDG probably happy for this to happen. They've got a lot of hyperscaling, but this Jace not going to stay super relevant like he is now forever.
He's on a big power spike. WE, like you said, got the last dragon, so kind of an unfortunate problem that EDG have run into where they don't have an arena to force WE to fight them, but they can start to look to siege and possibly dive again by taking...
Lack of prison lands so much burst damage as Tidal Wave flies through as well. Ace in the hole, fair bit of damage onto Deft there, but my goodness.
I keep expecting them not to go so hard, but for whatever reason, Mako and Def just have Mystic's number.
Oh yeah, Mystic must have said something. Like in the lobby or something in Korean. You know, having this sort of...
Probably just threw him like a good luck, have fun.
Yeah. Oh, how dare he.
Scumbag. Probably tacked it on with a smiley face.
Yeah, exactly. The facetious smiley face.
I do that one a lot.
I know you do. I was in one of those games. Pawn looking to try and clear out this midway that GA had pushed up. Nice use of this guys to make sure all of that farm belongs to him.
Missed a creep.
Mystic's creep.
No, I said he missed a creep.
Surely not. This is Pawn. No, you're right. Yes. Def forced to use the flash there. Spirit was looking for the body slam. Clearlove finds his way in as well. Aqua Prison onto Spirit. Def with so much range. Able to get the consistent damage down. Clearlove once again claiming another life as he gets slowed down. Not going to be able to find Mystic there, who's getting auto attack after auto attack off. Just annoying these EDG players. Pawn comes in, just finishes off the kill. Conan's going to die at the same time as True Shot Barrage not going to be able to net anything. And EDG, they just react faster.
The mid lane is completely unlocked. You do have Shie continually looking for these cross-map ultimates to get on the back half of these engagements, but Pawn's getting there first. Of course, he has the acceleration gate.
Yeah.
But with that tower down, he's just able to impact more of the map.
Well, Shock Blast going to clear out that minion wave. Pink Ward was discovered here by GA, but Raptor Sense, of course, letting him know about that. Pawn not going to find the kill though. Koro looking for something.
Looking for Shia.
He's moving pretty fast. Accelerated Shock Blast trying to find the Ezreal here. Of course, it's a pretty slippery target. Blue buff now available. Spirit heading over there as well. GA probably looking to pick that one up. Pawn going back to base. Now, what does he have to grab for himself next? Just an outright Black Cleaver.
He just straight up.
Yeah, that was a longsword Ruby Crystal transformed into a Black Cleaver then and there. So he's pretty strong.
Okay. The top tower will finally fall, so again, Aluka doing a good job keeping the pressure up there on top of Koro. They've now transitioned Deft traded towers because they have a 1 minute 30-second window before Dragon comes up where they can play their advantage in terms of numbers to the top side of the map.
Yep.
Should be able to quickly pick this one up, especially because Deft taking towers.
Yeah, and the turret had about 4 hits left in it as well. They're going to continue pushing up here as Spirit is in no man's land in the enemy jungle. Koro just switching this one back, trying to deal with the push out of Mystic, who's now able to do a lot of damage through these structures with that Infinity Edge and, of course, the boots too. Headshot actually working out here onto Koro. Uses the feint to try and negate some of the damage.
Yeah, Mystic, you know, has the Infinity Edge as well as the upgraded level 2 boots. So, pretty strong right now. Koro does need to be careful. You always have to be careful anytime you're the solo person in a lane against a Caitlyn, just because it will mean a free headshot, or not headshot, ace in the hole.
Yep, and the fact also that you can't defend that turret from a massive range. EDG playing towards the bottom side, knowing that the Dragon going to be up in about 30 seconds. Deft gets his health halved by GA.
It's a really smart rotation from WE to try to see if they can consolidate their resources very quickly into the mid lane and possibly make a pick, but good respect from EDG to just walk out of the side of the lane, reset their position, and get back behind this creep wave.
Yeah, making sure that EDG always doing things on their terms. While Deft's going to clear out the mid wave. You've got Koro continuing to split push on the bottom side of the map.
Dragon will be live in 4 seconds, and again, EDG have consolidated all of their resources to that side, as well as forced Aluka top lane to deal with the massive minion wave. So if WE want to fight this, they will have to burn the TP.
Koro can just wander up towards the Dragon area. Now, to the skies, Pawn going to send that minion wave crashing towards GA, who has to now make a choice. EDG started off the Dragon, already down to about half health. Everyone's here, and that will be theirs. 2-1 for that objective. True Shot Barrage is going to sail unhappily by.
They look for the snipe, but WE, to their credit, you know, understanding that they couldn't go look for that team fight, they just weren't there with their items. The best reward they could have hoped for was the True Shot Barrage finding it, but otherwise they just continue to farm it out.
So what do WE have to wait for before they can start picking fights and making things happen for them?
Caitlyn, as well as the resistances on Maokai. It's a little bit different with Maokai, however, just because his ultimate is going to grant him some superficial tankiness, just in the free stats that it's going to block. The big thing, though, is making sure that Mystic is strong on that Caitlyn. We talked about kind of the mid-game power trough, and especially against EDG, where Jace is very strong, you know, his Mirror Mana just now upgrading. Pawn is so powerful right now. So WE, they just need to hold on until this Jace falls off slightly, and this Caitlyn can come back into the game.
Well, at the moment, Mystic looking to try and pick up sideways. It's going to be the Krugs falling on the top side of the map, though, because just no waves that you can really get to safely here for the AD carry of WE. EDG now looking for GA as the Essence Block sails over Clearlove's head. Shown in position around GA as well, just for some safety.
WE making sure that they're deep warding together, not getting picked out or caught. And they're actually kind of running EDG around the map, you know, doing a better job getting control of these waves, pushing them forward, and just making EDG respond to farming it. That said, I mean, there's no do or die. They do have a window of opportunity on Pawn, but Deft is going to hyperscale into the late game just fine.
Yeah, and I'm actually interested about sort of this EDG lineup because I know Shen scales fantastically well, incredibly well into the late stage of the game, but Ezreal, he's the real wild card for me. I don't know whether he's going to really scale that much more than this Jace in order to really carry them through. And how do you see sort of the late game AP Ezreal? Because we've seen him just completely win games on his own.
This is going to sound fairly obvious, especially as Spirit might be in some trouble. No, you'll be fine. You have to hit your skill shots, which again, it sounds super obvious on Ezreal, but so many times teams will pick Ezreal and just not be able to connect when it counts, which effectively, you know, you do 25% of the damage.
Spirit just had his health more than half, loses 2/3 there as Def gonna flash a Luca into the well and truly backline of this EDG team. Flashes over Koro, almost gets the Shadow Dash there, now might be in an uncomfortable position. That tidal wave over 4 people, Pawn makes his way in. Destruction here for EDG, Conan's dead. Triple kill now for Pawn as Mystic gets Shadow Dash and EDG get a clean ace.
What a beautiful ultimate from Mako across
Stunning.
the entire team. That'll mean the tower and the Baron.
And Def just going to hang out, take this inner turret on his own. Clearlove's already started off business here. 26 minutes into the game. It's EDG's Baron time almost every single time. 8,000 gold. Now the lead, 14 kills to 3. Looks like EDG doing it again.
WE just needed to hold on. They couldn't afford to get into a fight in that scenario, but EDG backed them into a corner and forced it.
So just Def walking past the Baron pit, spitting on it for a second there and just continuing to waddle like an oven away into the top lane.
Here we go. Here's going to be the replay of this team fight, though. So WE, they just get caught in this tiny little corner, and there's that Nami ultimate across pretty much every single member, and it just gives the go-ahead for Pawn to flash over the Raptor camp. He's looking for the quadra kill right here, but he's not able to get it, walking around the back half, possibly looking for the Q.
And Mako as well, like, just singled out GA and auto-attacked him to death with Tycole's blessing. Conan now is dead. Yeah, that's so dead. I'd even go so far as to say super dead.
Severely dead.
Severely dead.
Yeah.
Well, that is an outright last whisper as well here for Def. A little bit disappointed that that isn't a Phantom Dancer. Of course, a little bit better.
Look, Conan's playing
Damage-wise.
Do or Dade.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the Magi's.
Ready.
The dream's alive. What does their t-shirt say? Never give up on your dreams?
Well, he's not giving up on his dreams. I don't know how his dreams will fare, though, in the next team fight. There's an AD carry with some pretty ludicrously gigantic items. Spirit body slams his way in to basically lose most of his health.
Oh, speaking of losing most of your health, Mystic just took, you know, a chunk from Pawn, his half health.
Yep, Aluka now as well, not going to be able to stand too close to this as either Storm trying to shield up this turret. EDG really setting themselves up to siege up this game. The rest of their minion waves actually doing quite well at the same time. Now just protecting this siege minion. Clearlove and Koro are going to tank up these Yordle snap traps. Mako loses half of his health. Tidal Wave comes across in defiance as Aluka just dies to death. So much extra damage. They lose the inhibitor turret. Arcane shift from GA to get himself out of there, but it's not far enough. As the accelerated shock blast gets him and Conan and just destroys half of their health. Clearlove just lack of respect entirely as Def is going to tank up the turret and try and kill Spirit. Voidoo's not going to do enough. Def uses the heal. The Stand United comes down with the Cogmore as well. Keeps him alive for now as Spirit is able to get back to the fountain unscathed. Well, not unscathed, but without being dead.
And
2 inhibitors.
so quickly this game has just snowballed out of control. We now have over a 10k gold lead in favor of EDG as they take 2 inhibitors, go to reset the map, and are now turning up the dragon.
Oh, here comes Aluka! Boys and girls, straight in there with a twisted advance onto Def. Koro does lock down the dragon, but Aluka, heroic play, but he's now very dead. Clearlove now looking for a knock-up on a Mystic who's trying to kite away. Shadow Dash doesn't find him just yet as Def finally going to get that Trinity forced up auto attack and wreck him. Aqua Prison onto an Ezreal. Insult to injury there as Mako able to make the moves happen. Clearlove tunneling forward. That Spirit on full health. Clearlove on basically nothing. Living Artillery, though, really causing a problem here for Conan as he loses his life to it. And Clearlove continues to burrow after Spirit. Shadow Dash in there, pulling Spirit out. And WE
I don't know
It's
if
falling
you.
apart.
I don't know if you saw that, Atlas, but I'd
know
like
whether
to
I
think
did.
it's a microcosm of Spirit's impact on WE. He casked 3 people on top of Ezreal. He literally pushed all of EDG right on top of the Aqua Prison locked up Xie.
Not good. Not so great. But EDG, after an extra 4 minutes.
I was just going to say, they made it, that's at least 8 minutes. I think it was a 25-minute game. 5 minutes.
Yeah. So, improvement. Marked improvement from EDG. Smile on the face of Deft here after their 2-0 victory. EDG solidifying that top spot all the more and continuing that massive winning streak that they have here in the LPL.
And again, for so long, they went without starting their MSI roster, immediately coming back from the international win, sending Pawn away for his injury. Then it was Koro, his back injured. I love how the back of their shirt says 10th. I think it's supposed to be for anniversary.
Yeah, because they're not 10.
No.
That's, no.
They're 12th. Maybe that's the dream.
All right.
Keep the dream alive.
Gotta get, yeah. Well, you
But
can see EDG.
the MSI roster returning, going on this massive win streak.
Yeah.
In the last 3 weeks, they've quadrupled the number of times that they've played with it. And the question remains, EDG, they look strong, but do they look different? SKT in Korea, changing things up. Recently, not having the best of 5. I think they were finally taken down from their undefeated streak in series, but definitely showing a lot more growth in their compositions. And EDG, safely say, the same. I mean, they're winning differently than before.
And I guess, this series is an interesting one to use as an example because, of course, a bit of a mismatch as far as these teams are concerned. I mean, WE looking a little bit different to how they were when they were so strong against them in the playoffs last split. But EDG now, I mean, I don't know whether it's necessarily all that different, but the fact that they're playing around these objectives a little bit more is fantastic. We do have a replay. Let's have a look and see whether you can identify any differences in the EDG playstyle.
So here we go. This is going to be that very last team fight. We can go ahead and start the replay. Aluka is going to come in with the hero play, dodges the Aqua Prism with a nicely placed Twisted Advance, but EDG, and think of how much gold they're sitting on. They just took 2 inhibitors, a bunch of towers, a dragon, and a ton of kills, and they haven't spent it yet. This is just a massive gold lead speaking for itself. Not quite sure how Mystic got over there by himself. Here's this cask. Boom! Hey, I wanted to be here anyway.
Spirit's like, okay, now I'm going to be able to get out just fine, don't worry. And Clearlove with about 500 health says, no, you're not.
Look at Korra going the long way around. He's going to meet Spirit on the other side as Deft snipes Conan there. And Korra's like, hey, where you going, mate?
Drive by Korra. Says, get over here, Spirit. And man, that was messy.
No, but EDG, much more methodical. Micro advantages being taken of. It's, again, collecting information and then punishing the information in the most effective and efficient way possible.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's more controlled victory as well. It's the fact that EDG, they know what advantages that they can pressure, and they pressure them the right way in order to control how they take games over. And in the first game, it was, we've got a Jinx, we can use this minigun in order to take towers, get a global advantage, buy a whole ton of items, and destroy WE. This time, it was get Jace to a point where he's strong, get Kog'Maw to the sort of Trinity Force Blade of the Ruin King, and then run all over everything. It was sort of a split focus and a different way of playing the game.
Nope, completely agree. So now the question is, where do WE go from here? And do EDG just continue to steamroll through the back half of the LPL with their MSI starting roster?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of the day. Of course, we still have 2 more fantastic days of LPL action to come. But on behalf of myself, Frosker and Pastry Time, and of course Rusty, who are on before, and our entire production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.